This sight was one of the most mesmerizing the guy had ever seen. A shining sword embedded directly in a stone. Waves of energy emanated from him, which gave goosebumps. The energy became more palpable, and the guy clenched his teeth with tension when he heard his name. It seemed that the weapon wanted to test Leon's strength. The guy heard someone else's voice in his head, which persistently asked whether he considered himself worthy. Leon realized that the holy sword was the very voice that showed the path of his destiny. And now the ancient weapon said that the opportunity must be provided in an honest way. The guy grabbed the sword and felt the power that came from it with his whole body. He was determined that he would do everything to prove that he was worthy. It was a fine morning. A light wind beautifully fluttered the flags over the castle towers. The two guys clashed their training wooden swords in a fight. Everyone watched with interest as Leon and the blonde guy trained their fighting skills in a duel. Each of them tried to inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy. The blonde lunged and swung hard. His blow made Leon jump back, but his opponent still managed to knock the wooden sword out of his hands. Leon could not stay on his feet and was now sitting on the ground, looking angrily at his opponent and rubbing his arm. He growled that he wanted to take fights with him more seriously. In response to this, the blonde smiled widely and assured his opponent that he was quite serious. After all, Leon was the only one in the Imperial Academy who dared to challenge him. Leon shouted that there was no point in making fun of him. His opponent smiled and admitted that he fought with half his strength. But he didn't deny that Leon was better than before. The guy became even angrier after these words. He grinned and decided to teach his arrogant opponent a lesson. A small plan had already matured in his head. He grabbed the training sword and rushed into another attack. Leon couldn't stand being pitied, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye to such condescending attitude. While the guys were fighting, spectators began to argue whether the fight had gone on too long, since Leon couldn't even stand up to his opponent Lion. They assumed that this was all because of the same names. Although the names sounded similar, they were spelled differently. Looking at Lion's satisfied grin, one could conclude that this was not the only thing that distinguished him from Leon. As a result, the fight could not last forever. It ended with Leon losing again. Leon was sitting on the ground in the shade of a tree. Bowing his head, he thought that 3 years had already passed since Lion was transferred to the Imperial Academy. He clenched his teeth tightly from the surge of emotions. Thoughts swarmed in his head that no matter how hard he trained, he still would not be able to surpass this blonde. The image of Lion flashed into his mind, and he realized that no matter how similar their names were, they had completely different personalities that were completely different from each other. The whole image of this fair-haired guy, his manners, look, and personality, were built to create the impression of the main character from fairy tales. Thinking about this, Leon's teeth clenched with anger. It was hard to deny that Lion was an ordinary guy. This once again proves that he does not belong here. He had to go to the elite class. A familiar voice pulled him out of his thoughts, asking if he was okay. Leon looked up and saw the same blonde man, who extended his hand, offering to help him get up. Leon irritably waved away the helping hand and thought that it would be much better if this guy disappeared somewhere from his sight. These thoughts were dispelled when he heard a woman's voice calling his name. The guy turned his head and saw blonde hair shining in the sun. Leon decided that before his problems doubled, he needed to leave. Therefore, he said to Lion, "Fuck off," and walked away. The blonde girl observed the behavior of the two guys and annoyedly called out to Leon as he left, expressing her desire to talk to him. The girl said indignantly that she had heard everything. She asked why he continues these battles with Lion if he still cannot defeat him. These questions caused the guy irritation and resentment that they did not believe in his strength. Lion tried to defuse the tense situation. Smiling, he tried to calm the girl named Chloe, but these attempts only increased her anger. Chloe's irritation reached its peak when she noticed blood on Leon's hand. The guy had a wound on his finger. She anxiously insisted that she be treated urgently. The girl's excessive concern infuriated the guy even more. When she once again reached out to help, he pulled his hand back and said that he didn't need it. Unable to withstand Chloe's insistence, he lost his temper and rudely shouted at her to just stay out of other people's business. Her worry about little things irritated him. Such rudeness upset the girl, so she silently watched as the guy left in an unknown direction. The setting sun beautifully illuminated the building of the Imperial Academy. The evening calm was disturbed by the sound of blows on wood. Trying to cope with his anger, Leon trained with a wooden sword on the playground. He struck continuously with his weapon. Anxious thoughts overwhelmed him. He wondered what would have changed if his hair had been blonde, his blood noble, and his family supportive. From the applied forces, the wooden sword broke in two. Looking at the pieces of wood, Leon realized that he had none of the above. There are too many obstacles in this world. Desire and effort will not always help. The guy remembered that today is Lion's birthday. An impressive party must be held for the pride of the Imperial Academy. The guy threw away his sword and plopped down on the ground, promising himself to practice tomorrow. He had lost 3 years of his life here, and now another day was wasted. The realization of how much effort he had spent without visible results hit him painfully. He wondered, why not just give up? If everything is predetermined, then how can he become stronger? The injustice made him want to scream. He asked a rhetorical question. Why does he need all this? Why does he have such a life? Is he not putting in enough effort? Having let off steam, the guy listened to the silence. He grinned when he realized he was unlikely to get any answers. Just like justice in general, Leon was about to leave the training area when suddenly his attention was drawn to a huge fireball that was approaching him. At this time, the holiday was in full swing. Lion's birthday brought many people together, but the birthday boy was worried that Chloe couldn't find Leon anywhere. He hadn't seen him for a long time either. The upset girl said that no one had seen him in the hostel either. She hoped that he would appear at the celebration. Now Chloe's thoughts revolved only around Leon. Lion tried to pull her out of her thoughts about where this stubborn guy had gone. He reminded her that she was with him now, so these thoughts could wait. This argument clearly did not seem convincing to Chloe, so without hesitation, she turned around and walked away from the hall, shouting that she had to find Leon. A gray-haired man approached Lion. He watched their dialogue with Chloe. Cheerfully raising his glass, the old man noticed that His Highness had just been rejected by a girl. It was Mr. Gilbert. Lion turned to him irritably and urged him not to use his title in conversation. They may be heard, and then hiding your identity will become pointless. The man nodded in agreement. He also did not argue with the statement that Lion does not yet have the right to bear the title. After all, then, he must be better than others. The old man congratulated the guy on his 17th birthday with a smile. Mr. Gilbert mentioned that there was only a year left before the prophecy regarding the imperial family would come true. As soon as a member of the imperial family, the Great Clyde Empire, comes of age, the life of the current emperor will end and a new era will begin. While everyone mourns the previous Holy Emperor Roderick, a new one will take his rightful place on the throne. Lion asked Gilbert if he was really talking about Roderick, who died 300 years ago. The guy ironically said that they had too high expectations for him, but Lion understood that they would only find out when he reached his 18th birthday. The guy thought about the people who surrounded him. Chloe, who had a special talent and already mastered level 4 magic. Leon, who had special stubbornness and superhuman strength. Lion would like to have these two always by his side. Mr. Gilbert looked at this almost grown-up young man and remembered those prophecies. It said that on the day when a man named Lion becomes an adult, a sword will descend from the sky to him, which will destroy even the darkest evil. At this time, Leon was trying to comprehend what was happening on the training ground. A bright light parted, allowing him to see an object that had descended to the ground. It was a sword. Its tip pierced the stone. Streams of powerful energy emanated from the weapon that could not be ignored. The sword beckoned to Leon, and a voice in his head insistently urged him to come closer to the weapon. He wanted to give in to this impulse. When the guy realized that this voice was quite real, he began to turn his head in search of its source. The voice asked, "Can't he see who's in front of him?" Leon began to slowly add up the factors he saw. This form, this blinding light, the voice that came from the sword. It was hard to believe it. The guy couldn't believe it himself, but still said out loud that there was a holy sword in front of him, to which I instantly received verbal confirmation. The sword said that the guy called him and he responded to this call. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. Did he really summon such a powerful weapon? Suddenly, the image of Leon popped into my head. Against his background, the sword said that the guy thinks that the world is unfair to him. Some people get everything, while others have to grow through perseverance. The sword said that those who do not make efforts have no right to blame their lives. Only those who have really worked hard have this privilege. The voice of the sword reproachfully said that Leon, who complained about his life to the Lord, was too arrogant. The next question was, did the guy deserve the opportunity to own such a weapon? Leon shouted furiously that he deserved it. After all, he saw so much injustice and now it can be made up for. Seeing the guy's serious intentions, the sword urged him to master it. Then he will give him a chance to prove to everyone that he is not a weakling. Realizing that the holy sword wanted the guy to take it for himself, he began to approach him. With every step, the question began to swirl in his head. Could he even take it away? But then he began to remember moments when life was unfair to him. After all, he trained like hell every day. Who else but he is worthy to wield this sword? Leon came close to the sword. He was not a coward, so he tried his best to prove to others that he was capable of much. But reality was harsh and cruel to him. The guy clearly decided that he would not turn his work into garbage and throw it into nowhere. Then the sword asked, why is he standing in front of him now? Leon replied that he wanted to show that he was determined. Leon sincerely believed that opportunities should be equal for everyone, and having mastered the sword, he would correct the injustice. Not hearing the sword's comment, the guy annoyedly decided that since the ancient weapon didn't care and didn't share its values, then he didn't want anything to do with it. So he turned around and walked away. But the sword shone brighter than before, and when Leon turned, the weapon said that he had proven his honesty and called him a warrior. He once again urged the guy to pick him up. The guy asked again, did he really call him a warrior? Is the sword going to trust him so easily? To which the weapon replied that it was his will, not his trust. Next, the sword began to speak a strange prophecy. A heart that was not broken by fate was not born from a prominent bloodline. The desire to prove beliefs without craving fame or wealth. The weapon said that Leon is the one who deserves to become a hero. This is his well-deserved reward, which will help prove to everyone his strength and will. Leon touched the sword, and lightning ran through his body. The weapon said that his name was El Cid, and that he belonged to the Holy Emperor Rodrigo Caldeas El Vivar. He shines the light into a new era. The sword's energy filled Leon's body. He felt like the weapon was speaking to him and calling him to overcome evil with him. A second later, the guy saw a strange vision. A man, apparently the emperor, was looking at him, and he looked remarkably like Lion. The emperor mused that a holy sword and a commoner were an interesting combination. He said that he broke the prophecy because nowhere did it say that the sword could only be wielded by a member of the Clyde family. He said Lion did not meet their requirements. Even given his talent and destiny, he still has not awakened his will. In addition, the emperor noted the fact that the sword itself reached out and had sympathy for Leon. He noted that people like the guy were very rare now. The emperor said not to worry because even if he used the legacy, nothing would change. He added pointedly that it was time to pay off debts. This strange man addressed someone, urging them to do their job and watch Leon from heaven. His gaze was full of mysteries. Leon sharply opened his eyes and, lost in space and time, tried to understand what he had just seen. He realized with alarm that he was in bed. A chill ran across his skin. Was all this just a dream that was never meant to come true? He got out of bed, trying to wrap his head around it all. But his gaze immediately came across the holy sword standing against the wall. Still, it was not a dream. The sword spoke, saying that it was the guy's last opportunity to become stronger. But this does not mean that by using it, he will instantly become better. Leon will have to pass the tests that the sword will arrange. From the sword came an entity that said that those who have great power must live a terrible life. The entity said that perhaps Leon would have to sacrifice his true friends or his beloved woman. Images of Chloe and Lion immediately popped into my head. The entity pointed out that this thorny path is Leon's personal choice to become special, to which the guy said that this was his chance and not a thorny path. The entity looked at Leon carefully, studying him. Then she agreed with his statement and said that his journey would begin right now. This creature called on the guy to show his sword skills. After all, in order to teach him, it had to understand what level Leon was at. This was his first test. Leon's eyes showed determination and stubbornness. He will do everything to ensure that the entity sees the result of his hard work. The sun has already risen, essence of the sword. El Cid watched Leon, asking why he was shaking all over. The guy was not himself, all on nerves and clearly alarmed about something. He argued this by saying that at this time he should already be at the academy. Also, looking at the sword, the guy said that it bothered him that he had it. After all, if others see the ancient weapon, they will definitely recognize it. Elsid agreed with Leon. The holy sword was hard to miss. But now there is no need to worry about this, because there is a way to hide the presence of the sword. Suddenly there was a bright flash, and the sword disappeared. Instead, a sparkling mark appeared on the guy's hand. The entity explained that the sword was now hidden inside Leon, and no one would see it. The guy worriedly asked if the sword would appear while he was sleeping. Elsid said that the weapon would not appear in any way and would not interfere with him. Leon said with a grin that he was now a Superman. The entity said irritably that now was not the time for jokes. From this day on, the guy will forget about rest. They will be training hard. Leon replied dryly that Elsid would be disappointed, to which the entity replied that it was still not disappointed. These words put the guy into a stupor. Elsid reminded the guy that his dream was at stake and therefore he must try his best. But the result will depend not only on him but also on his teacher. Hearing these words, the guy took the training sword and began to perform the usual exercises. He felt that his body was filled with energy and responded to every movement. Leon was perplexed that he seemed to have become stronger from Elsid's words. He was surprised that just a few phrases gave him so much strength and energy. The guy grinned. If, having won someone's trust, power boils in his hands, then what will happen when he really achieves success? Leon was distracted by the entity's order to stop. He froze, not understanding why, because he hadn't even started yet. Elsid replied that the sword may not withstand such pressure. The guy looked at the wooden sword with incomprehension and noticed how chips began to fly off from it, destroying it. Frightened, he threw it away. The entity asked if he hadn't noticed this before. Elsid could not even think that Leon already wielded a sword at the level of an aura bearer. Without taking his eyes off the broken sword, the guy asked what the words of the entity meant. Elsid replied that it did not matter. But if he continues to fight like this, he will learn nothing. The essence of the sword told the guy that he was still very immature, and they had a lot to learn to achieve the desired result. However, Elsid noticed that the guy had good sword skills, but they still need to perfect his body. The guy was surprised by this desire and looked questioningly at his mentor. The entity said that without strength in the hands, even the correct skills to swing a sword will not help, because a strong body is the basis of martial arts. If you constantly train, you can achieve perfect results. Therefore, first, the guy will have to develop his body through running. Leon smiled and began to run. He asked how long he needed to do this. The entity said meaningfully that until she tells him to stop, he will not achieve the result she wants. While the guy was running, Elsid said that later they would train the muscles with exercises, stands on one arm and leg. Leon was interested in these plans. When it came to running, he was second to no one. But standing on one arm or leg was something completely new to him. The guy didn't even understand the essence of these exercises, but he realized that if with their help he could become stronger, then it was worth making the effort and following all of Elsid's instructions. The image of Emperor Rodrigo appeared again. He said that everything was going exactly according to plan. He mentioned an old Eastern proverb that says, "Leon is an empty cup. It is enough to fill it with the basics of fencing and sword-fighting techniques, and then the expected result will come. Leon will be able to become a sword master." But this title is not all that the successor of Emperor Rodrigo, born 300 years later, can achieve. He can become even stronger. The Emperor expects the guy to be able to bring the Demon King to his knees. And although he does not know the power of this demonic offspring, Rodrigo hoped that it did not exceed his own. All that remains is to watch the guy and wait for the results, because they have already chosen him. The gates of hell will definitely open before Leon, and only then will they understand whether he can cope. Leon was sitting in class at the Imperial Academy, and while everyone was listening to the teacher, he tried with all his might not to fall asleep. Elsid's voice tore him out of his slumber. The guy twitched, saying that he was not sleeping at all, but was listening to a lecture. When he realized that he still needed to do his homework, his head began to ache very much in protest, and his hand began to shake. It seems that training with Elsid takes up too much energy. Leon looked at his notebook and realized that it would be difficult to combine study, training, and at the same time, not forget everything that the essence of the sword tells him. Elsid watched the guy for quite some time, And now he told him that he knew where to start training. He asked Leon what he thought was missing. The guy suggested that he had not yet mastered the fencing skill enough, and that he should also develop his endurance more. Elsid shook his head negatively. He said that he lacked attentiveness, and this phrase made the guy's eyes widen in surprise. The entity spoke about an ancient Eastern proverb that went like this: 1 eye, 2 legs, 3 hearts, and 4 powers. Elsid explained that attentiveness was most important, followed by bodily endurance, followed by courage, and only then there was power. It is important, but there are 3 more important indicators. Of course, there are different points in which one can argue with this saying, but mindfulness still stands above all else. Leon thought about it. He'd never heard of mindfulness training. Perhaps Elsid was hinting that moving his eyeballs would increase his radius of attentiveness. To test this theory, the guy began to sharply turn his head and look in different directions. With this behavior, he attracted the attention of his classmates, who were clearly unhappy. Elsid assured that now the guy will become even better. He said he could show how useless his eyes were. Leon stared at his mentor with concern. The entity never ceased to amaze him. Leon wondered how exactly Elsid would show him the shortcomings of his current vision. The entity ordered to look forward and focus on the teacher standing in front of the board. The guy must record his movements in his memory for 10 seconds. Leon tried to do just that. He saw a dark blue board at which the pointer of a gray-haired, middle-aged man was pointing. His green eyes looked at the students. After 10 seconds, Leon closed his eyes, expecting to see something new and unusual. But Elsid's question brought him down to earth. He asked how many lines were written on the board. Leon was outraged because he was told to look at the teacher. The entity cunningly said that it said to concentrate, but did not say to look exclusively at the teacher. The guy clenched his teeth in an attempt to remember something, but he saw nothing except the teacher. Elsid was indignant that the only thing that came to the guy's mind was the sight of the teacher, because the board had been hanging right in front of him all this time. Did he really waste 10 seconds looking there? He asked Leon why he didn't turn his attention to the board. The guy answered gloomily, "I don't know." Elsid smiled knowingly, saying that he knew what was going on. The entity explained that Leon only looked at what he considered important, and the rest of the details were left unattended. This realization shocked the guy. Elsid continued to say that the eye is a much more wasteful organ than the guy thought. Few people use the full horizon, citing unnecessary information. Leon must be wiser and be able to concentrate on the entire field of vision. Elsid ordered to capture the full picture of what the guy sees. The entity advised me to relax my eyes. Then the guy can understand how wide he can look. Leon tried to do exactly as he was told. He looked at the teacher again and now tried to look wider, as his mentor had said. He was given 10 seconds to do everything, and it seemed impossible to remember the details. The veins on his forehead bulged from tension. It all seemed absurd. He never thought that training a sword saint would be so difficult. But there is no turning back. Elsid reminded Leon to also pay attention to the top of the board. The guy tried to remember as many details as possible. They began to pay attention to the guy's strange behavior. Chloe watched as Leon stared at the board without blinking. She had many questions for him. The sun was already setting behind the horizon when classes at the Imperial Academy ended. Leon left the audience so exhausted and tired that he did not notice anyone around. The guy felt like his eyes were about to burst and his head would explode. But looking at confused Leon, the entity decided that their business was going well. Elsid said that eye fatigue is caused by dryness, all because he was straining them more than usual. However, headaches come in different forms. Leon awakened a function that he had not used for a long time, which led to pain in the brain, which had become unaccustomed to the changes. But this does not apply to muscles. The guy rubbed his eyes, asking if it was all muscle pain. His mentor replied that the brain does not feel pain at all. It's just how they express it. Now Leon had to understand one thing. He needed to train more. The guy nodded in agreement to his mentor. Elsid decided to start mindfulness training, so he asked, "How many candles are on the candlestick in the corridor?" The guy's answer was 2. Elsid called his student an idiot. After all, there were 3 candles. Next came the question, did the passing boy have glasses? Leon answered hesitantly, yes. But whether there was a tie, he could not say. Going out into the street, Leon immediately received a new question. Was the light on in the 12th window? The guy remembered intensely but could not find the answer. He blurted out that he was on, but as we got closer, It became clear that the light in that window was not on. Feeling that his brain was starting to melt, the guy flopped down on the bed and shouted that he wanted to sleep. To his surprise, Elcide said that the guy did well for the first time. If you constantly train, he will develop a habit. The guy asked if he asked for a break. Would he get it? To which Elcide said a firm no. Leon felt especially helpless today, so he asked how long he would suffer like this. The mentor said that getting used to means adapting to something new. But of course, their training also has a limit. Repeated training has its benefits, but the biggest problem is that the body can show false results. The guy looked questioningly at the entity. Elcide explained that the body can lie if it is used to one workout. Therefore, it is important to use different exercises, jumping on one leg or standing. Leon guessed that it was for this reason that the body needed to be trained. We need to develop comprehensively. His mentor nodded affirmatively. Elcide said that first of all, it was important for him to see the weaknesses of his ward. The mentor said that all people develop bones, muscles, and nervous systems differently. This does not depend on how they live and how much time they devote to training. Because of these differences, 3 main criteria were invented: the sailor's sense of balance, the hunter's sense of direction, and the shepherd's excellent vision. Leon realized that Elcide was leading to the fact that you need to use your strengths and thereby compensate for your weaknesses. The mentor said that the guy's strengths were endurance and intense training. These were the basics of swordsmanship, but other skills were also needed. Leon's weak side was his form, which froze during the repetition of the same thing. To put it simply, the lack of physical and mental flexibility of fencing with aura. The guy didn't fully understand what he was talking about, so Elcide got annoyed from time to time because of this. But then he again began to explain that fencing is a way of handling a sword. And if Leon can successfully apply basic skills in different situations, that's fencing. Of course, the sword itself was strong, and when Leon heard this, his face stretched into a satisfied smile. But Elcide did not share the guy's merriment. He approached and asked if this whole theory could teach the basics of battle. Leon replied that he didn't think that was the case. Then Elcide asked the guy if his opponent Lion really used the aura skill against him and therefore defeated him. He is probably not an ordinary guy, because this skill requires special training. Leon will only learn aura skills after graduating from the academy, but for now, if he wants to defeat Lion, he must focus on training. Leon's eyes lit up and he replied that, of course, he wanted to quickly win the fight with his blonde opponent. Elcide replied that mere desire is not enough. You need to try harder. These words angered the guy. But the mentor calmly said that he would get used to using his skills only if he trained a lot. Today, he learned to see more extensively. Soon, they will complete the entire training course. This news made the guy feel uneasy, but he still asked when the next training sessions would be. Elcide replied that it was better for him not to know about it for now. The mentor's smile became ominous when he said that if Leon was slack, then from tomorrow he would receive punishment for his mistakes. This information was seriously frightening. But the guy pulled himself together and said that the punishments would serve as an additional incentive to become strong as soon as possible. Elcide appreciated this phrase, saying that he has a good psyche. But in addition to will, strength is also needed, so he decided to push the guy in this. Leon realized that his mentor was right. It would be unwise to mess up tomorrow, and if the punishments are effective, then he will not be against it. After all, this will also raise the level of his strength. Elcide asked if he would like to try this method. Leon gave him a thumbs up, saying he was in. As soon as the guy said this, he immediately felt a powerful electric charge that ran through his entire body, making him scream in sudden pain. It lasted only 5 seconds, but it seemed to Leon that all his insides had time to fry. Elcide was not at all embarrassed by this. He calmly said that it was his first time, so he couldn't control the power. Next time, it will be weaker. Then the mentor smiled broadly and announced that with each new mistake, the force of the discharge would increase. Therefore, the guy will have to try hard. Leon lay there and thought that all this was pure torture. But nevertheless, he said that they will continue new training from tomorrow. The sun had just risen over the Imperial Academy's training ground. Leon has already started his training. At first, he took up running, trying to run as many laps as possible. After that, he trained his horizons. One of the academy teachers was embarrassed under his gaze. Next, he returned to his room to perform a new exercise, a one-arm stand. When Leon went outside, Elcide immediately made an attentiveness test. He asked how many pigeons were sitting on the roof. The guy confidently answered that it was 10. When the mentor asked which bird flew first, Leon replied that it was the sixth. Elsid was pleasantly surprised because the answers were correct. He asked, how many pigeons were sitting on the window? And again I received the correct answer. There were no pigeons there, only one crow. Elsid said that the results of the training are very good, but he only recently began to focus his attention. The mentor decided that the moment had come. Finally, he can allow his ward to take a short break. Leon was very happy to hear this, because a whole month of training had passed. Suddenly, the guy was called by the name of Lion, who appeared as if out of nowhere. Leon narrowed his eyes and said in an unfriendly voice that they had not seen each other for a long time. And they haven't seen each other since the guy started training with Elsid. I remember even Chloe looked for an opportunity to talk to him, but she was unable to do so. Ignoring the hostility, Lion said that after lunch, everyone needed to gather in the hall, and he was asked to call the guy. As he left, he said that he thought that Leon would definitely be on the court. This caused confusion for the guy. Lion sat down under a tree and noted with a tinge of sadness that, for a month, Leon never wanted to fight him. And he wondered, had the guy given up? Lion also said that looking at the guy's face, you can see that some changes have happened to him. This sentence made Leon clench his fists in irritation. He asked if Lion was serious now, to which he received a positive answer. Lion argued that the faces of those who think they cannot defeat him are very different from Leon's. Leon was pleased with this answer, but still he asked why the blonde came here. If calling him to the hall is the only reason, then he can calmly leave. Lion smirked at the cold tone. Then he asked the guy to talk to him a little more. Leon was not happy about this proposal, so he asked the blonde who he thought he was. But he said that he was only asking for 10 minutes of his time. With a sigh, the guy sat down on the ground next to Lion, which caused him to smile slightly. After a couple of seconds, the blonde asked if Leon had heard anything about the rumors that said that he was not a commoner. Leon smiled slyly and said that it didn't seem like Lion was trying very hard to hide his status, but he hadn't heard such rumors. The guy asked if the blonde was expecting special treatment. Lion did not expect such an attitude towards himself. He was no longer a novice and was completely serious in his words. In addition, he said that he had to hide his identity. And although such a confession surprised Lion, he decided not to attach any importance to it. But the blonde reminded that, in fact, he accepted his challenge only because he studied at this academy. The guy thought and decided that it would be quite logical if Lion did not pay attention to him. I just didn't contact him and didn't arouse any unnecessary interest. Leon looked at the blonde and realized that as a winner, he was very loyal to all this. Lion said sadly that now this time is over. With this phrase, he seriously angered his interlocutor. But the blonde said that this was not all she wanted from the guy. Lion offered to fight one last time, only with swords and nothing else, and also no wooden sticks. This proposal surprised Leon quite a bit. Lion narrowed his eyes, and his gaze became menacing. He said that if he wins, the guy, without further ado, will become his vassal. Leon's eyes lit up when he realized that his main opponent was challenging him. He is ready to play this game of chance. He asked the question, where is the guarantee that he will keep his promise? To which Lion replied that he believed in the nobility and honor of the guy. Therefore, he is sure that Leon will not be able to break his word and just leave. These words were pleasant to the guy, especially when he heard that Lion would always be by his side. Leon clarified what would happen if he wins, what will be his reward. Lion replied that he would do whatever the winner asked, but at the same time his family and honor should not be endangered. He also refuses to pass on secret knowledge and methods of fencing training. Leon smiled and said that the conditions suited him completely, but the date of the battle will be determined by him. Lion said to let him know as soon as the guy was ready. He will find a place, but he must be warned 3 days before the battle. The guys went in different directions, clearly thinking about something of their own and mentally preparing themselves for battle. The image of Emperor Rodrigo surfaced. He said that the moment had finally come. Leon, chosen by the whim of the sword, and the prince who claims the throne will meet in battle. Realizing the fact that Leon had never managed to defeat the blonde in battle, the guy became truly scared. But it was too late, because he had already agreed to take the fight. Elsid irritably asked what exactly the guy was afraid of. After all, just recently he was determined to win, but now he decided to give up. The guy replied that the entity misunderstands him and everything is not at all as it seems at first glance. He is worried about Lion because now he is very strong and can harm him. The guy explained that just a month ago the training seemed very difficult for him, but now he feels like he has become much stronger and more dangerous. Elcide reassured the guy and said that although no one knows about this, he shouldn't worry so much. The entity explained that spiritual power is a completely different power from physical power. It's normal that the guy didn't notice this because no one used it. Elcide said that he would help the guy. Moreover, he wanted to pass the endurance test, so fate gives him a gift. The mentor, with a mysterious smile, said that he was sure that something very intriguing would happen. The main thing is that the guy does not dare to panic anymore. Early in the morning, the academy students gathered in the courtyard to begin training. The teacher warned that if there were those present who could not participate, they should step aside. It was a test of endurance. Last year, Leon was in 9th place, which was a very good result. His success was the result of physical training, but still, the prizes were taken by the children of high-ranking nobles. They used special stamina potions, and it helped them. Elcide asked what place Lion occupied. Leon replied that he was in 1st place. However, it was clear from the blonde that he had been training a lot. He cannot be compared with those who only boast of their origins. Even if the distance is short, you need to run 2 laps. Circle 400 meters, total 800 meters. The last record was held by Lion. It was 1 minute 20 seconds. Elcide asked what Leon's record was. The guy answered 1 minute 40 seconds. The mentor thought it was funny that the time difference was only 20 seconds. The mentor tried to calm the guy down. He said that you need to try new and leave past failures in the past. After all, now he has Elcide. And the guy himself is no longer the same as before. Plucking up courage, Leon stood at the start and mentally tuned in to the desired result. He had to outdo his opponent. The teacher waved a red flag and gave the signal to begin the competition. Hearing this, all the participants in the race abruptly rushed from their seats and began the race. Leon ran so fast that the participants standing at the edges backed away in surprise. Already at the beginning of the race, he was able to take the lead and was now far ahead of his rivals. When he ran to the finish line, the teacher proudly announced that only 1 minute 29 seconds had passed, which means that he had set a new record. The man approached Leon, who was just trying to catch his breath after the race, and asked displeasedly if he had really learned to use aura. The guy answered negatively. It was clear that the man did not really believe in the veracity of these words, so he decided to check them. He took Leon's hand, and the space around them began to glow. This is how they test the use of aura. If they recognize and feel the aura, the participant will be immediately disqualified. The teacher confirmed the fact that the aura was not used. He noticed that in just a month, the guy had changed so much. The man enthusiastically asked what kind of training he had undergone. Leon smiled shyly and said that he only trained the basics. That is why you can see that his performance has increased sharply. The coach admitted that most likely he had intensive training. The man was wondering how the guy managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. Lion watched his opponent's triumph from the sidelines. He silently cast unkind glances at him. Leon stepped aside and immediately asked Elcide what was going on. Instead of answering, the mentor asked him, "Where does physical strength come from?" The guy suggested that muscles help with this, but this was the wrong answer. Elcide explained that most of the physical training methods in this world are about increasing your own muscles and their density, but this is only halfway to achieve results. He also said that muscles also have nerves, and in accordance with the development of the nerve, the limit of muscle strength is determined. The mentor revealed to him that the reason why physical strength does not depend on the visible effect is due to the difference in muscle nerves. The guy hasn't heard this information yet. Elcide never ceased to amaze with new information. He said that muscle density is determined from birth, and there is a clear development limit. Leon has already trained them almost to the limit, so now they are training the muscle nerves. It seems that the guy was beginning to understand his mentor's methodology. Leon became interested in how much his neuromuscular system had developed. After all, he had never trained his nerves before, and didn't even think that it was real. Elcide smiled meaningfully and said that this was his punishment. After these words, the guy was struck by an electric shock. The guy screamed so loudly that he attracted unnecessary attention from the people around him. Elcide said that everything the guy sought for 10 years, he received in a couple of months. The pain tearing apart the nerve endings bore fruit. She was the reason for training the neuromuscular system. Leon wondered why his mentor had not shared this information earlier, to which he replied that it would bother the guy even more. Elcid S. said that training with attention was the key to this training. And if he had known this information earlier, attentiveness and concentration would have decreased significantly. The mentor smiled and said that it would be enough just to thank him. He did what the Holy Sword should do, so he was happy with the results, because it had been a long time since he trained anyone. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the guy's head. What if, in fact, the Holy Sword is a piece of the soul of the hero Rodrigo? A second question immediately arose. Was the great Emperor Rodrigo, whom everyone revered so much, actually a villain and not a hero? For a few seconds, this alarming thought put the guy into a stupor. He watched the race progress indifferently. He was brought out of this state by the screams of the crowd, who were talking about how amazing Lion was. As it turned out, the blonde managed to break his last year's record. Leon walked up to the results board and saw that in the end, he was unable to defeat his opponent. Now he was in second place. The first one was none other than Lion. This information made Leon clench his fists in anger. Seeing this, Elcid said that he was in too much of a hurry, because only a month had passed. The guy replied that he understood everything perfectly, but it was hard not to notice his progress. After all, he was in 9th place, and now he was in 2nd. Lion remained in 1st place. All was not lost yet. Leon smiled and was determined to win next time. It was already dark outside, and only the dorm windows were shining, diluting the darkness. Leon was lying on the bed. He asked his mentor what kind of training awaits him tomorrow. He replied that they almost managed it with care. This means that now they have a more difficult task. They need to take care of their physical abilities and use everything in practice. Elcid said that he urges the guy not to rush. After all, this business requires precision and care. Leon asked, couldn't his mentor just teach him fencing? Elcid said irritably that it was too early to think about this. After all, in the beginning, a guy needs to learn how to use aura. Elcid noted that it is enough to apply basic skills to reach a certain level. Martial arts, without the use of aura, are just movements. At first glance, everything seems complicated, but in reality, everything is very simple. Now the guy's movements are easy to predict. Elcid asked if Leon was now ready to defeat the strongest swordsman, Lion. The guy was puzzled. The mentor said that he needed to be able to use his strengths. The sword, forged with much effort, is very strong, so while his physical skills rise in level, even Lion will not be able to defeat it. Elcid clarified that the guy will also need practical experience. After all, in his life there will be enemies stronger than Lion. Leon confidently objected, saying that such bandits live in the slums, but there are no such bandits in the academy, so there is no need to worry. A guy with a dissatisfied face walked along the corridors of the Imperial Academy. Yesterday, he and Elcid had a serious conversation, which was still spinning in his head. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by the question of a passing student who said, "Is this really the same commoner Leon?" 3 students stood in front of the guy and looked at him appraisingly. Leon saw distinctive marks on their school uniforms that indicated that these boys were elite class students. They shouted with anger and disdain that this was some kind of devilry, and some tramp couldn't take 2nd place in the competition. They started poking at Leona fingers and shouts that the instructor must have messed something up because they can't be fooled. Leon, with a smile on his face, said that if they are not happy with the table, then at any time they can go to the curator. The guys were amazed by his audacity. The hooligans started saying that they didn't know how he managed to cheat, but it was strange that he jumped from 9th place straight to 2nd. They asked sarcastically, "Has Leon really just now revealed his potential?" Some of them wondered what kind of family this guy was from. Leon decided that there was no point in arguing with these weeds who decided to demonstrate their power. They're not worth his time. Someone told the arrogant guys to calm down, saying they were making too much noise. This student recalled that in the academy, everyone was equal, regardless of status. A guy with silver hair stepped out of the shadows. He said that it was their job as nobles to give such commoners the opportunity to stand out a little. The crowd supported the guy, shouting that Elmont was right, because a commoner will always remain a commoner. Leon realized that he was surrounded by idiots. He was disgusted to watch his students boast about their origins. He explained to Elcid that before them was Elmont, the 2nd son of the Count of Bourbon. Before Leon, he took 2nd place in the ranking and was the blonde's rival. Now he was angry at the loss of this place, and also at the fact that he had not been able to get past Lion. But this does not prevent him from using his status. Elmont came close to Leon and said in an insincere voice that he was sorry that their first meeting went like this. The Baron's son suggested that the guy probably thinks that everyone is too unfair to him and does not understand anything in this life. He extended his hand to Leon and said that if he agreed with him, then he should follow his advice. Then everything will be fine. Leon had no intention of accepting this arrogant guy's offer. He said with a grin that he wanted to listen to these valuable tips first, and then he would decide whether to follow them. This behavior outraged the students of the elite class. They called the guy a bastard and wanted to teach him a lesson. Elmont invited Leon to take part in an individual competition one-on-one, under the strict supervision of an instructor. Then no one will doubt his abilities. The guy looked at this snob and didn't understand why he should waste time on him. He clenched his fists and realized that no matter how tempting this offer was, if he accepted it, he would agree with the unfair accusation against him. According to Elmont, the fact that the guy did not use the aura means only one thing, that they themselves want to use it to defeat and teach Leon a lesson. But if he ignores this offer now, everyone will consider him a deceiver who has decided to run away with his tail between his legs. Leon debated whether to accept the offer. This guy with silver hair must be trying to harm him somehow, and is looking for a way to do it. Among the crowd, the guy saw Lion, who was watching this scene with a sad look. It was obvious that the blonde could help get Leon out of this mess, but there was not the slightest desire to contact him. In his head, Leon decided that help from his main rival was no different from severe insult or shame. Therefore, he exhaled and decided to agree to a duel with Elmont. Elmont laughed, not believing that Leon agreed to his proposal. He asked with a grimace if he really accepted the challenge. The guy nodded affirmatively. Leon set his conditions. Instructor Helmet would be present, and everything would be over in one day. If Leon wins, Elmont will swear not to doubt his abilities. The Baron's son thought about it, because if he accepts these conditions and Helmet is the observer, then in this case, no one will definitely cheat. But still, he agreed. Elmont bared his teeth and decided that it did not matter at all who the instructor would be. He will make sure that Leon is disgraced, and people will know his true strength. While in the room, Leon recalled with pleasure the expression on Elmont's face. The guy didn't even think that he would gain practical experience so quickly. Elcide confirmed that this is indeed great luck, and we need to take advantage of the opportunity. The guy asked his mentor if he thought he had the skills to defeat such an opponent as Elmont. After all, he did not fight an opponent using an aura. The spirit of the sacred sword suddenly offered to show the guy what it really was like. Leon asked what he meant, because he had already mentally prepared for a new test or fight. The mentor did not answer, but after a few seconds, a small blue screen appeared in front of the guy's face showing information. Leon carefully studied the information that was on the screen. The type and type of his occupation, level of skills and abilities were written there. These were his statistics. Elcide also described Elmont's skills and abilities. Seeing them, the guy was very surprised and asked why his opponent was so weak. The mentor explained that if this is the second son of the Count, then most likely he often uses potions. This means that only they give him real strength. If Leon takes the potion, he will not be able to digest it. This substance will simply be a nutritional supplement for him. So Elmont's training is nothing compared to his. Elcide explained that the physical ability that could be increased without using an aura was equal to the value of E99. E is the rank. 99 is the limit. But with the help of Elcide, the guy will be able to jump over this wall with his own efforts. He will be strong even without using aura. The mentor said that when he achieves this, he will be able to answer all the idiots who consider themselves better than him in full. Leon realized that now he shouldn't worry about his physical abilities. After all, he will receive everything, but in due time. In the meantime, he will listen to Elcide. The guy firmly decided that from now on it was time to climb up, not down, and he will do his best. He won't let someone like Elmont win. But the question arose, why his rank was listed as a hero who could not use a sword. Perhaps it was still too early for him. Leon walked along the corridors of the academy with a confident gait. He was ready for the upcoming events. His attention was attracted by Instructor Helmet standing against the wall. The man was a little surprised that the guy came here. A lot had changed in a month, and now the guy was not afraid to accept the challenge thrown at him. He will make his offenders regret what they said. The instructor warned him that if he tried to do anything reckless, he would have to stop him. But the man knew that Leon was not like that. The man told the guy to think with his head, and then he won't have problems. With a wave of his hand, he turned around and left. A second later, the man stopped, turned his head, and with an evil smile said that he wanted Leon to show these bastards who was boss. Leon didn't answer but copied his teacher's evil smile. He was determined to do exactly what Helmut said. To the cheers of the crowd, the coach and Leon entered the hall where the competition would take place. His opponent grimaced and shouted that he did not think he would have to fight such a baboon. He openly mocked Leon, saying that he was too small to take part in sparring. Leon wasn't going to put up with these taunts for long, so he turned to the instructor and said that he wanted to start sparring right away. His opponent clearly did not expect this. Instructor Helmut announced that in his presence, Jeff Heinrich or Leon would fight for their honor. These words meant the start of sparring. Helmut asked Jeff Heinrich what he wanted to get out of this match, to which the guy replied that he wanted this commoner to confess his sins. He asked Leon the same question. The guy replied that he just wanted to finish the fight, determine his strength, test his abilities, and realize the results of his training. Nodding, the instructor clapped his hands, indicating the start of the battle. He ordered both participants to get down to business. The participants raised their wooden swords and took a fighting stance, awaiting the first blow. Chloe and Lion watched the fight closely. The blonde thought, is it possible that if he uses his aura, a wooden sword will be able to cut flesh? If so, then Leon was in big trouble. Elsid turned to Leon. The mentor asked if the guy would like him to show him his opponent's abilities. He shook his head negatively. The guy's eyes lit up furiously. He realized, no matter how strong his opponent is, he is just Elmont's pawn. He has no reason to use Elsid to win. Jeff Heinrich, his face contorted with rage, took off and swung his wooden sword in an attempt to strike Leon the first blow. Leon quickly assessed the situation and realized that his opponent was using a diagonal cut that cut from the top right to the bottom left side. At first, he thought that his opponent had deliberately used such an obvious trajectory, but then he noticed that Jeff Heinrich was moving incredibly slowly. Therefore, Leon repelled his opponent's attack with incredible speed. He did it without much effort. This maneuver shocked and delighted his opponents from the elite class. And if for Leon this trick was simple, then his opponent was literally exhausted from the effort. He was breathing heavily and trying to regain his balance. When Jeff Heinrich fell exhausted to the floor of the sparring room, Leon couldn't believe that their fight had ended like this. It was too easy. But the defeated enemy could not even get to his feet, much less continue the fight. When Jeff Heinrich found the strength in himself and stood on shaking legs, all he said were the words that Leon was just lucky. In a hoarse voice, the defeated participant shouted that he wanted another round. He demanded that Leon fight him again. Then Instructor Helmut intervened and told Jeff Heinrich that he had lost and the rules would not be broken. Smiling, Leon nodded in agreement. Jeff Heinrich couldn't accept his loss, so he started laughing hysterically and telling Leon that he was a commoner and shouldn't get too arrogant. He took a fighting position and, pointing his wooden sword, Leona said that now he will be serious and this time he will not get away. Leon looked at the defeated enemy in bewilderment. Elsid said in a moralizing tone that the guy should no longer defeat his enemies with one blow. As a result, another battle began. This was Leon's first battle against a person with an aura, so he might get some great practice in combat. Jeff Heinrich was absolutely furious. He swung his training sword with great force and rushed at Leon with a scream. Leon noticed that his opponent's arms, legs, and pupil movements were so slow, but now he was much faster. In addition, his movements became different. Elsid told him that since he had now seen changes in the enemy's maneuvers, he should know what was happening. This sharp increase in Jeff Heinrich's power is due to the fact that he began to use his aura. Nevertheless, Leon managed to predict his movements. Jeff Heinrich angrily demanded that Leon stop avoiding his attacks and start a serious battle. Leon decided that it was not worth trying to attack his opponent now, because he did not yet have enough experience to change the course of the battle. For now, his stamina was important. Leon understood that even though his opponent had enhanced his physical abilities with aura, he also had his limitations. The guy noticed how Jeff Heinrich opened up and, taking advantage of the opportunity, hit hard in an unprotected place. The guy staggered back due to severe pain in his leg. He told Leon that it was necessary to get rid of him at the very beginning. because now such a blow could not defeat him. Leon took this as a challenge and began to strike various points on his opponent's body, causing him to scream in pain. When his opponent lay defeated on the floor, he told El Cid that he was right, and in order to train fast attacks, you need to attack a moving target. Leon looked at Jeff Heinrich. He saw in front of him a pathetic, beaten loser who was shouting that he was giving up. Instructor Helmut approached Leon, raised his hand up, and declared him the winner of this sparring. His enemies from the elite class contorted with anger. They clearly did not expect such a turn of events. In the evening, all the students at the Imperial Academy were discussing the fight between Leon and Elmont's gang. They said that they could not even think about Leon's abilities. The guys shared rumors that everyone in Elmont's gang was losing to Leon one after another. Now all that remains to fight is Elmont himself. Leon walked along the corridor and listened to these rumors with a slight smile. El Cid called all these people boring and said that even with the use of aura, they were of no use. However, today everything should be different. Finally, Leon will fight Elmont himself. So now it was important for him to be vigilant. Leon looked at his opponent today, who looked quite impressive. El Cid decided that Elmont was pretending to the public, acting very self-confident. Entering the sparring area, Leon thought that by using the aura, the enemy's physical abilities would be higher than his. Also, Elmont was in second place in the ranking for a long time. Leon remembered El Cid's statistics. Elmont had a secret sword skill. The unknown ability is the most suspicious of all, even though it was only at the first level. Seeing his enemy's evil grin, he thought that Rodrigo's technique might not help. Elmont said he didn't expect it to be his turn. Leon also decided to be sarcastic, saying that he thought it would be interesting here. But his friends from the elite class gave him not fights, but mortal boredom. Seeing how Elmont's face twisted at these words, Leon decided that this victory would be the most ideal to confirm his strength in front of Lion. Leon began to analyze his opponent. And even though his physical abilities were greater now, this battle had its own nuances. If Elmont covers the sword well with aura, it will be dangerous to block his attacks with a wooden training sword. Therefore, the guy wondered, shouldn't he avoid direct attacks? Instructor Helmut shouted loudly, notifying those present about the start of the fight. As soon as Leon approached Elmont, he felt a strange touch. He realized that most likely the enemy had touched him with his aura. He looked at the young baron's sword and realized that this was not an easy attack. After all, the basic speed attack is too fast. Leon was irritated by the fact that this was a direct descendant of the nobility, indicating to him that he did not have high status. Elmont said his friends got what they deserved. Losing to such a commoner is a shame. He reminded that if Leon still wants to obey him, then he is ready to forgive. Seeing Leon's frown, Elmont threatened that if he stood his ground, he would make him regret what he had done. Leon didn't say anything, but after a couple of seconds, he was the first to attack. He delivered a precise blow to his opponent. He wounded Elmont's cheek and drew his first blood. This made the young baron go berserk, and he began accusing the guy of showing off his shameful equipment to everyone. These words seriously angered El Cid. He said that a dog like Elmont would not criticize his technique. This reaction from the mentor seriously alarmed and made Leon nervous. Leon felt the sinister aura and indignation of El Cid, who said that even after 300 years, some brat managed to insult him. The mentor told the guy that insulting a teacher is the same as insulting all his students. The spirit of the sacred sword decided that Elmont must answer for his words. Therefore, he told Leon that until the match was over, the teeth on the young baron's face must be knocked out. The guy decided that he liked this instruction, and he would try to knock out not 1 or 2 teeth, but as many as possible. He also wanted to teach his enemy a lesson. Elmont was getting ready for battle when he suddenly felt something strange coming from Leon. Some kind of strong energy emanated from him, the nature of which he did not understand. While Elmont was thinking about this, Leon wasted no time and rushed into battle, trying to land another blow with his training sword. He put in a lot of effort, and the lunge was successful. The students in the hall shouted in surprise that Leon managed to move Elmont from his place. But Lion, standing behind, refuted this, saying that Lion used his skill, but Elmont's balance was not broken. If that was the case, then this battle would be one of Leon's endurance. When Leon made this blow, he wondered if he had put too much effort into it. He himself was sometimes surprised at his abilities, and he had not yet used the aura. Elmont shouted, saying that Leon was too stubborn, and the best solution for him would be to stop resisting and just give up. Leon P began to fight off the enemy's new attack, saying that this was not the end of their battle. After assessing Elmont's fighting strategy, Leon decided that he lacked speed and power. He remembered his lessons with Elcid and decided that he would fill these shortcomings with the Rodrigo method. This skill predicted the enemy's actions. If only the guy could see them a little earlier, he could easily defeat Elmont. Leon needs to be even faster, see wider, make sure he has a full view until he feels like he's in the water. The guy made every effort to act as his mentor taught him, and when he unbalanced his opponent with his blows, he was very pleased with himself. Leon completely exhausted Elmont. The young Baron couldn't believe that this guy couldn't use aura. He had such power, but where he got it from was not clear. Even Instructor Helmet had doubts. He still hadn't sensed Leon's aura, though. I couldn't explain how he fought on par with Elmont. Elmont smiled mysteriously and said that he didn't think he would have to use it against Leon. The guy immediately realized that we were talking about a secret skill. Leon didn't know the essence of this skill, so he decided that the best option would be to just wait. After all, it was very illogical to attack blindly, not knowing what to expect. The guy saw Elmont rapidly approaching him, swinging his sword with all his might. He decided that perhaps he was using an enhanced punch, so I had to dodge. Leon was able to successfully avoid the attack, but moments later he realized that the first attack was a trap. After all, even when he dodged, Elmont managed to land the next blow. So this was his opponent's secret fencing technique. He knew how to make sure that the sword always hit the target. If Leon tries to dodge, he will break his ribs. And with such a serious injury, he will not be able to continue the battle with dignity. One could try to track Elmont's sword using the method, but there is a chance that he would be overpowered. Leon couldn't lose to him, so he had to end it. Leon jumped high, dodging his opponent's subsequent attacks. Now he was out of reach. Using this trick, he first disoriented Elmont, and then struck him, breaking the protective armor on his shoulder. His opponent roared, not understanding how Leon managed to do this. Leon managed to break Elmont's arm. Now he put him at a great disadvantage. The further course of the battle depended on Leon's next steps. Lion watched everything from the side. It was clear that the hand injury was nothing compared to the shock of Elmont's failure to use a secret skill. Elmont thought that if both hands were intact, the enemy would attack head-on. But the strength of his sword has already reached its limit. Therefore, if the sword is broken, his chances of winning will increase. The guy rushed to attack, but Leon managed to knock the sword out of his hands without much effort. All hopes of victory were dashed. After that, Leon immediately launched his next blow, which landed right in the face of the young Baron, from whose mouth blood sprayed like a fountain. When the spectators saw that Leon not only won, but also knocked out a couple of Elmont's teeth, they began to scream and applaud. Elmont lay defeated on the floor of the sparring room. Standing above him were Leon and Instructor Helmet, who raised the guy's hand up, indicating who won this battle. Elcid did not cease to praise his student. He was amused that Elmont lost to a fighter who owned a technique that was shameful, in his opinion. Now I will choose my words better. Leon did not think that such changes in character were possible due to one defeat. But the guy was pleased to get a taste of battles at the academy. Elcid said that he was very impressed with Leon's battle, so he thinks it's time to open new doors called acceleration. Leon was surprised that his mentor decided to move on to learning a new technique so quickly. But curiosity got the better of him, so he asked Elcid if this skill was stronger than what Elmont used. Instead of answering, Elcid began to explain that the body moves slower than consciousness, especially in emergency situations. People use reflex movements that are not related to speed. The mentor asked Leon why he thought professional fencers could move so fast. The guy suggested that this is due to the fact that they know how to use aura. He was partly right. If he does not use aura, then his body will not be able to withstand strong and powerful blows. Thus, having studied the aura, you can begin to use acceleration. Elcid mentioned that Leon managed to use acceleration without mastering the aura. It was during the battle that he was able to jump high and disorient Elmont. The mentor said that the guy succeeded because he was able to overcome the instinctive limit of his own will. Leon was at a loss. He thought that if he did not use his aura during such maneuvers, his body would not be able to withstand it. But here he is, safe and sound. Perhaps he used acceleration in part. Elcid confirmed his theory. If he used acceleration on his entire body and not just on his thighs, his insides would leak out. The guy realized how dangerous it all was. Elcid advised him to take his body more seriously if he did not want something irreparable to happen. The guy looked questioningly at the spirit, but instead of an answer, he received a powerful discharge of small lightning bolts into his knees. The guy fell to the floor and writhed in pain. Elcid explained that the reason for this was muscle pain. Seeing how the guy was suffering, Elcid said that although he could use acceleration, it was better not to until he had studied the aura. After all, next time he might die. Gritting his teeth, Leon replied that he would take this warning into account. In the morning, walking along the corridors of the academy, Leon heard everyone whispering about him. The students were surprised that he was able to defeat a noble student and revealed his use of potions to increase strength. Leon chuckled at how quickly the rumors spread. Elcid added that he was very amused by the way the proud nobles justified their defeat. Suddenly, Chloe appeared right in front of Leon. The girl smiled welcomingly at him. Leon was confused. He remembered how he rudely avoided talking to the girl, and now he was ashamed of it. He decided not to repeat his mistake, so he and Chloe went out into the yard and sat on a bench to talk. The guy confusedly asked why she was there. After all, her class is currently studying alchemy. Smiling, the guy suggested that Chloe had started playing truant. Chloe called Leon a fool and said that the lesson was canceled due to the teacher's illness. And anyway, couldn't she just see him? The girl sighed and said that she noticed how much the guy had changed. Also, it was strange for her that he was avoiding her. She wanted to know what happened. In addition, the girl was very worried about the fact that Leon was fighting with the nobility. He and Lion were very worried about him. Leon felt sad that he made Chloe nervous. The guy became curious why he now communicates with her so easily and naturally. Then he realized it was because he was no longer weak, and Chloe didn't worry beyond measure. In the past, he was very angry with his life, so he hurt himself every day. But with the advent of the sword, everything changed. Chloe said that the whole school is buzzing about the fact that he found the sacred sword, and that is why he became so strong. Hearing these words, Leon couldn't hold back his tears. They spontaneously began to flow down his cheeks. Seeing this, Chloe immediately began to calm the guy down and say that these were all rumors. After all, a lot of time has passed since the last sword appeared. Leon said none of this mattered. The guy thought to himself that no matter how rough and complex the sword was, it saved him and pulled him out of the bottomless pit that he had dug for himself. The image of Emperor Rodrigo suddenly began to rush around, not understanding why there was such a gloomy atmosphere around him. Everything was fine. Elcid glanced at his charge. He didn't understand why the guy suddenly became stronger during his conversation with Chloe, even if not for long. Leon realized that if he was the hero who would save the world, then Elcid was the hero who saved him. After all, as the owner of a holy sword, he should not have any shortcomings. Therefore, Leon wants to become the one who exceeds Elcid's own expectations. Emperor Rodrigo was also at a loss. How, just by talking to a girl, was Leon able to raise his level of strength and determination? He understood one thing. Now the real training will begin. Suddenly, Leon felt a strange sensation throughout his body. He was clearly uncomfortable, and even Chloe noticed it. When Leon was already in his room and resting, he couldn't help but think that he really seemed to have changed a lot. Chloe said even his eyes were different. The guy began to calmly look forward and not worry about anything. The girl also noticed that he began to remind her of Lion. She asked the question, "Is there a difference between a person looking up and a person looking down?" Leon looked at her in bewilderment. Finally, Chloe said that she and Lion needed to talk. The girl said that the blonde guy hardly communicates normally with anyone, but he seemed to like Leon. The guy was pleased to hear this, so he said that he would do his best to talk. When the guy was left alone with himself, he felt ashamed of the promise he made to Chloe. After all, he is unlikely to be able to fulfill it. The guy didn't understand how he could be friends with someone with whom he had his next match scheduled. Early in the morning, Leon began to train. He exerted so much effort that another wooden sword shattered into splinters. The guy was unhappy because the training weapon wore out so quickly. Elcid said that regardless of skill level, the sword also plays an important role in battles. Training swords are weaker than real ones, so the guy must take this into account. Leon looked at the stump of the wooden sword and said that the most important thing is that the sword last one battle. In addition, the secret technique is best used only once. Because if the same technique is used against a genius like Lion, he will quickly defeat the guy. But now, in addition to his skill, he can only defeat Leon by reading his movements. Elsid, with a sly smile, invited his ward to look at the lion's sign. Leon enthusiastically agreed. After reviewing the statistics, Leon realized that his opponent's skills were quite high. He asked his mentor, "Can the blonde really use the energy of the sword?" This means that the last stage is using the aura outside your body. It turns out that Lion is stronger than most instructors, because even the most talented warriors mastered this technique at about 30 years of age. Leon looked at the statistics again and realized that the enemy's strength and speed were higher, but Lion's endurance was inferior to the guy's endurance. Leon understood that the enemy was very strong, but he could not afford to lose in this battle. Elsid said approvingly that this was a good start. The mentor gave the guy advice. Based on what they have gone through, their task now is to defeat their enemy. And Leon had every chance to cope with the task. The guy asked Elsid a question. He wanted to know if something suddenly went wrong and he lost to Lion. What would the spirit of the sacred sword do in that case? Elsid tensed at this question. He briefly said that he did not want to answer it. Leon asked why the mentor was so embarrassed by this question, but Elsid replied that this was his own test. The mentor annoyedly told Leon that he warned him at the beginning of training that they had a lot to go through. This fight and its outcome could be the biggest change in a guy's life. Therefore, if the guy wants to find out what will happen next, he will have to defeat Lion. Only then will he hear the words after which he will understand everything. Without another word, Leon went to train. And he did this until sunset. Lion stood near the panoramic window and watched the heavy rainfall outside. The man sitting on the couch said that Leon was so good that he managed to defeat Elmont. It exceeded his expectations. Lion thought that even Sir Gilbert himself admitted this. At least the guy remembered that the last conversation about Leon was very sad. The man clarified whether 3 years had really passed. After all, to acquire the right people, this is not such a long time. He also noted that Leon defeated the second son of the Count with a body in which there is no aura. This means that there is no doubt about its potential. Lion said he received a text from Leon today saying he was ready for their fight. Sir Gilbert was very inspired when he heard this news. This meant that everything would soon fall into place. Lion decided that he couldn't let Leon win. He must show the guy his place. Also, the blonde thought that if he won, he might gain the favor of Chloe, who was always more interested in Leon. The thunderstorm continued, cutting the sky above the Imperial Academy with bright lightning. Leon walked along the corridor of the academy and realized with a smile that everyone seemed to be talking only about him. The disciples whispered that the Sword Saint hero was fighting for his future. Leon entered the sparring room, where he was met by Instructor Helmet. The guy noticed that it was very quiet today. The man said that was Lion's condition. The instructor said that unlike all previous battles, he wanted to fight without prying eyes and focus solely on the battle. Only one observer will be present. Leon immediately became interested in who this observer would be and for what purpose he would be there. After all, the instructor will judge. Elsid said in a playful voice that perhaps it would be Chloe. These words infuriated Leon. He shouted at his mentor, asking why he thought it would be her. Elsid replied that he thought so because Leon believed that there was a special connection between him and the girl. Elsid said that the blonde wants to use this match to prove his greatness to her and the guy. It's as if he is a king and Leon is a servant, and a conflict arose between them over a woman. These words seriously angered the guy, especially after he remembered Lion's demands to make the guy his vassal if he lost. Now, the reason why Chloe became an observer was clear. It was a precisely worked-out plan, the result of which was known in advance. This is a way to assert yourself at the expense of others. Leon grinned sadly, realizing that his opponent did not spare anyone, neither Chloe nor him. The guy realized that Leon really was a man of blue blood. He is used to subjugating people and playing with them as he pleases. It is a pity that such a hierarchy still existed. Leon was incredibly angry at the realization of what his opponent was like inside. He didn't like this at all. Elsid did not understand why his ward was so angry. The guy only said that now he is absolutely confident in his actions. Lion will learn a good lesson today. The guys met in the center of the sparring arena. Instructor Helmet stood next to them. Lion noticed with a prick that Leon was late, to which the guy replied that it was the blonde who came too early. Leon told his opponent that he knew that there would be someone else with them. so he wondered where their observer was. Lion laughed and said that he couldn't be seen from here. He asked the guy a question. If he lost, would he regret his actions? Leon did not want to be frank on the battlefield, so he said that no one knows what will happen in the future. The guy didn't want to delay for long, so he invited the blonde to start the fight right away, but he said to wait a little. Lion took a bottle out of his pocket and took one tablet into his palm. The blonde immediately swallowed it, causing Leon to bewilder. He asked cautiously what he ate. Lion explained that this is a special drug that suppresses the aura. He promised that he would not use it, but it could manifest itself, and if that happens, Leon will definitely lose. Leon didn't like the fact that his opponent was protecting him from his power. The guys took fighting stances and prepared for the start of the battle. It was strange, but Leon felt no hostility from his opponent at all. Still, he needs to be vigilant. Instructor Helmut announced the start of sparring in a loud voice. The guys crossed their swords, thereby starting the battle. Lion began to deliver a series of blows, and they were so strong that sparks flew from the swords. It was noticeable that the guy spent a lot of time training. Leon tensed his whole body, trying to withstand the force of these blows. He realized that if this continued, he would not last even 30 seconds. Lion landed a couple more punches. Leon was able to withstand them, but when he tried to knock the sword away, he realized how strong it was. The guy decided to use Rodrigo's method against Leon. But even with him, the opponent's actions seemed completely unreadable. Leon exhaled and realized that he needed to calm down. The most important thing is to understand what is happening sensibly, because this is not the first day he has been fighting with the blonde. The guys resumed fighting, trying to knock the sword out of the enemy's hands. Mr. Gilbert, who was watching the battle from the side, looked on and could not believe that this was really a battle between academy students. Moreover, they do not use their aura. Instructor Helmut was also surprised at how these young guys fought. Their fencing depth and fighting spirit, even compared to the knights, were at a high level. Leon knew that his opponent was simply a monster in battle, but he promised himself to cope. Sparks from their swords flew in different directions, and Mr. Gilbert could only stand and be surprised. Lion knew that his opponent was a genius, but Lion fought almost on par with him, and he didn't even master the aura. All this time, Leon was attentive, as Elsid taught him, but only now did he manage to read his opponent's movements. Leon swung his sword and spun around himself, making a series of strikes. Lion did not at all expect that these maneuvers would be successful. However, his opponent managed to cut a lock of blonde hair from his head. For some reason, Leon could only see the blonde's first blow. He assumed that Lion had planned from the very beginning to wear him down with physical force. It wasn't a bad strategy, but Leon had his own strategy. By persistently defending himself, he managed to reduce his stamina, gradually reducing the enemy's advantages. This is a tactic that is unforgiving. Each time, the feeling of victory grew more and more inside Leon. He had to break the will of his opponent, otherwise Lion would never yield to him. Leon noticed that his opponent was about to use the pure law skill. Was he really going to do this here? Its essence was that all attention is focused on the muscles and blood flow, increasing strength beyond the body. But he must be careful, because he does not use his aura and risks his life. Leon decided that it was time to apply acceleration to maximum. He did this and managed to avoid the enemy's blow. Lion was confused. He didn't understand how his opponent was able to dodge. Leon managed to jump away in time, but the sword still grazed his hand, and now it was bleeding heavily. The guy was surprised that his competitor had such power without using an aura. Elsid suddenly appearing confirmed that Lion did not use the aura, because he would feel it. The sacred sword spirit explained that the human body can be much faster and stronger than the guy thinks. Elsid said there are different types of training that affect the speed and strength of the body. There are also workouts that affect body strength. He concluded that the guy has a rather narrow horizon of knowledge. Lion S again rushed to attack, but his opponent repelled it and grinningly asked if he really just wanted to break him with his fencing. The guy realized that it seemed that Lion had reached the limit of his strength, but he could not know this for sure, because Elsid was silent. At the moment, he himself could not accurately determine the limit of his opponent's strength, but it's better not to let the spirit interfere. Leon saw that there were only 5 or 6 steps left to the edge of the site. He could have pushed Lion back a little and pushed him out of bounds. Mr. Gilbert noticed that Leon's mood had changed, but he understood that Lion's level was too high for simple basic attacks. Leon decided that victory would be his. You just need to calm down your ardor a little. He knew that in order to maintain his physical strength, he needed to wait until Lion was exhausted. However, he did not know the exact time, so he needed to keep a close eye on the enemy. The guy himself felt funny from his own thoughts. Leon clearly understood that all he had to believe in now was himself and his strength. The guy prepared for the final maneuvers that would turn the tide of the battle. He hoped that luck would be on his side. Lion sensed his opponent's intentions, so he grinned and said that he accepted his challenge. Even looking at how Lion used the pure law technique, Leon had no thought of giving up. He clearly decided that he did not want to be anyone's servant. Mr. Gilbert watched in amazement as his charge used the technique without an aura. The man thought that he must have long since gone beyond his limits. Leon knew that there was a huge difference between him and the blonde. He swung his sword with sweat and persistence to become stronger, and his opponent was born a genius. The guys fought without noticing anything around them. They both put in as much effort as they could. As a result, a loud ringing sound was heard and someone's sword shattered into fragments. Lion looked stunned at what was left of his sword, the hilt and a small shard of steel. He didn't understand how it happened. Elsid flew up to Leon and said with satisfaction that it looked like they had not spent so much time training in vain. Leon realized that the skills he learned in battles with Elmont's gang helped him, an unusual sword technique that attacks the upper body, adding some power to it. So many swords were broken during this time, but the training bore fruit. Leon approached his opponent and said that if he had a real sword in his hands, the results of the battle would have been completely different. He smiled brightly and announced to the blonde that he had defeated him. Mr. Gilbert walked up to the boys, clapping his hands loudly. He enthused that it was an exciting fight. The guy did not have time to answer anything, because Elsid flew up to him and asked what he asked of Lion in case of victory. Leon remembered that the enemy promised to give him everything he wanted if it did not harm his family and honor. But the guy told Elsid that he would not need a reward from Lion. Lion muttered sullenly that he had lost, that he accepted the guy's challenge too confidently, and now he can only accept the result of his mistake. The blonde looked sternly at Leona, said that a promise is a promise. He asked him what he wanted for his victory. Leon smiled and said that he would postpone the decision about the reward until later. The guy said he's not thinking about it right now. Instead, he invited the blonde to fight again after a while. Lion's eyes lit up with delight, and he happily accepted this offer. After the battle, while walking through the corridors of the academy, Lion clutched his wounded hand and grumbled that Lion had gone a little overboard with his sword swing. But then, out of nowhere, Chloe appeared. Her hands glowed brightly, and she used healing light. The girl asked to give the wounded man peace and heal him. A moment later, the wound on Leon's arm quickly healed. The guy said in surprise that the girl was simply incredibly strong, since she had 4th-level healing magic. But the girl did not react to the praise. On the contrary, she became angry and shouted that she did not understand either him or Lion. She confused Leon by asking the question, how can they fight against each other? Chloe was incredibly sad. She could hardly hold back her tears, asking the guy if he was going to leave the academy because he had become so strong. Leon asked why she decided that, to which the girl replied that she was not stupid and at the same time knew the guy quite well. The guy has always been like this. He challenged those who were much stronger. Others said it was impossible, but in the end, he still won. However, the girl noticed that now it took him more time to defeat his opponent. Leon said lightly that he thought it was relatively fast because the difficulty level was so high. The girl nodded in agreement and said that he was great. This conversation greatly amused the children, and they could not contain their laughter. As Leon left, he said that they were already done fighting, so she could go and hit Leon for him. The girl ignored this taunt, but asked if the blonde needed to be healed. Lion, although he doesn't show it, is very worried about his failures, so, according to Leon, a slap from his girlfriend could bring him to his senses. The guy said that he thinks this defeat will not stop him and the blonde will become even stronger. In the meantime, he asks the girl to take care of him. Chloe was seriously alarmed by Leon's words. She asked what he planned to do after leaving the academy. When leaving, the guy said that this would remain his little secret. The girl was really very worried about her friend, so she bowed her head and offered a prayer to the Almighty for him. Elsid cheerfully noted that for the first time he saw a wizard who, not believing in God, prayed for others. Leon said that Chloe is truly an amazing person. Leon told Elsid that the spirit must have been yearning to find a special person. Elsid stared at the guy with confusion. He explained that he had been desperately trying to get stronger for years, but it was all going downhill. The wall of status and talent seemed impossible to overcome. He constantly struggled with a feeling of detachment, but a meeting with the spirit changed everything. This fateful meeting helped him overcome himself and become stronger, which in turn brought him out of the shadows. And now Leon is going to become a hero. After all, in his opinion, no one in this world was as special as a hero. Hearing this, Elsid laughed and called the guy a snob. Leon thought that the spirit was disappointed in him, but he replied that he considered it normal to want to become a hero. The mentor said that if you work hard and don't give up halfway, you can achieve anything you want. Desire is the force that proves humanity. Elsid shocked Leon by telling him that initially, it was not he who should have become the hero, but his rival Lion. The spirit said that the blonde's full name was Lion Callum Gladius von Clyde. This meant that he belonged to the Imperial Clyde family, and the sword should have gone to him. Leon realized that his opponent would make an ideal hero. He could not believe that the glory that Lion should have enjoyed was transferred to him. Leon irritably asked if this match was a test. Elsid calmly said yes, but the guy did a great job with her. The Holy Sword Spirit said that whoever becomes a hero without any prophecy will discover his own path. And this will happen through your own willpower and determination, not status. Leona turned around and saw that Chloe had hit the blonde on the cheek after all. Elsid in turn said that Leon was mistaken, which is why the sword did not choose him. The mentor asked Leon if he felt guilty for taking his chance. The guy turned away from the spirit and said that he didn't know the answer to this question. Leon winked and said that now they are all on equal terms. Why would he feel guilty for a guy who was too arrogant? It was stupid, so he didn't feel guilty. Leon surprised Elsid when he said that rather it was his opponent who should feel guilty for being defeated. Moreover, the spirit of the great hero Rodrigo, the holy sword Elsid, chose him. Therefore, he doesn't have time for any nonsense now. Elsid nodded approvingly. He liked the guy's attitude. The next morning, Leon submitted his resignation from the academy. He decided to leave this place and become an adventurer. His mentor didn't really want to say goodbye to him and gave him a letter of recommendation instead. The fight between him and Elmont's gang became an incentive for the rest of the commoners to not be afraid to show themselves, and for the aristocrats to become stronger without the use of potions. The guy was glad that he gave hope for a better future, but he would not return to this academy again. A new story was beginning. Leon was heading to Blaine, a free city where adventurers gather. Leon's path passed through a dense, dark forest, which frightened with its mystery and inhabitants. Once in that place, all the guy wanted was to get out of the forest and finally arrive in the city. Seeing Blaine's outline seemed incredibly far away. Half a month has passed since Leon left the academy. He really wanted to quickly find himself in a comfortable bed and rest. Elsid rolled his eyes and said that the forest wasn't scary at all. The guy should be grateful that the spirit trained his endurance very well. Leon ironically said that he really wouldn't have survived without Elsid's help, but the guy really was grateful to the spirit. Half a month ago, he and Leon entered this forest to shorten the road to Blaine. At first, it was scary and unusual. Moreover, at times they were attacked by goblins. The guy realized that if it weren't for Elsid and his training at the academy, he wouldn't be alive now. Leon even managed to use the holy sword when they were attacked by a gang of goblins. All these days in the forest, it was as if he was training again and being trained by Elsid. And although the guy, according to the mentor, took a lot of time to cope with the danger, those goblins got a lot of trouble. Leon became so strong that in 10 seconds he destroyed everyone who posed a threat to him. The guy understood that he had definitely become stronger than before he entered this forest. There was only one thought in his head now: to fight new monsters. Elsid was surprised at how motivated his charge was. The mentor said that he should wait a little longer because he was inexperienced. You need to gain experience to fill your glass to the brim, and no matter what the guy pours into it, his strength will grow. Elsid threatened that if the glass was empty, there would be no effect. Leon said that he would take into account the spirit's instructions. Leon was already very close to his destination. The town of Blaine was a small, beautiful place, fortified by 2 rows of fortified walls. The guy passed through the guards near the city gate without any problems, showing his academic card. The streets of the city were crowded and beautifully decorated with colorful flags. An atmosphere of comfort and anticipation of adventure reigned. Blaine clearly didn't like Elcida. He said the city sucks. According to him, 300 years ago, there were dozens of people like him. The spirit said that this city is small and not small. And Blaine himself was dirty. One could see the rabble everywhere. Leon said that this is not the main thing now. First, they need to get to the guild. He believed it was best to register now rather than later. Elcide asked if the guy really wanted to join there. After all, he said that he wanted to become an adventurer. And compared to them, the guild has a very narrow range of actions. The guy said that first of all, he needed training, so he would go to the guild and take on tasks to destroy monsters. Elcide did not really support this decision, but decided that he would be patient, because there was still a lot of time before his seal was released. In the forest besides battles, Lion learned a lot from Elcide. Since the sword fell a year earlier than planned, most of its power was sealed. Originally, the main purpose of the sword was to prepare the owner's body for immortality, giving him enormous strength in return. The sword can make an invincible hero out of a guy. The aura would enhance his skills and body. Leon understood that now he needed to learn how to use a sword freely. This requires aura, so he must work on improving his skills. While the guy was thinking, he did not notice how he reached a beautiful building to which his path lay. He changed his mind about joining the guild and decided to register as an adventurer. Leon signed the necessary documents and was accepted. The girl who accepted the documents said that they confirmed his studies at the academy and accepted a letter of recommendation from Sir Helmut. As an adventurer, he will be able to start at D rank. Leon was surprised that he was given this rank, but the girl calmed him down, saying that if he followed the rules, he would quickly reach rank C. The girl said, in order to increase his rank, he must prove his skills in using aura. After all, its use is the minimum condition for promotion. Also, Leon learned that in addition to simple use, aura control must be at such a level that a sword covered in aura can cut stones and break steel. Leon was shocked. He understood that even with high skills, he would only end up at an average rank. He had no idea what powers he needed to have to reach the highest rank. When Leon left the girl, Elcide said in surprise that this was a very interesting organization. The mentor noticed how many different times he had been in the building. The guy looked and was also surprised. After all, there were werewolf elves and other strange creatures nearby. Elcide was surprised that those who were at enmity with each other 300 years ago decided to unite. The spirit said that the person who created the organization is quite good. They were distracted from these thoughts by a girl who said that the registration process was completed. If a guy wants to officially start working, he must accept one request for free. Leon was confused by this proposal. But the girl said that to be an adventurer means to have a guild certificate. And at the beginning, the guy must prove that he is capable of being an adventurer. Elcide muttered to an irritated Leon that not everything comes easy. A free request led Leon to a not-so-pleasant place, into a city sewer with stinking sewage. There he had to fight a horde of evil creatures. Trying his best not to get killed, Leon realized that today was his first time seriously fighting with a sword. Elcide noticed that before his fencing was always one-on-one. Now the guy's field of vision should be turned to several enemies. The mentor said that there is no better practice than fighting wild-flying monsters. Leon noted with a nervous smile that this is exactly what he was doing. Elcide intelligently commented that the mission that Leon chose was to clean the sewers, so now he is forced to do this. While fighting overgrown rats, Leon noticed that one of them had a horn. He asked Elcide what it was. The spirit replied that it looked like the rat man had evolved. He explained that monsters also undergo evolution. There are also those who acquire abilities when they absorb a lot of resources. Elcide said that these horns prove that rats who have them have special abilities. The larger the horn, the stronger the rat man became. These were very dangerous creatures. Leon asked the mentor to tell him what ability the rat man who stood in front of them had. Instead of answering, the mentor said that it would be nice to fight him one-on-one. The guy realized that he would not wait for an answer, so he prepared his divine weapon to fight a new dangerous enemy. Leon raised his hand with excitement and demanded that the rat man give him his horn. When the guy dealt with all the overgrown sewer rats, he came to the adventurer's building and threw a bag with cut-off tails on the table in front of the girl. The girl exclaimed that this was simply incredible, because the guy brought 23 kilograms of tails in his bag. Grinning, Leon said that we were talking about 230 rats that he was able to defeat. Also, The guy threw rat men horns on the table. He said he saw 200 of them, but only 4 were caught. He asked if he could sell them. The red-haired Miss L was confused but answered in the affirmative. She placed his payment in front of the guy, 13 silver and 50 copper coins. It turned out more than Leon expected. Miss L explained this by saying that the horns of rat people are quite expensive and there is a great demand for them. The girl said that Leon is the first who was able to complete his mission so well. She was very surprised. Miss L added that she would be even more surprised if the guy managed to bring a living rat man here. She dreamily said that she hoped that Leon could subjugate all 3 evolutionary species. The girl suggested that he also has good control over his aura. The guy looked away and silently scratched the top of his head. He didn't say he hadn't mastered it yet. Miss L congratulated Leon on being registered as an official D-level adventurer from that day forward. She reached for a small box. Opening it, she showed the plate and said that the seal on it symbolized the free city of Blaine. The guy asked if he could use it the way he wanted. Miss L answered in the affirmative. However, she added that if he is below rank B, then his mission parameters will be changed to second priority. The girl explained that this is a measure to prevent people who are only looking for profitable missions. Leon looked at the plate in his hands and realized that he was no longer an academy student. And this thing proved that he was an adventurer. In parting, Miss L added that if the guy had a special request that he would like to go through, he should let her know. Even if the payment is small, she will try to help. When Leon had already left the building, Elsid told him that it seemed that the lady at the counter mistook him for the strongest hero. The guy confusedly asked why she would think so. The spirit explained that the guy had neither money nor fame. He voluntarily took on a difficult mission. Since ancient times, heroes have not revealed their identity until people themselves consider the person to be a hero. Elsid said that they will soon find out if the guy can become a hero. Leon replied that he did not need any extra attention. The spirit said that no one knows what will happen next. Perhaps, decades later, the guy will become a legend in this guild, and they will talk about him like a hero from a book. If you think about it, Leon liked the future of everyone's favorite. The main thing is that it benefits people. The guy told Elsid that in any case, he would stay in Blaine for a while, because this was a good chance to improve his abilities. Leon decided that he would leave the adventurers as soon as he reached rank B. He wondered how long it would take. Elsid said with confidence that 100 days would be enough for the guy. The mentor said that he would train him for 6 months with intensive training, because the faster he becomes stronger, the better. The spirit said that his student catching rats in the sewers was a big blow to his pride. The guy did not agree, because he considered this a normal part-time job. Elsid said that Leon should become so strong that, if necessary, he could defeat even a dragon. Leon was infuriated by his mentor's excessive demands. He asked if he had missed too many ranks. Elsid said that now the guy has fully learned the skills given to him, but he needs to become stronger in battles. After all, by defeating monsters, he will be able to absorb and accumulate their powers. The guy remembered that the spirit had previously told him about the connection between the aura and monsters. But before that, he thought that the fastest way to develop an aura was to take potions. Elsid added that in fact, anyone can absorb the monster's power and turn it into their own aura. But the nobles and royals hid it for their own benefit. New knowledge motivated Leon to become even stronger, but even if he absorbed 1,000 rats, it would not be enough. You need to hunt stronger monsters. The mentor said that when the guy gets used to it, he will be able to hunt even dragons. After all, the holy sword is not some kind of scavenger who constantly cleans the sewers of rats. When Leon came out of the sewer, he asked Elsid to use his purification ability. It seems the spirit didn't really like using its powers for such things. The guy asked why it was so important for the spirit to start hunting dragons. Elsid replied, because their next goal is the mountains of the Titans. Leon was shocked by this statement. After all, even dragons cannot get into this place. This was the land where the Titan rules. The guy asked why the spirit would go to a place that it could not conquer. Elsid replied briefly that this would benefit him. True, the body of Emperor Rodrigo was there, which the spirit forgot to mention. Instead, he suggested setting a goal to get there within 6 months. Leon thought seriously, because this was a rather dangerous place. But Elsid said that he could definitely handle it. After thinking a little, Leon said that he trusted Elsid, to which he replied that in this case, the hellish training begins right now. Entering the adventurer's building, Leon faced ridicule. They called him a cat and asked if he was going to kill rats today. Others whispered, asking each other if such a young guy really was a cat. They said he killed hundreds of rats every day. Leon became quite popular due to the fact that he hunted ratmen too often. Now he had the nickname Cat. When did he bring the bag of tails? Miss L asked if there was not enough prey today. Leon replied that now ratmen almost never come into his sight, and in general their number has decreased. It looks like they were afraid of him. The girl said that rat people are not that smart, because intelligence is not their strong point. The guy didn't comment on this, but asked to look at other tasks. Thoughts excitedly laid out 4 sheets of paper in front of Leon and said that there were 4 special orders. Leon carefully read each case and noticed one very old order. Elcide said that the guy made a rather interesting choice because they don't pay that much. But Leon firmly decided that he wanted to choose this particular business. The essence of the task was to destroy the stone slime. She lived near the underground passage of the wall. This creature gnawed stones, and if it was not destroyed, the strength of the fortress would weaken. The guy looked at the customers column and saw that they were Blaine's knights. Now it became clear to him why they were paid so little. When the guy approached the wall of the fortress, the knight asked in surprise if he had responded to their request. The guy asked where the rock slime was. N said that he had received an official request from the guild, but the guard was in no hurry to respond. A man standing behind asked if Leon was really the cat, the same adventurer who cleared the sewers of rats. The guy nodded affirmatively. The knight smiled widely and said that there should be more such adventurers in this city. The man complained that now the adventurers were so weak that they were of no use. Calling such assistance for help was simply ridiculous. The knight said that depending on his progress, he might even increase the reward. Leon realized that it would not be easy. Leon entered the underground passages of the fortress and did not notice anything special. So far, it was just dirty, but the floor is very slippery, so it will be difficult to move and keep your body balanced. Elcide cheerfully said that this was the perfect workout for the legs. Suddenly, with his peripheral vision, Leon noticed some movement. These were 3 glowing green spheres that smoothly moved along the corridor. The guy thought it was too simple, but the mentor said that if it were ordinary slime, then the knights would not hire adventurers, and so it was. A moment later, the slime appeared and attacked Leona, throwing a stone at him. The guy managed to dodge, but the force of the blow was amazing. One green sphere flew straight at the guy, so Leon swung his sword and struck. However, the slime parried the blow, so that the sword simply bounced off the green body. Now Leon understood why these creatures were called stone slime. Elcide, as always, began to be clever, saying that his enemy's weak point was the core. If you break this core, the slime will be destroyed, regardless of what abilities it has. But the rock slimes were different. They stored countless stones inside themselves. This creates an impenetrable armor around the core. This was a very thoughtful method of protection. Therefore, a difficult task lay on the shoulders of the newly minted adventurer. Elcide explained that a blunt weapon would not penetrate the slime. It can only be pierced with the sharpest sword or arrow. The weapon must be sharp enough to cut stones. The mentor assured that these monsters are difficult to defeat with weapons alone. After these words, green spheres began to spew out stones aiming at Leon, waved his sword tirelessly, trying to repel the attack. Elcide said that the monsters understand that the guy will not be able to repel all attacks, so they aim at vital organs. The mentor asked to do an analysis of the monsters. Leon listed that the distance at which the slime starts shooting is 5 meters. There is a slight delay between shots. The guy realized that if he could get closer, he could land a couple of attacks. The main problem was that he might not be able to break through the defense. It was necessary to somehow cut the core while avoiding attacks. Elcide suggested that by observing the movements and flying stones, it would be necessary to have time to pierce the body of the slime with a holy sword. But the main difficulty was that you would have to evade the attacks of these creatures as quickly and efficiently as possible. Leon had already imagined how his opponents would spectacularly fly into pieces. The guy asked Elcide if he thought he could pierce the cannonball. The mentor replied that this can only be done when the mucus creates a shooting hole. For a moment, the flow of stones inside the monster stops. The mentor said that at this moment the enemy becomes vulnerable. With the guy's skills, this would be the perfect time to attack. Leon asked with displeasure why the spirit took so long to explain. The guy took a fighting position and decided that he had to cope with this mission. He rushed to attack the first slimy monster and hit the target, destroying the core from the middle. There was no room for mistakes. Every second counted, because the monsters read the guy's movements by the vibration of the floor. Leon realized that he needed to use the step technique to reach his enemies almost unnoticed. Leon began to carefully move closer to the slime. But he didn't manage to go even halfway when a torrent of stones fell on him. The guy clenched his teeth with all his might and tried to withstand this unexpected attack. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw that the nearest monster was preparing to attack, which meant that he had discovered his weak point. Taking advantage of this perfect moment to attack, Leon rushed forward and aimed his sword at the right place. The guy hit the target. He pierced the cannonball and his opponent was scattered into several stinking green heaps. While Leon tried to wipe the mucus off his face, Elsid said that he could not even think that the guy would do this. Seeing the confusion on the guy's face, the spirit explained that he meant a trick performed with the legs, which reached level 2. The guy was able to keep his balance level. Reducing the sound of movement is just the basics. Elsid said that you need to learn to adapt to any surface, be it ice or burning platinum. According to the spirit, the essence of footwork is to allow the guy to calmly use the environment as his own territory. Leon listened with interest to the fact that such power is useful in that an unfavorable environment can be changed for one's own benefit. Elsid noticed that Leon was the first to be lucky, but he spread his legs wide, apparently deciding to lower his center of gravity. Thus, he left a standing position from which he could easily dodge and attack from different directions. The mentor clarified that if the environment changes, then Leon's posture should also become different. Leon was surprised to hear that the poses he originally used were more suitable for flat, open areas. Elsid made it clear that in this situation, he is in a place with damp ground and a low ceiling, which means that he needs to adjust his posture. The guy corrected his body position and noticed that he really felt much more comfortable. Elsid nodded approvingly, saying that feeling with your body is the best training. The mentor said that for the best training, the guy should stop dodging. He needs to learn to take a hit while minimizing damage. Elsid advised him to try to take the blow as if he wanted to block it, but could not. Leon did not understand how using such tactics could achieve success. Elsid continued to describe tactics, which meant not trying to attack, but holding out for a certain time. Also, it was impossible to chop if there were less than 3 enemies. Leon shouted in annoyance that the demonic sword wanted him dead. Elsid shouted that this was all so that the guy would gain experience and get used to fighting. While Leon was yelling at Elsid, asking why everything was so complicated, more green monsters were approaching them. On the surface, the knights were waiting for Leon to come out. 3 weeks have passed since the start of his mission. Today, he had been in the dungeon for more than 10 hours. At first, the knights did not believe in the success of the young adventurer and thought that this was another failure. However, he began to come out with a full bag of mucus every time. The men were shocked because stone slimes are not so easy to defeat. When the men heard approaching steps, they began to wait with curiosity for the guy to appear. Today, Leon carried 2 full bags of mucus in his hands. Leon said that today was his last day of work. The men stared at him, not believing that there were no more monsters. Smiling, Leon said that the slimes wouldn't bother them anymore. He added that they grow very slowly, so it will be clear for some time. The guy threw a bag of slimes in front of the knights, saying that this was the last batch. As he left, he asked them to contact the Adventurers Guild to confirm the completion of the task. When Leon left the knights, Elsid said that all the power that he gained while clearing the slugs should be used to activate the aura. Sitting in his bed, Leon twitched with impatience, because this came earlier than he had planned. At first, the guy thought that destroying the stone slimes would take him longer, because they are magical monsters. But thanks to Elsid's training, he managed it in a short time. The mentor appreciated this by saying that their schedule had shifted by almost a month. It was impressive. Elsid said that the guy had accumulated enough strength, and now it was time to start using the aura. Leon firmly said that he was ready to start training. The guy remembered that the descendants of noble families, such as Lion, received the power of aura from birth. They fed their body with potions, building a foundation for her. The development of an aura was a more difficult phenomenon for ordinary people. So much for the class difference. Elsid decided to clarify one important point. During the cleansing and opening of the aura channels, not everyone survives. This news greatly alarmed Leon. He didn't want to die without mastering the aura. The mentor calmed the guy down, saying that the magic he had absorbed, as well as the holy sword, would not allow this to happen. The spirit said that they would protect his vital organs and blood vessels. They will be healing them at the same time, so everything should go well. However, it will hurt. The Holy Sword spirit threatened that if the guy fell unconscious, the purification would not work. The awakening of the aura depends only on him. Elcide began to glow, starting an irreversible process. Leon looked in surprise at the many swords made of light. One of them stuck straight into the guy's back. The sensation took his breath away. A cry of pain escaped Leon. Blood sprayed from his mouth in different directions. Holy Sword launched into Leon discharges of lightning, which made the guy's body arch in pain. The guy was in a semi-conscious state and could no longer get out of it. All he could do now was clench his teeth until he crunched and try with all his might not to lose consciousness. Observing the guy's limp body, Elcide said that he must withstand 10 swords. The mentor was confident that the guy would be able to withstand these torments, and then his aura will awaken. After some time, Leon finally opened his eyes. He felt this current inside him, circulating throughout his body. A powerful force was moving within him. He had the feeling that he had become stronger than everyone else. It seemed like he could move mountains. Elcide gloomily watched the inspired guy. He said that this is just an illusion and that now he does not yet fully control his power. Emperor Rodrigo watched all this and thought the guy was very funny. Considering that he was able to awaken his aura so early, the sword spirit believed that he had made the right choice regarding the guy. However, the emperor had a dissatisfied face. Rodrigo clearly did not entirely agree with the spirit. For him, the strength of the hero came first, not his aspirations and desires. However, the spirit reminded him that everything the emperor did not lead to the final result. He didn't even use force to reveal the holy sword. The spirit of the sword reminded him that he was the holy hero Rodrigo, and Leon was his successor. Therefore, it is time for him to stop interfering and calmly observe them. Elcide said that he expected Leon to withstand only 5 swords. All they have managed to do so far is open the aura channels. Now you have to go through hellish training to use it correctly. Right now, Leon was just at the beginning of a long journey. Leon nodded, confirming that he knew all this. And yet, he had the feeling that his physical abilities had not changed. He just feels a flow in and around his body, as if the nervous system has gone beyond him. Elcide said that now the guy feels his aura. If he can concentrate, he can control her. Leon's eyes lit up. He knew this was a skill he wanted to master. Elcide stopped the guy, believing that he needed to repeat the basics of using aura. He recalled that the aura has an individual attribute. The spirit explained that most often it is one of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, iron, water. But the guy was lucky with his aura, since his aura is different. Leon became alarmed and asked the mentor to explain what his words meant. Elcide said that his aura has the attribute of the sun. She is light and fire. Leon was quite surprised when he heard that this highest attribute represented justice. The guy was very happy about this news because justice is his main value, which he strives to protect. Also, the legendary great hero had this attribute. Sighing, Elcide said that before starting the main part of the training, they needed to take stock. The mentor showed statistics that were very different from last time. The guy's stamina increased and many skills improved, and an aura also appeared. Leon was shocked that he had not yet started training, and his aura was already at the 3rd level. Elcide explained this by saying that the guy used acceleration before awakening the aura. He could also use aura senses, and this is included within the first 2 levels. The mentor said that due to these factors, when he awakened the aura, the martial body reached the 2nd level. This means that you can begin to learn how to use a sword. Leon couldn't contain his joy. Finally, he will be able to learn the fencing technique of Rodrigo himself. With a happy sparkle in his eyes, Leon asked if they would start today. Elcide replied that Leon had not yet fully recovered. Before starting training, the spirit considered it important to say that their enemies had appeared in the city. He said he didn't know exactly where they were, but he could clearly feel their aura. The mentor mentioned that since Leon is a future hero, he must be able to deal with his ill-wishers. Elcide said that from time to time, heroes defended the world from monsters and bandits. Leon asked who exactly visited the city. The spirit replied that it was not important now. If the guy wants, he can call them the minions of the devil. But in order to fight them, the spirit of the holy sword recommended gaining strength. Leon objected, offering to take a chance. He was determined to become a hero. Elcide said that it seems that the enemies have been hiding for a while. because now he did not feel them, but he assumed that in about 2 months, they would begin to move. So for now, they will continue training, and then they will repel their enemies. The mentor said that from now on, Leon will know his true goal. To do this, he will go through a sea of blood and hatred. At dawn, Leon went to the Adventurers Guild building. There Miss L told him that she had received a message from the guards on the wall and that the task had been completed. But the guy made her nervous, because he didn't show up for 4 days. The girl narrowed her eyes at him and said that she felt changes in him. Leon briefly replied that he had achieved a lot by killing monsters. Miss L was delighted with his words. She happily said that now there was definitely a reason to celebrate the guy's promotion. The guy stared at the girl in disbelief. He asked what she meant. Miss L extended her palm with the new plate to him and congratulated Leon on receiving the rank. Leon was surprised that he received a new rank so quickly and without any checks. It was unusual. Miss L said that he received positive feedback after hunting ratmen and rock slugs, so the letters of thanks helped him reach a new rank. Leon was pleased with the fact that he received a promotion after just 2 assignments. Elcide was also pleased. After all, the new rank meant that Leon would be able to take on more complex orders, and this would make the search for evil easier. Miss L confirmed that from this day on, Leon can take tasks of rank C. While the guy was choosing tasks, Miss L thought that the guy was completely different from other adventurers. Looking at the red-haired girl, the spirit thought that she had powerful divine power and a bright aura. Leon asked the mentor to comment on the assignments. He said that there were a couple that would be suitable for training, but nothing unusual. The guy asked Elcide if they should focus on training then. This aroused the girl's interest, because she did not see Leon's interlocutor and thought that he was talking to himself. She offered to help the guy with his choice, because she noticed that he was interested in tasks with a large number of monsters. The guy began to deny. After thinking, Leon asked if they had any tasks related to the slums. He heard that not everyone undertakes this. This question plunged the girl into real shock. She asked if the guy was sane. Slums are said to be places where poor people live, but Blaine's slums were different. In this city, the slums were the territory of thieves, fugitives, smugglers, murderers, and illegal criminals. Leon was sure that in this place he could find what he was looking for. The girl replied that at the moment, there is not a single task related to the slums. She said that mostly mercenaries, not adventurers, have been working there for a long time. Adventurers never came into conflict with people, and almost all they did in the slums was fights. Leon could not become a mercenary due to some restrictions, and wandering around the slums without a specific goal was a dangerous occupation. By Miss L. She placed the assignment on the table in front of him, inviting him to look at it. Leon read that the order's task was to destroy living armor in an abandoned house. Miss L explained that they have had this task for a very long time. Decorative armor lying around in an abandoned house turned into a monster, a living armor. The girl said that although the reward is small, only a couple of people in this city can destroy this monster. The guy thought that he had a holy sword, and this would not be a big problem for him. The decisive factor was that the girl clarified that the mansion was located next to the slums. This information should help him move around that territory. Leon made his final decision. Thanks to this task, he will be able to go into the slums. And even if the power of the slums is strong, they will not conflict with the Adventurers Guild. Leon decided that if someone from those places attacked a weak adventurer, then adventurers of a higher rank would definitely come. The guy thanked Miss L for the task he found and said that he owed her. The girl smiled back and said that it was her job. She was pleased to help the guy. A couple of minutes later, she brought him a bag of money. This was payment for clearing the fortress of stone slimes. The amount was not small, since the platoon commander decided to slightly increase the fee for a job well done. Finally, Leon turned to the red-haired girl with a question. She raised her head with interest. The guy asked her to tell her where Blaine's church was. This question took the girl by surprise. She widened her eyes in fear. She asked the guy what exactly he meant. Leon waved him off, saying that he needed to look at something. Miss L was clearly taken aback by the question the guy asked. Leon squinted at the girl. If Elcide is right and she truly believes he is a new hero, then he would need the help of the Holy Order. There are exceptions when a regular church can be used, and no one has the right to desecrate this monastery. Regardless of a person's origin, the rules will be the same for everyone. The Knights of the Iron Chain live by the same rules. Miss L replied that the church is located in the Prima area in the northeast, building number 13. Leon thanked him and left. The girl was still in shock. She understood that if the hero is looking for a denomination, then this means where? Then a powerful enemy has appeared. She literally fell off her feet from nerves. She lamented that she was stupid because being a guild worker, it didn't immediately dawn on her. Walking around the city, the guy listened to Elside's thoughts that this is the most effective way not to reveal his identity. Rank D, hero. Now a C-rank adventurer. This would raise suspicions. From this monologue, Leon realized that he now needed to hide his identity. If the guild finds out something about him, then trouble will follow. Therefore, the guy decided that the mentor was right, and for the sake of appearance, he needed to go to church. Only in extreme cases could he use some of his abilities. In addition, Elside's seal has not yet fully opened, so in order to claim the title of owner of the Holy Sword, Leon needs to hone his skills and abilities. The guy asked his mentor, "Is living armor a monster in armor that can move?" The mentor replied that this was not entirely true. He explained that living armor is a rare natural phenomenon. It contained the power of magic or witchcraft, or they were told that they could move. They don't know how to think for themselves. This is an ordinary piece of hardware that carries out someone's orders. Leon suggested that in this case, the creator could simply remove his spell. Elside replied that there would be no point in that. After all, removing a spell is the same as destroying your creation. It was simply unprofitable. Leon sighed, saying that wizards were useless. But now he didn't care who was behind it. He looked at the assignment sheet Miss L had given him and read that the armor was silver-plated. Elside said that if the task had been so simple, it would have been neutralized long ago. The problem would have been solved earlier if the armor had been simple. The guy realized with alarm that this meant that the armor's regeneration ability was high. The guy imagined that if he broke it from the helmet to the gaiters, it would be restored in 10 minutes. Then he continued the battle unharmed. Leon concluded that simple weapons could not defeat this enemy. Elside nodded in agreement, asking the guy if he really thought that the armor was made of ordinary metal. The guy said irritably that they wouldn't know until they reached their goal, so they had to move out now. When it was already dark, Leon and Elside came to the slums. It was a busier place than the guy thought. A very diverse contingent gathered here. Leon said that when he entered this street, he felt an unpleasant sensation. He asked the spirit if there were enemies here who were pursuing him. Elside replied that if his ill-wishers were nearby, he would immediately say so, although he had ideas why the guy felt this. Elside said it was because of Austin's. The solar aura is more sensitive to the dark aura, and since Leon looks too young, everyone looks at him and examines him. The evil aura of these people envelops the guy, and because of this, he feels strange. Leon shivered and said that now he felt even worse. He explained that he felt like small needles were tingling all over his body. The mentor advised the guy to be careful. Elside explained that all these evil auras would not harm the guy, but some of them could be dangerous. In these places, people are wary of strangers. For now, Leon just needs to focus on the task and pay attention. Leon stopped in front of a dark, gloomy building above which black crows were circling. This was their destination. Not a sound could be heard through the broken windows. And that's where the living armor lived. The armor stood covered in dust. They felt that someone was approaching, so they expected the appearance of an uninvited guest. He entered the building, but saw nothing but desolation. Everything was gloomy and covered with dust mixed with cobwebs. It was dark around, so the holy sword came in very handy when it glowed with bright light. Leon enthusiastically thanked Elside and said that this was a very convenient thing. The spirit did not appreciate the guy's joy and advised him to take a flashlight next time, because people should not see his sword. Leon promised that next time he would pack his things more carefully and would definitely take a flashlight. Suddenly, the first living suits of armor emerged from the darkness and viciously pointed their weapons at Leon. The eyes of this monster sparkled brightly, indicating who would become his new victim. Leon looked at his opponent and noticed that he had a halberd in his hands. This is the first time he has encountered an enemy who uses such a weapon. Having swung, Leon's opponent can deliver cutting blows, pierce through, or simply chop from the shoulder. But a much more important factor was that they were separated by a distance of 2 meters. To cover this distance, Leon needs to take several steps, and his enemy fills it with only the length of his weapon. The monster lunged, swung its weapon, and attacked the guy. With the help of the holy sword, Leon managed to repel the attack. The guy realized that such advantages can only work if the monster has an owner. Leon struck and crushed the enemy's weapon. He realized that with hollow armor weighing 20, 30 kilograms, no matter how powerful the halberd was, the enemy would not be able to crush the guy. The guy was pleased that he made this pile of armor pay for closing the distance with her own legs. Leon struck again and cut off the handle of the halberd. Next, the guy delivered a series of blows to different places. After that, the armor began to crumble like a child's toy. El Cid was also impressed with the work done. He asked if the guy was using acceleration. After all, if you don't take into account the chaotic movement of the sword, it was pretty good. Leon said that, be that as it may, he dealt with the enemy in just a couple of seconds. And this was all thanks to the fact that he mastered the aura, and now he manages to wield the sword more freely. Looking at the pile of lying armor, the guy remembered that the report said that even if the armor was broken into pieces, it would be reborn. Leon remembered hearing that such individuals had a high ability to recover. But so far, he has not observed the regeneration of this monster. El Cid suggested that perhaps the information was erroneous. The guy shouted that this couldn't happen because a false report is considered a second-degree crime by the guild. If there are deaths due to false information, the guild will be the first to assign a reward for the capture of the person who gave the incorrect information. Well, something didn't give Leon peace. He wondered, is there anyone who would take such a risk just to avoid disciplinary action? The guy analyzed the situation and realized that it seemed strange to him from the very beginning. Even though living armor is an unpleasant enemy, if the team acts correctly, it will destroy it. El Cid was turning all this over in his head and nothing came to mind. He thought that perhaps there were some special differences between the individuals. Leon suggested catching a few more pieces to check. El Cid noticed that there was no need to go far, because it seemed that the enemies were advancing on their own. Peering into the darkness, the guy actually saw several pairs of glowing eyes. The monsters were purposefully approaching. In such darkness, it was difficult to recognize anything. So Leon asked El Cid to add some light. He was indignant, saying that the holy sword is not a torch. The sword shone even brighter, but not with a dazzling light, but with a noble light that did not hurt the eyes. From this radiance, the living armor began to scream and close their eyes, trying to avoid the light. Leon looked in bewilderment as his enemies squirmed at the sight of his holy sword. He wondered what was wrong with them, but a moment later, having gathered its strength, the living armor again attempted to attack the guy. This time the monsters attacked Leon with the whole crowd, forcing Leon to parry blows one after another. And although he could guess the direction of their attacks, the attacks themselves were executed perfectly. But the guy successfully chopped off one armor after another. This was not real military power, because their strikes were carried out as if from a textbook. Leon made blow after blow, reducing the number of these monsters. Suddenly, El Cid distracted him and said that the creatures coming at him were not living armor. Several living armors were approaching, but they were unusual. A strange otherworldly glow emanated from them. The mentor said to use the technique of contemplating the essence to understand who is in front of him. Now he can see it through the eyes of these monsters, and everything will become clear to him. Like El Cid said, it was not just armor. Inside it were terrifying skeletons that seemed to be burning from within with a red flame. The guy didn't understand what kind of smoke was coming from them. El Cid explained that this smoke is a kind of death breath that sucks out life energy if it touches the body. The mentor said that the solar aura could withstand, but one should not expect anything good from contact with these monsters. Leon asked if that was why these creatures had such a reaction to his sword. El Cid said that he was only half right. After all, if they were to encounter an ordinary death breath inside the armor, then the light of the holy sword would clear it away without leaving a trace. But only demonic creatures can experience such aversion to the holy sword. The sword spirit announced that in front of them was something called phantom armor. Their number makes the guy's situation difficult. The armor is inhabited by spirits who have lost peace, and their emptiness turned into anger towards the living. Leon realized that this armor would be difficult to destroy. After all, she is invulnerable until the malice of the evil spirit that was inside dries up. Even if his shell is destroyed by force, he will be reborn again and again. The only way to pacify phantom armor completely is to break the connection between the spirits and the armor with the power of the aura. Fortunately, Leon possessed the main sacred weapon, the holy sword. But the amount of phantom armor put the guy in a difficult position. So if it really is armor infused with evil spirits, it would be more advantageous to retreat and continue the battle during the day. El Cid was confused by the number of these creatures. In his opinion, they could not have appeared in such a crowd by accident. Since they were dealing with phantom armor, defective things could appear even if they used the correct magic formula. The mentor said that the fact that due to numerous failures, so many creatures were formed that successfully completed their reincarnation means that hundreds of evil spirits flocked to the mansion. Leon asked in horror whether so many people had really lost their lives in the city. Elcide said that the level of activity of evil spirits is low. They cannot travel long distances or live at all. Accordingly, they cannot move from district to district. They can only live in slums, in an area separated from law and government. In it, you can get whatever you want with the help of money and violence. Leon didn't want to leave it like that, but he understood that he could not cope with his current experience. Even a holy sword that can make the entire church move is useless if the guy does not find out the purpose of the secret organization. Leon decided that he needed to think about it in the morning after returning. After all, battles with strong enemies will help him become stronger. Leon cut through the armor of the first monster in his path with his sword, causing it to fly into pieces. Further, with precise blows, he inflicted numerous damage to all other armor. When the dawn sun was already visible through the window, the guy looked at the results of his work. Remnants of armor lay scattered throughout the corridor. Elcide said that they had more or less dealt with some of the opponents. Leon said tensely that fighting while surrounded was not that easy. The spirit assumed it was because of the guy's blind spots. Leon nodded affirmatively. The guy explained that his level of review is quite high, but people have a limit. It doesn't matter how he turns his eyes, he still won't see anything behind his back. Fighting standing against the wall is not an option, because he will not be given such a convenient opportunity. Elcide said that third-class people are controlled by conditions, while second-rate ones adapt to the conditions, and only the first-class ones turn conditions into their strength and turn them to their advantage. Leon replied that this was something he had to learn if he wanted to fight in the slums. After all, the level of danger there is very high. It's just that there might be a trap in the middle of the path, and the people who set them will aim specifically at the guy's blind spots. Leon understood that if he continued to rely only on his vision, he could fall into a trap from which it would be difficult to escape. It was already morning, but the slums were still gloomy. The child's cry broke the ominous silence. Suddenly, the baby stopped crying, staring at whoever was in front of him. Realizing that he could get himself into trouble, the little boy covered his mouth with his hands so as not to utter a sound. In front of the child stood a huge, dark-haired man who scared away people around with his gloomy gaze. It was Khan and his henchmen. He was the head of the Bastards, the strongest gang in Blaine. His men reported that they had examined areas 23 and 25, as he had asked them to do. But they did not see at least one of the slaves return once they got there. One of the gang members said that the people around the estate were dangerous, so they did not approach each other. He asked the head if it was worth getting closer. Khan relaxed in his chair like a king and said that they should continue to watch from this distance, because otherwise they might attract attention. He called the next members of the gang, who knelt down and reported that they had analyzed the water flowing from the 23rd and 25th districts. They said that in addition to waste water, they were able to detect blood, organs, and the like. There were so many human remains that they believed that about 30 people died in one day. Khan asked about what the magician said. The henchman replied that he had said some nonsense. Even a black magic ritual would be less wasteful. The leader told them to collect all this information and put it into one report. He also said to attach all the evidence there that would be enough to force the guild or church to act. The henchman was indignant, saying that although they did not know what they were doing there, the commissions received from the slave traders would fall if they did this now. Blood sprayed in all directions, splattering the man standing next to the speaking gang member. The guy who dared to contradict Khan was already dead. Khan laughed evilly and said that if you don't know when to stop, you die. All members of the gang of bastards began to admire what a magnificent technique their leader had. After all, he simply shook his hand, and the man was already dead. Khan said those bastards were not like the rest. You shouldn't even try to use them, because it can only do harm. Whether they are cult fanatics or spies from the other side, there is no reason to mess with them. Those who want to contact them will end if the church starts taking direct action. They will drive into the very corner of the continent anyone who shares even a coin with them. And the church detachment of executioners, the sacred knights of the Iron Chain itself, will be engaged in their destruction. Therefore, the leader said that they would retreat. He asked if there was any other news. One of the gang members said that he heard that an adventurer had come to the abandoned estate at the entrance to the area on order. Hearing this, Khan narrowed his eyes angrily. The gang member said it had been more than a week. The leader was told that the guy earned a name for himself by destroying various monsters. First, he was Cat. Now he is Cleaner. Perhaps he was called that because he takes orders abandoned by others. Khan listened carefully and decided that this guy was quite an interesting character. The gang leader wondered what kind of adventurer he was, carrying out cheap orders. Maybe he can use this guy. It was a dark night, but in one of the windows of the house, the light shone brighter than in all the others. This glow came from Leon, who was practicing with the sword and training his aura. From a sudden overexertion, the guy fell to his knees and dropped the sword from his hands. Elsie asked if the guy felt the aura moving through his body. Leon said, yes, he felt something strange. The spirit said that a sincere, ordinary person is much better than a sloppy genius. He was encouraged by Leon's progress with his training. The guy began to be indignant that he had the feeling that he was dying and being resurrected with each test he passed. And because of this, he didn't feel like he was growing at all. Elsid suggested that Leon take a look at his statistics. A glowing screen appeared in front of him. The guy was indignant, asking why his aura was so weak. The spirit said with irony in his voice that the guy was growing up quite quickly. In a short time, he learns what other people spend hundreds of hours on. Leon confusedly asked if the 7-star sword had been added to the list. Elsid angrily shouted that he could not call himself a sword master if he could not learn even one technique. He said the guy has no conscience at all. The 7-star sword was also known as the Great Chariot. It was a secret sword art developed by Emperor Rodrigo in his youth. Only one who can use all 7 forms of secret art can be called a true master. Leon said he wanted to learn at least one of them before meeting Malice. After all, if you combine a 7-star sword and a saint, it can destroy any opponent. Elsid confirmed that anyone except a rank A master would die. Leon decided that this would be enough. The guy said that since he couldn't become stronger than the enemies in the slums in 2 months, he needed a trump card that he could use. Elsid listened carefully to the guy's reasoning that even if you know how to manifest weapon aura, it is useless if you don't know how to use it correctly. Leon asked the spirit to start training, but he suggested finishing classes for today. The guy was embarrassed and asked the mentor what was the reason for his decision. Elsid pointed to the window, behind which stood members of the gang of bastards, and told the guy that they had guests. Leon went to the window and looked with gloomy interest at the people standing there. Elsid voiced that they were clearly not residents of this house. The guy assumed that these people had come for him. The Holy Sword Spirit said that he couldn't sense monsters or anyone stronger than them, and judging by their appearance, these men were ordinary hooligans. Leon asked if it was possible or that they were from the slums. The spirit replied that they were clearly not friendly, but he did not think they wanted to fight. The guy decided to go out to them and talk. Perhaps they had thoughts about where Malice was. One of the bandits called out to Leon, asking if he was called the Cleaner. The guy said yes. The men apologized for coming without warning. They said that they were following orders from above and hoped for the guy's understanding. Leon wondered who sent these people to him and what they needed. The guy asked who they were. These strange, identically cut men replied that they were members of the Bastards gang. Looking at these strange men, Leon said that he had heard about them while he was collecting information. Their leader, Khan, divided the slums into 3. The men said their boss was looking for him. They were warned not to insist if the guy did not want to go with them, but they hoped that Leon will obediently follow them. Leon, without further ado, told them to take him to the leader. The men themselves were very surprised, but the guy thought that if they wanted to harm him, they wouldn't call him so openly. Leon decided that this was to his advantage. As long as he mentioned the name Khan Feng, people would move out of his way. This was a chance to get into the heart of the slums. Elsid said that he could tell by reading the guy's face what the guy was up to. After thinking, the guy decided that the leader probably wants to entrust him with a job that they cannot ask from the guild. Leon decided that if they wanted to use him, he would use him in return. While the men were leading Leon through the tangled back streets of the slums, one of the locals accidentally brushed his shoulder against a gang member. The bandit's reaction was lightning fast. He kicked the poor guy so hard that he flew several meters away. Then he approached a local resident and started kicking him, shouting that he should watch where he was going. Seeing this behavior, Leon clenched his teeth in anger. He felt he had to intervene. Elsid said that the guy should be patient and not get involved in this matter. The guy irritably asked why. The spirit said that the guy should be more careful with his emotions. After all, if he shows bloodlust in front of Khan, he will get nothing. Leon realized that his mentor was right and said that he would follow his advice. Once at the bastard's base, the guy was surprised at the terrible chaos around him. Elsid asked if they knew what cleaning was. Around and everything was stained with blood. Leon whispered to Elsid that it looked like the gang wasn't cleaning it all up on purpose. The spirit nodded, saying that this was a classic form of intimidation. Kan Feng came out of the darkness and asked the guy in a rude voice, "They call him the janitor." Sensing danger, the guy put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Deciding that now was the right moment to attack, Leon swung his sword and hit Khan in the arm. The blow fell on a massive bracelet worn on the leader's hand. Not only did he completely block the attack, but there wasn't even a scratch left on him. This behavior made Khan laugh. With a grim smile, he noted that Cleaner was an inappropriate nickname. Then the man swung his fist at the guy with incredible speed. Having assessed the speed and force of the blow, Leon decided that he could die right in these slums. But Kan Feng stopped, and his fist froze literally a centimeter from Leon's face. But still, the man touched the nose of Leon, who stood motionless. Blood ran down the guy's face. When he looked down, he saw that his own blood was dripping onto the carpet. Leon realized with horror that he would not have had time to dodge the blow. Such terrible power was only due to the pressure of the wind. If the man had finished the blow, his head would have been gone. Feng said he was surprised at the guy's courage. He thought that he was a weakling because he only had a C rank. He lightly kicked the guy in the chest and said that he had already decided everything about him. Wiping the blood from his nose, Leon asked what exactly Khan had decided. The leader had already turned around and was about to leave. Without turning his head, the man said that it was about his assignment to the guy. Khan promised that Leon would give whatever he wanted for fulfillment. Smirking, the bandit leader said that he had already found out everything he needed about the guy's past. The man said that he knew about training at the academy, and that Leon had been ranked second among commoners for the past 2 years. With his arms outstretched in approval, Khan said that he was aware that the guy had kicked the ass of incompetent nobles, and then abandoned everything and gone into adventure to gain experience and become stronger. From this monologue, Leon concluded that the leader of the slums had a complete set of information about him. Squinting his eyes, Kan Feng said that he understood why Leon abandoned the Imperial Academy. The man said that at one time, he also did not want to become a knight and serve the vile nobles. He didn't want to obey anyone. Both Leon and Elsid were very surprised that Khan was talking about the academy. Khan said that after defeating the nobles, the guy decided to become an adventurer. This distinguished him from those who chase money because he is trying to go ahead and become stronger. According to the man, this is why the guy managed to increase his rank after completing only 2 tasks. The leader reasoned further, saying that Leon is not stingy with money. This means that he has only one goal: honor. Khan said that in his opinion, the guy wants to prove to these vile aristocrats that they are wrong, and to show that there are things that are higher than status and rank. The man suggested that Leon ended up in these criminal slums because he followed the call of honor. Smiling ominously, he said that if Leon accepted his conditions, he would fulfill his deepest desire. Leon felt embarrassed that Kan Feng was so persistent. Elsid gave his comment, saying that the proposal sounds crazy, but he thinks that there is some sense in it. Indeed, judging by the tasks Leon completed, he had no intention of pursuing fame, even if he was mistaken for a hero. However, now there was no time to explain himself to Khan. After all, he didn't even know that he was Leon's enemy. So if he thinks that the guy is threatening him, he can use it to his advantage. Therefore, Leon made the most interested expression on his face and said that the proposal sounded very interesting. The gang leader mistakenly thought that the guy was already on his hook. Khan uncorked a bottle of some strong drink and said in a relaxed voice that people in the slums are unkind to strangers, so there is no point in refusing his help. He placed the bottle on the table with a loud knock and said that the weak die first. Leon sat opposite the gang leader and listened as he said that those who survive try to become one of the strongest. This is how life works in the slums. The man said that a few months ago, when there were more and more exiles, he did not pay much attention to them. That was until they started taking over the 23rd and 25th districts in their area. Thus, about 200 new corpses appeared every night. Leon thought with horror that this is where the evil spirits for the living armor came from. Undead evil settled in the mansion as living armor. Khan took his conversation further, explaining that these slums were ruled by 3 people. The first was a man named Simon, a moneylender who was given the name Golden Pig. The second was an unknown killer. They called him the Undertaker. And the third person was, of course, him, Khan. The man believed that he was on top of it all. Leon thought to himself that when he saw him, he could not recognize him as the boss. Khan said that the 23rd and 25th districts were Simon's. It so happened that there was a brutal massacre where more than 200 people died. Simon suffered huge losses. In the end, he decided to fight back and sent almost 500 mercenaries from D to B ranks. The man was silent for a couple of seconds. Then, in a gloomy voice, he said that every single one of them had been destroyed. This news came as a real shock to Leon. After all, the losses were huge. The guy asked how this could even happen, to which Khan tensely replied that he did not know. Leon thought that if there was such a force there that could destroy a huge number of mercenaries, isn't that something the Empire should be keeping an eye on? Lawlessness in the slums was beyond reason. If Khan's story is to be believed, this explains why all sorts of phantom creatures appear in the abandoned house. Looking into the empty bottle, the man said that everyone who tried to identify the killers was simply destroyed. Everyone except him. There was no more alcohol in the bottle, so the man crushed it with one hand. He was angry that Simon was afraid to take action. Leon listened to the man's indignation that one of the leaders decided to stand on the sidelines. If it weren't for Khan, there wouldn't be a wet spot left here. Leon asked what was the point of continuing the battle. The man replied that it would be rude of him to stand aside. He pointed his finger at the guy and said that he decided to trust him, an adventurer who is chasing glory. Khan said that he learned a lot about the guy. For example, the fact that he does not lose heart, but moves forward without giving up. The leader said that if he was really like that, he should join him. Leon said that in his opinion, the gang leader cannot trust him with some kind of contract killing, which means that through him, he wants to involve the guild in this matter. Khan smiled evilly, realizing that Leon had seen through his plans. He said that it was better to have one of the guild at hand than 100 stupid subordinates. Leon said that he would not take on this case. It was clear to the guy that Khan did not want to give up his position and lose people in the fight against these vagabonds, so he asked for help. This means he wants to use someone who recently joined the guild. Leon was not looking for new problems on his head, but he was sure that this Khan would become a very big threat in the future. When the guy asked why the guild was involved in this matter, the man threw some paper on the table and said to look. The guy began to carefully read what was written in this document, and the more he read, the more his eyes widened. The document contained evidence that people in the slums had become victims of evil spirits. El Cid was also amazed by the numbers indicated in the document. Hundreds, and in the worst case, thousands of people were injured. Leon felt like he was going to throw up. These people were in the blind spot of the law, so if they disappeared, the country would not suffer much loss. It was terrible to realize such things. Seeing the guy clenching his fists in anger, El Cid advised him to calm down and control his feelings. Leon asked Khan if it was okay to leave everything as it is. The man replied, "No. The heads of districts know their strengths and positions. They cannot be defeated so easily." Looking closely at the man said to Leon, if he has doubts about someone, then he should not dare to trust him. Smiling sadly, Leon said that he understood why they needed him. Khan replied that this is great, because the guy proved his true essence. It will be enough for them to make the authorities believe what atrocities are happening here. Leon can only survive. Leon grinned at this phrase. He said that he needed to survive in any case because if he died, he would not bring any evidence. Therefore, there is no doubt about it. The gang leader was unusually amused by Leon's words. He was impressed by this guy. Khan once again asked if the guy accepted his conditions. Leon slammed his fist on the table and said he accepted. He thought to himself that it was still hard to find such information in the slums now. He looked at the rude gang leader and thought that by accepting this task, many lives could be saved. Hearing this, Khan threw some kind of bag and a dagger to Leon. Leon looked at the dagger and saw that there was some kind of mark engraved on the blade. Khan said the mark belonged to his gang. Smiling evilly, the leader said that if someone interferes with Leon, they just need to show this mark. And if necessary, he advised the guy to cut the most expensive thing they have. Leon threw this dagger aside and said that he was disgusted and didn't want it. Khan shouted that you need to be a man in this matter if you want to win. Leon opened the pouch and saw some scrolls. Khan explained that they are magical. If they are not needed, then the guy can simply sell them. Smiling broadly, the leader said that this could be considered the first advance. The guy frowned at Khan and said that he had one more question. When they met, did he think to stop his fist from the very beginning? The man looked at him gloomily and said, no. Returning home, Leon sat on his bed and digested everything that had happened during the evening. He thought that this Khan was incredibly strong. He needs to train more to become stronger than this man. Leon asked Elcid if he had any guesses about those documents. The spirit replied that he had a couple of thoughts, but he would like to clarify everything in more detail. After all, dark magic is a little inappropriate in their situation. Most likely, everything is much more serious than they think. The guy suggested that he needed to see everything with his own eyes. The mentor nodded affirmatively. Leon knew it wouldn't be easy. Infiltrate an area where 500 mercenaries were killed. He wondered if this task wasn't for professional fighters. The guy came to the conclusion that he needed an assistant, a person who will not be obsessed with money, talented, capable, someone who can become his support. Elcid asked sarcastically, doesn't the guy set too many conditions? Leon answered without hesitation, no. After all, no one will ask them there. The guy was standing near an old, tall building that looked like a church. Leon was surprised that there was a church in the slums. Elcid said that there was nothing strange here because priests had long been sent to such places. The spirit said that those who are blinded by money are easily seduced. Those possessed by lust and debauchery are easily manipulated. The priests are different because they do not belong to either side. The only thing they stick to is their beliefs and the teachings of the goddess. They cannot be tempted by any of the listed vices. After listening to this, Leon said that he would try something. The guy understood that if he revealed his identity, he would not get to the priests. Therefore, it should be quieter than water and lower than the grass. Leon looked around and saw ordinary people who do not live richly and do not look at your pockets and belongings. He realized that the rumors that there were no normal people in the slums were a myth. Leon looked at these people and realized that there was trust between them. He thought that perhaps this was the influence of the Holy Church. He wondered who the bishop was in the slums. He walked up to the church door and knocked loudly on the wooden door. From behind the door, they asked him, "Who is there?" Leon said his name and said that he was an adventurer. He said he had something to say to the bishop. Suddenly, the guy began to feel very strange. He realized that it was his aura. She reacted very strangely to the person behind the door. The bishop's light robes appeared from behind the massive door. In front of Leon, half hidden in shadow, stood a tall man in the white robes of a church minister. It was an elf. He said that there was a bishop in charge of this place. The man called himself Jezar. Leon was delighted and confused, because he did not expect to see an elf in front of him, so he was very surprised. Jezar invited Leon inside and poured him some tea. The man noticed that Leon was a little shocked because he was an elf. The guy tried to convince him otherwise. Jezar smiled good-naturedly and said that he understood everything. Many people are surprised to see an elf in front of them. He said that the goddess loves all races equally. That's why he became a clergyman. The bishop said that he knew Leon's exploits. After all, it was he who got rid of the monsters in the sewers and under the fortress walls. Leon blinked in surprise. The guy learned from Jezar that thanks to his work, people's water improved and they began to get fewer infections. The bishop said that the goddess was pleased with him. Leon was extremely embarrassed. Bishop Jezar asked what the guy wanted to talk to him about. Leon placed the documents that Khan had given him on the table in front of him and asked the cleric to look at them. Jezar's gaze became intense and the vein on his forehead began to pulsate nervously. To Leon's delight, he replied that in such situations they should not hesitate. But there was one thing. Jezar considered this document dubious, since the source of the information raised questions. He promised that he would ask trusted people to reinvestigate. Therefore, the clergyman's response will be slightly delayed. Leon said he understands the reasons. Leon said that he is also looking for someone who can investigate the 23rd and 25th districts with him. He asked if the bishop could recommend someone. The bishop thought for a moment, but then said that he had no known armed adventurers in mind. He told the guy that he knew people who could be a support or an auxiliary force, but he didn't think they were capable of more. Leon was very upset because he was hoping for Jezar's advice. It seemed that the last hope had faded, but suddenly the bishop said that he could go himself. This proposal stunned the guy and made him happy at the same time. Jazar said that he would entrust his work to another, and he would go with him. The position of bishop is not meant to avoid dark forces. Leon expected adventurers equal to him, but not a bishop, so he hoped that the elf at least knew how to fight. He asked Jazar if he was sure of his intention. The man asked if Leon really didn't trust him. To cast aside the guy's doubts, Jazar concentrated and decided to demonstrate his strength. His hand glowed red. Powerful energy emanated from her in waves. As it turned out, the bishop had a fiery aura. Having reached the limit of density, the aura seeps out and burns the surrounding atmosphere. Jazar possessed a technique that could tear even mithril like a piece of paper. Elcid noted that judging by the speed of activation, it could be assumed that he mastered it through practical experience. In terms of strength, Jazar can be equal to Khan. Smiling, Jazar asked what Leon thought. Does he still think that the bishop should not cling to him? Leon laughed, saying that the opposite could happen and he would be the one clinging to the bishop's hand. Jazar said there was no need to praise him. Jazar said that although 50 years ago he was a member of the knightly order of the Holy Iron Castle, but now he is just a sick old man. Leon couldn't believe that standing in front of him was a former member of the strongest order on the continent. The guy shook the bishop's hand and said that he sincerely counted on him. Jazar replied that he is the one who is counting on Leon. The man asked to give him a minute to get his weapon. Leon can wait in the yard for now. The guy was happy to be in an alliance with a talented man who once served in the order. He had the feeling that he had acquired 1,000 warriors and horses in one fell swoop. Leon thought about what kind of weapon the former member of the order owned. He should probably have a wonderful bow, like a forest elf. Elcid grinned, calling the guy the most naive. He asked if he had not noticed the calluses on the bishop's hands. Before Leon could answer, he was distracted by a loud sound. A massive metal ball with spikes attached to a chain landed on the ground. Jazar did not wield the bow and arrows of a forest elf. He preferred weapons that required brute force. He decided to show Leon his skills. There was just a suitable pile of stones in front of them. The elf swung as hard as he could and delivered one precise blow. The stones scattered with a crash in all directions, completely crushed by the force of the impact. Smiling, Jazar said that he had not held his favorite weapon in his hands for a long time. His blood boiled in his veins from memories of the past. He liked to smash the heads of heretics with this mace. The guy listened in confusion about how the bishop liked to eradicate sin and destroy evil with one blow. Jazar said that the goddess would also extend her protection to their temple. Leon sheepishly replied that he thought it would be so. The setting sun painted the sky scarlet, reminiscent of blood. Leon, assuming a carefree look, walked through the busy streets of the slums. He turned his gaze to Elcid and asked if the bishop was following them. The spirit answered in the affirmative. Since it was impossible to arrive at the den of criminals in the robes of a clergyman, Leon asked Jazar to change into clothes that were worn in the slums. But it seemed strange to the guy that although he could sense the presence of the bishop through his aura, he could not be detected through other senses. Elcid confirmed that using his aura, Jazar seems to erase his presence. The spirit explained that this skill is difficult to use while moving. But the man was experienced enough for this. As he passed, Jazar brushed against a man walking next to him on the street. But when the man turned to protest, there was no one behind him. Observing this picture, Elcid assumed that the elf had a lot of experience in camouflage. Leon asked why he felt his presence then. The spirit said it was because of the properties of his aura. Even if he was erased by the aura skill and no one senses his presence, there are auras that can still read people's locations. This was possible because Leon's attribute was the sun, and judging by the guy's reaction to Jazar, his attribute was the moon. Elcid said that the reason he can sense the elf's presence is because in the eyes of the owner of the sun attribute, hiding skill is a weakness. The guy wondered if the sun and the moon were a coincidence, or is it an inevitable fate? When Leon and Jazar arrived at the building marked 23, the elf said that they had arrived. This is where the 23rd district began. When Leon took out the dagger that Khan gave, Elcid slyly noted that it was useful. The thug standing nearby turned to look at those invading their area. Then Leon followed Khan's advice and showed a dagger with the mark of the Bastards gang. As soon as they did this, the bandits they encountered on their way immediately gave way. Jazar said that he could not have imagined that they would pass through the slums so easily. He noted that it seemed that Leon really was an outstanding person, as they say. The bishop suggested that their success could also be due to the patronage of the goddess. The elf asked if it was possible to speed up the trial of heretics who practice blasphemy. Both Elsid and Leon could not find an answer to this question. Leon saw a sewer tunnel and opened a passage into it. Khan said that being on the surface is dangerous. Therefore, they will go to where the kingdom of evil begins. Jazar and Leon walked quietly along the long sewer corridor, trying to ignore the stench of sewage. Suddenly, the bishop ordered the guy to be quiet. At that moment, they heard snippets of conversation. A voice came from the hood, announcing that one victim had rebelled, so they had not met the quota. They had to deal with 12 more, although 70 people a day is a lot. The conversation continued. Someone said that even if everyone was not dealt with before midnight, the ceremony could continue until dawn. Leon clenched his teeth at what he heard. Ceremony. 70 people. The guy had a question. For how many months have these monsters been killing so many people every day? Jazar was also furious. Swinging his mace, he told Leon that he would lead the way. Jazar's mace crashed through the floor, and the man jumped out into the room where these killers were talking. He swung his weapon and drew blood from the first criminal. When Leon rose after the bishop, he saw that the elf had already dealt with all the opponents alone. He smiled shyly and said that now they would not be able to get inside secretly. Before Leon could say a word, he saw the enemy standing behind the bishop. Jazar reacted with lightning speed. He swung his weapon and hit his opponent right in the head, but his blow was blocked by some strange force, preventing the weapon from approaching the face of a man in a cloak and mask. An evil laugh was heard from behind the mask. The man behind her said that the blows did not work against his armored sword. The enemy said that those who dared to attack him apparently wanted death. He added that everything worked out wonderfully, since they just lacked victims. As soon as this masked man finished speaking, his head immediately separated from his body. Through Leon's efforts, this man's meaningless monologue came to an end. Leon heard the angry cry of another of the criminals, who in horror asked the guy if he knew who he dared to disturb. But then, Jazar arrived and quickly dealt with the new enemy. While Leon decapitated one enemy, Jazar twisted the neck of another. They seemed to work well together. The elf asked if Leon had really dealt with everyone. The guy with irony in his voice asked if this is what should be said to the bishop. Leon noticed that their enemies had good weapons. The elf was surprised that the guy managed to take the sword. He thought that apparently in this way, Leon was able to ignore the witchcraft tricks of his enemies. In fact, Leon was holding a holy sword in his hands. Elsid simply cast a special spell on his appearance. Therefore, instead of a sacred weapon, other people saw an ordinary sword like the one those bastards use. The holy sword was too recognizable, so anyone familiar with the Holy Order or Emperor Rodrigo would be able to recognize it. Thanks to this trick, they were able to reveal the true nature of the enemy. But there is no clearer proof than the use of witchcraft, which is prohibited by the church. The bishop said that despite this fight, he did not believe that the secret penetration into the enemy's lair had failed. Laughing, the bishop said, "What if there are no witnesses? Then there is nothing to worry about." He asked if they exterminated all the witnesses. Couldn't it be called a secret infiltration? This logic confused Leon a little, but he didn't answer. Leon suggested that the bishop open the only door that was in the room. When they looked inside, the picture presented before them made them horrified. There were skulls, bloody weapons, and fresh corpses everywhere. The floor of this torture room was covered in blood. Nausea rose in Leon's throat. The sight was like something out of a nightmare. The guy couldn't believe how many people were sacrificed in this place. Elsid told the guy to hold on. After all, one cannot get used to such horror. But we shouldn't turn away from the tragedy. We need to accept it. The spirit said that even if everyone has forgotten, the hero must remember that this tragedy is an enemy with which he will have to fight for the rest of his life. Leon asked, "Isn't his enemy Rut the Demon King?" The mentor replied that he would have more than one enemy because this world is not so easy to save. Leon realized with horror that killing one villain would not be enough. He connected his life with the bloody business. Elsid said that the Demon King creates many problems. Poverty for the poor, disease for the sick. He asked Leon, "Is there a reasonable solution to this misfortune?" The spirit asked if poverty could be destroyed with the holy sword or illnesses could be stopped with it. Compared to these problems, the Demon King is nothing. Elsid explained that a hero is someone who tries to make tomorrow a little better than today. That's why they fight forever. The spirit told Leon not to look away, no matter how terrible it would be. After all, Only by examining such horrors will the guy be able to cut off the root of evil. Looking at Jazar, Leon was surprised that after seeing such a terrible sight, he was able to make a decision in a matter of seconds. The elf had amazing willpower. Leon told the bishop that they were in a room where they were disposing of corpses. But from this moment, the truly fortified territory began. The guy noted that there were at least 2 enemies ahead. If they go in blind, they could be in big trouble. Leon remembered Khan's magic scrolls and that, if possible, he would not want to use them. But it looks like you'll have to do something you don't want to do. Therefore, Leon opened the magic scroll and began to carefully examine it. Seeing how a symbol was formed on the paper in the guy's hands, burning with a bright light, the bishop asked if this object had magical powers. Leon didn't answer. Streams of light from the scroll directed their energy into his body. The guy sucked in a breath. It seemed that his body was filled with some kind of alien force. The scroll gave Leon the power of insight. Elsid said in delight that the magic gives the user the temporary ability to see through space. This way, Leon will be able to see all the ins and outs of this place. The guy looked around and realized that now he could see through the walls. He was able to discover the exact location of their enemies without any problems. Leon scanned the area until his head began to spin and drops of blood began to drip onto the floor. The bishop watched with alarm as the guy started bleeding from his nose. He came closer, wanting to help, but Leon said he was fine. Leon said that the underground layout itself is not very spacious. He managed to count about 24 enemies. In the center of the building, there was an impenetrable room. The entrance to it was in the east. Wiping the blood from his nose, the guy asked, "Does Jazar think the core is in that room?" Jazar replied that perhaps the guy was right. However, one should not exclude the possibility that this could be a trap. After all, the basics of strategy are to outwit the enemy. Nothing is more common than the inverse logarithm. What was thought to be a weakness is actually a strength. Or perhaps it is an empty shell used to dispose of corpses. This could be the entire 25th district. Leon said that even though what the bishop said might be true, he still wanted to check out the place. The guy thought that the next time they come, perhaps the borders will not be as free as they are now. Therefore, now is the opportunity to explore the area. Jazar said that now that the goal had been set, they needed to do everything as quietly and quickly as possible. 2 thugs stood and talked calmly, unaware of the danger. Suddenly, a heavy steel chain grabbed the throats of these 2. The bishop held the thugs in the arms of his weapon until they fell dead. Embarrassed, Jazar said that due to his age, he is no longer as swift as before. Finally, they came to a blank wall on which the outline of a door could barely be distinguished. Leon asked if the elf had any idea how it would open. The guy tried to move her from a dead point, but nothing worked. There was no doorknob or any opening that could be touched. But then Jazar and Leon noticed strange, unidentified writings of a dark red color, similar to blood flowing from a wound. The elf immediately asked Leon to step aside. The man swung harder and hit the mace right in the center of the door. Leon was surprised. There was not a scratch left on the door, and the mace itself bounced off it like a ball. Jazar also didn't understand how this was possible. After all, just recently he turned a pile of stones into dust with one movement. Elsid suggested that the door was made of non-standard material from the other world. This substance is based on laws that do not exist in this world. The spirit said that there are exhibits that freeze when heated, but, on the contrary, burn when exposed to cold. Perhaps the door could reject any physical intervention. Leon thought that this was not just a confrontation with physical force. After all, using the scroll, he could not see what was inside. It turns out that the door also rejected magic. Leon couldn't figure out how to get inside without using magical or physical powers. Suddenly, Jazar began to pray to the goddess. The bishop asked her to put her cleansing light into his hands, and his hands really glowed with a bright light. Leon asked Elsid in bewilderment if this was really a sacred reception. The spirit answered in the affirmative, adding that this power cannot be trained like an aura. This power is not as researched as magic. However, it has been proven that its formation occurs through the accumulation of pious devotion and good deeds. Seeing how the door was cracking, Elsid noticed that, after all, heretical tricks were not able to withstand confrontation with holiness. Leon shouted in delight as the door could not withstand the elf's strength and began to collapse. But suddenly everything stopped and the light went out without destroying the door. Leon, perplexed, asked Elsid what happened, but he had no answer. The spirit said that since this door withstood the sacred reception of the bishop, it was incredibly reliable. Therefore, it was not used as a trap. The mentor hinted to Leon that he should try to use the power of the holy sword. The guy nodded in agreement. Leon concentrated and began to call upon the power of his aura. The air around him became electrified. The guy felt his power and directed it straight at the door. Lightning flashed and struck the impenetrable door. A moment later, where the door had been was emptiness. The guy glanced sideways at Elcide and asked if she had just disappeared. Jazar was shocked by Leon's strength. He said he may have underestimated his ability, but the hit was amazing. Leon was embarrassed and said that the bishop was flattering him because it was he who did most of the work. The man and the guy looked inside. Jazar said he didn't sense anyone's presence. He suggested that their enemies leave the space empty and then perform rituals in it. When they entered the room, Leon thought that in this pitch darkness nothing could be seen. But he felt the persistent smell of blood. Jazar used his powers and illuminated the path among this darkness. But what they saw went beyond all common sense. At first, Leon thought that in front of them was just a mountain of human remains. But when his mind realized what was in front of them, he screamed in horror. It was the most terrible sight he had ever seen. They were in front of a single substance consisting of flesh, meat, teeth, and eyes. One such creature slowly crawled towards Leon, fingering him with its small hands. Leon's breath caught in tears. He realized that all these creatures were alive. Every single one of them is breathing. Elcide was the first to understand what was happening here. He explained that their enemies strip the flesh and extract the blood from sentient species, and then process them into pieces of meat by infusing the essence of life force. Considering how much they had already collected, their goal was clear. They practiced the satanic art of summoning monsters. To do this, you need bait in the form of a huge number of sacrifices. Elcide said that since this monster was known to be able to devour an entire city simply by opening and closing its mouth, it was called the City Devourer. Leon listened in horror as his mentor talked about how it would take a lot of time and labor to summon a monster. But once he starts acting, he cannot be stopped. It was an extra-dimensional being that even the best warrior would not dare to face. He will consume the city in one bite and return to another dimension. Leon didn't even want to think that the free city of Blaine could become food for such a creature. Elcide calmed him down a little, saying that although the ritual attracts the attention of heretics, 99 attempts out of 100 end in failure. However, if you achieve success, disaster cannot be avoided. Leon asked if such a ritual was successfully completed. Elcide replied that if the records in the chronicles were preserved, then most likely something similar had already happened. The thing about the satanic arts was that no one knows what phenomenon they will bring until they are activated. Most of the countermeasures were created after the incident. Leon asked with fear, "What are the countermeasures against the City Devourer?" He didn't want to face him without a plan. Still, this story seemed strange to Elcide. This place was nothing other than where they processed the monster's mouth. But the volume was not enough, and the level of security was low. Perhaps they have already collected most of the sacrifices, and all that remains is to begin the ritual. Most likely, if you start evacuating the townspeople, they will immediately begin calling the City Devourer. The spirit suggested that Leon go ahead. The guy looked at his mentor in bewilderment. Elcide explained that they would gather all the military forces in the city to conquer the 25th district. Summoning a monster will require a large-scale ritual. The problem will be solved if you destroy them earlier. Leon realized that the spirit was hinting at all-out war. Elcide nodded, saying that if you corner your enemies, they will cling to their last resort. Elcide said that the terrible characteristic of satanic art is their protective abilities. They have any power other than sacred. The spirit said that Leon need not worry too much because he has a holy sword. Together, they will reduce their forces through all-out war. After this, they will be able to destroy the remaining exhausted elite. The spirit said that as long as they do not know about the proximity of the holy sword, they will be given a checkmate from which they will not be able to escape. Leon understood that it seemed that the spirit was suggesting the best way. But their enemies are not idiots, and most likely they realized that their plans were revealed during the attack. Leon grinned, deciding that now they should make the same bet. Jazar pulled the guy out of his thoughts, saying that it was time for them to get out of here. After all, it seems their enemies were aware that someone had invaded their territory. Before leaving this terrible place, the guy picked up a piece of this living flesh. He wondered what was the point of keeping this something alive in this form. Jazar swung his mace at this mountain of remains and aimed straight at the middle. Pieces of flesh, broken by the elf's weapon, scattered in all directions of that terrible room. Having completed their plan, Jazar and Leon rushed to run away. Their enemies have already arrived. Entering the room with the victims, they began to scream in panic about how much effort and time had been spent. After that, the whole group chased after the guys. While the guys were running away, an order was received to stop the pursuit. Since this place was discovered, it should be blocked. When Leon and Jazar had run a decent distance, they stopped to catch their breath. They were surprised that the energy of the pursuers was moving away, and they were not being chased. The elf said that this situation reminded him of how he disturbed a hornet's nest as a child. At that moment, he simply jumped into the pond. But in this situation, there is no reservoir nearby in which he can hide from the impending threat. And that place, teeming with vile creatures, cannot be compared with a wasp's nest. Jazar said he had a feeling that if they called for reinforcements from the church, they would arrive late. Leon pondered the implementation of Elcide's plan. The guy needed to find an unrivaled speaker. Leon planned to show the Holy Sword only as a last resort. Such a case has come. Jazar opened his mouth in amazement. But the guy wanted no one else to know about his weapon. Leon told the shocked bishop that he had a plan to stop their enemies. They had already arrived at the church and, sitting at the table with cups of tea, looked at the created monster lying in front of them. Leon shared his plan. After listening carefully, Jazar said that he did not understand many of the nuances, and it was worth taking a risk. After all, they have nothing else to try. The guy decided that upon hearing Elcide's plan, any strategist would laugh, since information about the city devourer is classified. He had to pretend that the conclusion was reached through deduction. In order not to arouse suspicion, Leon also brought in the fact that his solar aura is much more effective against satanic tricks. Jazar fell for it, saying that the solar aura, even in the church, is recognized as the very first when it comes to attack. The elf added that such an aura is so rare that the guy is the first one he sees with it. Leon said that then the decision was made. They mobilize guilds and armies to force their enemies into their lair, then sneak in and destroy them. Jazar clarified that there are two prerequisites: the connection of the guild and the army, and the penetration of this team into the enemy base. The first one was easy to do. The problem was that they needed people who could hold their own against the elite satanic warriors. The team must consist of fighters of at least rank A. Leon wondered where they could recruit so many people of such high rank. Suddenly it dawned on him. He suggested that the bishop recruit strong people from the slums. After all, there were a couple of strong men there who would not yield to A-rank warriors. Leon thought that Confeng and Undertaker would be a great addition to the team. Jazar said that it was worth putting aside speculation about their strength and thinking about whether they would go to war. The guy said that if the bishop orders, they will have no choice. The elf's eyes lit up, and he asked with delight whether this was really a call for military service. Leon smiled back, saying that everyone would follow the bishop if he only showed him the stamp of the Holy Iron Castle. Elcide ominously noted that if the people they were talking about had heard them, they would have been stabbed with a sword a couple of times already. Giggling, Leon sarcastically noted that he was not at all going to take revenge on Khan for his nosebleed. It was early morning, and the sun was shining brightly over the Adventurers Guild building. The warriors gathered there were confused. Some looked at those who entered with delight, some with apprehension, but everyone was confused. Miss L was also extremely discouraged. She greeted Leon and the one who came with him. Jazar put on the uniform of a Knight of the Order of the Iron Castle and looked very impressive. Looking at him, everyone around was whispering about what business he came to the guild for. Leon turned to Elle and said that today he did not come to make a request, but to ask for cooperation. Jazar took off his helmet and introduced himself by name. He said that he was requesting the full support of the guild in the name of Holy Iron and Chain. Miss L led them to Guildmaster Bernard from the Blaine branch. The man said that he would listen and calculate them. Sitting opposite him, Leon thought that he was even bigger than Khan. At one time, the man had A rank, but retired due to a leg injury. The guildmaster said he understood the gravity of the situation. After all, she had forced a retired member of the order to request a meeting with him. After Leon provided evidence, the discussion of countermeasures went like clockwork. Bernard's face darkened when he heard how little time they had and the estimated damage. According to the guildmaster's information report, out of 4 people of rank A, There is only one free adventurer who is currently in Blaine. Leaving the decision with that adventurer to the guildmaster, Leon and Jassar went into the slums to recruit Khan. The meeting between the bishop and Khan was not so bad. Khan had no choice but to agree. Moreover, the bishop threatened that he would put the bandit and his gang on the list of heretics, and they would have no choice but to flee the city away. Khan sighed, grumbling that he had fallen into his own trap. He thought that he would be able to exterminate the enemies and at the same time annoy the guilds. But what happened was what happened. Jassar said that his threat also applied to the Undertaker, so Khan could give him the bishop's message. Khan was surprised that only he and the Undertaker would be involved. Jassar said that 2 would be enough to form a core group. Otherwise, you just need to evacuate the city residents before you begin to conquer the 25th district. Smirking, Khan asked if they were going to cut off the snake's head with a small number of warriors. Jassar replied that for a thug, he had a pretty good cooking pot. Looking at these two, Leon thought that in any case, Khan should not be excluded from this mess. They all need to unite if they don't want to die. Leon looked in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He understood how dangerous the situation was, but he did not expect to see such a result. It was difficult to believe that in 2 days it would be possible to collect so many warriors and weapons. Miss L ran up and announced that an urgent request had been delivered to all members of the guild with rank C, but the majority are adventurers. Guildmaster Bernard said that there are approximately 1,500 people here, so they will become witnesses and participants in a real battle. Thanks to the material evidence provided, the Guildmaster managed to convince His Excellency to intervene. Master Bernard thinks that the garrison is already besieging the 25th district. Melee combat will be carried out mainly by adventurers and mercenaries, and troops with insufficient individual capabilities will be responsible for rear support, making attacks from further distances. Elcid appreciated this approach, saying that if the attacker was too inexperienced, he would only fall victim to satanic techniques. Leon smiled when he heard that it would be much better to constantly get on the enemy's nerves, albeit in a passive form. Standing against the backdrop of 2 dangerous warriors, the guy understood that they were the main forces in this battle. Blaine's lord also sent his senior knight. He introduced himself by the name Kondrat. Kondrat, still only a free knight, had already gained fame for his martial art. The man immediately found a common language with the bishop. The boss of the slum dwellers, on the contrary, felt out of place. Suddenly, Leon felt something strange behind him. A raspy voice came from behind him, asking if he was late. Kondrat and Jassar immediately tensed up, asking the strange creature who he was. Coming close to Leon, the strange ally said that they themselves had called him, and now they were asking who he was. Khan was the first to realize that this was the Undertaker in front of them, so he said that they were now in the same boat and they needed to take the matter responsibly and not violate orders. The Undertaker said he would use his discretion. After all, he is a killer, and their approaches to the matter may differ. Jassar said that if this killer performs his role properly, he will not interfere. However, if he follows them with faith in this secret witchcraft, the bishop will make him realize that before the radiance of the goddess there is nowhere to hide. Laughing, Undertaker told Jassar that his words were a little scary. Leon was frightened by the newly arrived ally. The guy had the ability to sense aura and use the technique of providence. But even using them, it was impossible to detect Undertaker's presence. Just when Leon thought they only had one more team member left to wait for from the guild, a girl called out to see if she was late. A gorgeous blue-eyed blonde stood in front of them. The girl introduced herself as Karen. She said she didn't know anything about the operation, so some preparations had to be made. All team members were clearly impressed by this person. Leon thought, how can they all be so different? Among them were 1 gangster and 2 adventurers, and also a retired knight of the Holy Iron Castle, senior knight of the Count's house, and an assassin. It was stupid to hope for a spirit of unity in this team, but nothing could be done. After all, they united based on individual skills. When all team members were assembled, Leon announced that the operation could begin. The 25th block was burning and exploding. The war for its ownership has begun. Satanists in cloaks and masks fled from the sudden attack on their abode of evil. The shelling was carried out every minute, while the infantry was getting closer to the building. The bastards who sacrificed innocent people to summon the city devourer got what they deserved. One of the Satanists said that the abomination should be printed as soon as possible. At that very moment, what they called an abomination appeared on the battlefield, a huge monster created from sacrifices. The archers began shooting fire arrows at him, but the monster waved its huge paw, and all these people scattered like rag dolls. The bloodied warriors realized that the arrows did not work against this creature. While the archers were recovering from the attack, the mercenaries ran forward. They shouted, conveying the order to destroy everything in their path. The team watched the battle progress. Jazar noticed that the front line was frozen at a dead point. El Cid said that the countermeasure was executed brilliantly, but the abomination is a difficult opponent. The monster will be able to withstand attacks for some time. The spirit said that according to his strategy, those who do not benefit from total war will try to hide in their shell. Suddenly, a huge tornado began to grow over the 25th district right before our eyes. El Cid said that it doesn't look like a natural phenomenon. Leon assumed that this was the work of enemies. Stepping forward, Jazar said that it was their turn. Leon didn't have time to blink before his nimble allies had already rushed into battle. They all slowed down, finding themselves directly in front of the unnatural tornado. Leon could barely keep up with his team. When he caught up with them, he couldn't catch his breath. Kondrat stepped forward, saying that he was interested in checking how strong the barrier created by satanic techniques was. Seeing the knight's sword burning with fire, Leon realized that he had a fiery aura. The guy did not expect anything else from this strongest warrior. But the tornado barrier was not so easy to overcome. Khan patted Kondrat on the shoulder and grinningly said that weaklings had better go aside. Khan Feng's eyes lit up and he concentrated his strength to strike. He sent his energy straight into the epicenter of the tornado, but nothing happened. Kondrat said with a sarcastic grin that the bandit dealt a magnificent blow. While the men were arguing, the bishop said that he could destroy the barrier with a sacred technique, but he needed to take care of the holy power, since it was unknown what awaited them ahead. Leon stepped forward, stretching his arm. He decided that he had seen enough of failed attack attempts. The rest of the team stared at the guy in surprise. The guy asked El Cid if he had accumulated enough power. The spirit replied that its energy was pouring through the top. He was filled with power due to the enemies he had destroyed earlier. Smiling ominously, the spirit said that it turns out that one heretic can do much more good than 1,000 demonic creatures. So the guy can hit with all his might. Leon agreed, but asked that El Cid not ruin the disguise due to his overexcited state. The guy called on his aura and began to accumulate strength for a powerful attack. Such power shocked the members of his team. Leon dealt a crushing blow to the satanic barrier, and it was successfully destroyed. In its place, there was a huge hole in the ground. The whole team immediately rushed there. They went down inside, straight into the void and the unknown. None of them knew what to expect. The team found themselves in a dark, damp dungeon. The path was illuminated only by the power of Jazar. The elf asked if the Undertaker was among them. Their gloomy ally, who almost merged with the shadows of the dungeon, replied that he was here. This means that all 6 members of the squad entered safely. Leon noted with surprise that even though Jazar and Kondrat were in armor, not a sound could be heard from them while walking. El Cid explained this by saying that their basic movements are at a high level. The guy still has time to grow and grow. Suddenly, Karen ordered everyone to stop. She noticed a door that led downstairs. Looking at this door, almost all the team members decided that it was a trap. Kondrat suggested passing by, but Karen enthusiastically said that this was the only door leading to the lower tier, so they need to try to get down. Since the guildmaster said that Karen was a pathfinder, Jazar asked if she could determine whether there was a trap below or not. The girl looked at the passage and said that it was quite difficult to do this, so she needs to get inside to explore it. The elf said that in this case, we need to go down. If they delay, the situation could get worse. Kondrat nodded in agreement and added that he needed to hurry. The team moved down the stairs. It was less damp there, but still dark. Leon caught himself thinking that he still did not feel the presence of the Undertaker. He had no idea if he was following them. When the guy stepped on one of the steps, it glowed bright red, activating some kind of spell. A second later, the guy began to fall into some unknown space. When Leon opened his eyes again, he was alone in some corridor. He did not understand where he had been transported. His aura sense did not sense anyone's presence. El Cid suggested that this was the classic labyrinth deception technique. The spirit explained that there was an expansion and distortion of space to increase its area. The rest were thrown to other ends of the maze, and with luck, they will meet soon. Luck was on their side, as a moment later Karen's voice was heard. She said that as soon as she fell, she immediately ran into Leon. The girl ran up to Leon and said that he was probably worried because he was completely alone in such a gloomy place. The guy said he was fine. He asked Karen if she had met anyone from the team. The blonde said that that vile bastard was after her. Leon looked at the girl in bewilderment, wondering who she meant. Behind Karen, the Undertaker appeared from the shadows, asking, "Who is this vile thing here?" The girl boldly said that if he doesn't like this kind of treatment, then let him get out of her shadow. She was indignant that he annoyed her with his slow speech. Leon looked at the girl and realized that he was glad that he had met her. After all, there was no need to worry about the bishop, Khan, or Kondrat. Leon suggested moving forward. The girl liked his confident tone. She asked if he deserved her trust. Smiling, Leon replied that he would not disappoint her. Leon and Karen walked a few meters when they found themselves in front of 5 passages. The girl instantly decided which door they should go through. Even though she was a tracker, Leon found it strange how quickly she chose the passage. He asked himself if it was normal for him to blindly follow her. Elsid said that she had never made a mistake, so the guy should follow her. The spirit added that the tracking abilities of this adventurer, Karen, surpassed those of the Wood Elves. The guy asked Elsid if she was really that gifted. The spirit replied that it was most likely due to her aura. A dark place is an advantage for her. Suddenly, Karen raised her hand and told Leon to stop, because she sensed the presence of enemies. Indeed, a little further down the corridor stood 3 people in robes and masks. There is no way to bypass them. The girl looked at Leon with interest and asked what they should do. The guy, with the help of his aura, felt stronger energy than those freaks from the 23rd region. They were at this level, where even with a holy sword, it would be difficult to win. Leon firmly said that we need to get rid of these people. Karen noticed that the guy was very brave for a C rank. She said that there would be no shame in asking for help. Smirking, the guy said that the girl would probably burn with shame if she lost to him. The girl called on her aura and suggested organizing a small competition. Leon was surprised to see a green aura. Karen jumped, and in an instant she was near the wall. A moment later, she was already on the ceiling. Leon asked Elsid, "Is this an aura skill?" The spirit answered in the affirmative. Seeing how she glued her body to the wall, it could be said that she had gone through tough training. Elsid told the guy that if he was going to keep up with her speed, then he needed to focus on his legs. At this time, their enemies heard extraneous footsteps in the corridors of the dungeon. When the cloaked people raised their heads, they saw Karen glued to the ceiling. The girl used her 3 daggers and each of them found its target. Leon looked at this and admired the way she threw the daggers with incredible speed. But the Satanists were not dead. They took off their masks and revealed their terrifying nature. The thugs asked if they knew where they were now. This question seemed very stupid to the girl. She replied that they were in a slum without an owner. After that, she threw her daggers again. One of the bandits knocked off the dagger and said that they could not be harmed with such trinkets, but Karen only used the daggers as a distraction. She knocked her opponent down with her whip. At this time, the Undertaker arrived and beheaded one of the enemies. Leon thought that he was lucky that these 2 were on the same page with him. Nobody wants to have such strong enemies. The guy was just wondering what kind of enemy he had gotten, when suddenly an invisible blade cut his cheek. He was a little unlucky, because out of this trio, he got the strongest bastard. Leon decided to use the vision technique and hit with full force. But then he remembered that his enemy had thrown something at him. In response to this, his opponent bared his teeth and began to look even more sinister. Leon began to remember and realized that he had already encountered this kind of attack. He was sure it was when he fought the stone slime. The attacks were indeed similar, but if the slugs shot stones, this monster shot spikes. Leon turned on his instincts and cut down every thorn that was aimed at him. His enemy was stunned. He couldn't believe that this boy had dealt with all the thorns. But before he could say it out loud, Leon came closer and, using the holy sword, cut the enemy in half. The guy realized that if he didn't have the skill of foresight, he wouldn't be able to react normally. And without the holy sword, he would not have been able to cut this heretic in half. Elsid did not agree. He said that it was all thanks to the efforts Leon put in to deal with this power, the enemy's tentacle on her dagger. She asked if the guy really dealt with the heretic so quickly. The girl said that even though he killed the enemy a few seconds later than her, the guy was still a great guy. Despite his C rank, he dealt with the enemy alone. Karen suggested that Leon is one of those who lacks achievements compared to skills, so-called newbie. The guy sheepishly replied that she could think as she pleased. A second later, Leon noticed something strange. Sword marks left by two people who have nothing in common look too similar. If you look closely, you could notice that the cross-section and depth of the wounds on the corpses are very similar. The guy began to think about what this meant. After all, it looked like the enemies were killed by the same person. Elcide narrowed his eyes slyly and said that the guy was right in his guesses. He looked at sweet Karen, who winked at him, and said that without him, it would have been more difficult to deal with this gang. She looked back at the shadow behind her and said that she wasn't sure about that vile bastard. But I thought that Leon would definitely be able to keep up with her. Karen smiled flirtatiously and said that she was not mistaken about the guy. Leon silently analyzed what was happening. He asked Elcide to show him the tablet with Karen's statistics. A blue glowing screen appeared, on which the girl's high level and excellent skills were visible. But also, her title was written there, Undertaker Killer. Leon was simply shocked by this information. He could not even imagine that this sweet girl was a cruel killer. Smiling sweetly, Karen asked if they could continue on their way. As she spoke, she completely copied the Undertaker's slow manner of speech. Thanks to this, the guy was finally convinced of the veracity of his guess. He replied that they could move on. Leon understood that in the sun, the girl was an A-rank adventurer named Karen, and in the shadows, she was an elite assassin nicknamed Undertaker. The guy was terrified to realize that he was now exploring a labyrinth with one of the three great evils of the slums. It was very risky. Leon found it difficult to accept the fact that the beautiful girl who creates a cheerful atmosphere around her is actually one of the leaders of the slums. It feels like Khan is not aware of this fact at all, and the guild master would have told me too if he had known about it. He's fine, but if the bishop discovers this deception, the girl is unlikely to be able to cope with the consequences. It turns out that at the moment, Leon was the only one who knows the secret of Karen's true identity. In such a situation, she would never leave him alone. For a killer, his identity is the most closely guarded secret. Most likely, any means are used to silence anyone who knows the girl's secret. Leon realized that now he needed to be extremely careful. He must watch every slight change in his facial expression. After all, the killer is now closely watching him. Karen had no idea yet that the guy knew. She stopped him again, saying that there were enemies to their left and ahead again. From the shadows came a monster that resembled a huge four-eyed dog. When this monster's saliva fell on the stone floor, it burned holes in it. Karen said with disgust that this monster was vile, and because of its appearance, any desire to fight had disappeared. Leon laughed, because he understood that it was not just a matter of aesthetic taste. Elcide said that it would be difficult for the girl to resist him by simply throwing daggers. Moreover, if the monster was created by satanic technology, then it will have the ability to regenerate. The guy asked if there was any way to get around this dog. Karen replied that it would take another 30 minutes from above. She also said that she could not say that they would not encounter the same monster on the detour route. Looks like they'll have to fight him after all. Leon understood that these bastards would play for time until the city devourer was activated. The guy decided that in this case he needed to use the services of the Undertaker. He asked the shadow if it could inflict a mortal wound on that creature. The Undertaker replied that he could do it. Then Leon said that he and Karen would tie up the dog and he should be ready to assist. Whether he likes it or not, they are all in the same boat. Karen watched this conversation carefully and didn't even blink an eye when Undertaker agreed. Leon listened to himself and realized that almost all the stamina spent on coming this far had been restored. Now he could try his best. Without thinking twice, Leon jumped in an attempt to strike the first blow to the demonic dog. The monster began to spew out its toxic saliva, deadly spray scattered in different directions. But Leon was ready for this and immediately took out the sacred sword, blinding the enemy with it. This had been a proven method ever since the encounter with the phantom armor. The dog howled. After all, one of the main functions of the Holy Sword is the destruction of any force and substance dangerous to life. Leon took aim and swung his sword straight at his opponent's neck, intending to cut the artery. But unfortunately, the guy inflicted too superficial a wound. Because of this, the demonic dog began to splash his saliva even more actively. Apparently, the guy seriously angered him. Leon realized that he needed to use his insight better, because next time he might not be able to dodge the attack. The guy concentrated, because he needed to repel the enemy's attack at least once more. But then Karen flew up and told him to hit this creature again right now. The guy locked eyes with the girl and wondered whether he should trust her. He decided to act together with Karen, therefore he rushed to the attack. With his peripheral vision, Leon saw that the girl's daggers were flying right next to him in the direction of the enemy. They hit the demon dog from both sides. This attack should have been successful. Leon again tried to cut his enemy's throat, but again barely missed him. He realized that he needed to move even faster and put more force into the blow. Even after such a powerful attack, the demon dog looked as if nothing had happened. But suddenly the creature howled in pain and stopped moving, freezing in place. The movements of the demonic dog were stopped by the Undertaker's daggers, which pinned the shadow of the creature and did not allow him to move. A sinister killer stepped out of the shadows and ordered the dog to die. The monster was pierced through by dozens of daggers. He howled in pain and hopelessness. A second later, the creature fell dead to the floor of the underground corridor. Leon was shocked. He asked Elsid if these were A-rank abilities. The spirit noticed that the creature's wound was not regenerating. This meant that the attack stopped this process. It was a deadly thrust to bring down a single opponent once and for all. Such actions truly fit the image of a killer. Karen quietly approached the guy and, clapping him on the shoulder, said that for a hastily assembled group, they had good teamwork. Leon agreed with the girl, saying that her throwing daggers at the creature's tails was unimaginably cool. The girl replied that compared to the attack of the vile scum, this was nothing. She added that she had no idea that the killer could use such a grand martial art. She continued to praise the Undertaker, saying that it was probably not in vain that he set his sights on the place of the king of the slums. After that, she suggested moving on because they didn't have a second to rest. The guy agreed, saying to set out immediately. He understood that at the heart of this cleanup operation was a battle against time. After all, they must arrive before the end of the ritual. The guys moved further and further, but suddenly Karen froze against the wall, calculating the number of opponents in front of them. Not far from them, she counted 8 heretics. The girl concluded that she and Leon were moving too fast, which meant that this time they would have to work hard. Looking at Karen, Leon knew that when it came to judging the enemy's strength, there was no one on their team better than her. Each of the heretics was so strong that they involuntarily made the body tremble in fear. The enemies were too dangerous, so the guys had no choice but to wait for their fellow missionaries to join them, or they will have to go looking for them. But the second option was problematic, because if they arrived too late, or they missed each other on the way, then everything would be over. Karen said in disappointment that they had overcome so much and had to rely on luck again. Leon was embarrassed that he knew her true nature, because from the outside she was an ordinary adventurer. Out of nowhere, the floor of the corridor began to shake so much that it knocked Leon off his feet. The guy realized that it was a shockwave caused by the collision of enormous forces, and she was very close. Karen and Leon looked at each other, realizing that someone from their team was now fighting. The heretics also heard this sound, and 4 of them went to where the battle was taking place. Leon realized that this would only benefit them, because in this situation they had more options. The guys were faced with a difficult choice: to go to the rescue of their comrades who are now fighting, or to attack the enemies, of whom there are many times fewer, and break through. Leon suggested that Karen team up with others. After all, if the separated group of enemies gains the upper hand and returns, then they will have to fight on 2 fronts. The guy said that they should try to gather all their strength as much as possible. The girl nodded, saying that his arguments were fair. The remaining 4 heretics did not look like easy targets either. Karen said there were a few things to do before moving forward. After these words, she lay down on the floor, leaving the guy wondering what was happening. As it turned out, she did this in order to hear if there were enemies nearby and choose the safest path. When she figured this out, she unmistakably chose the right path. At him with admiration, Karen thought that her level of extrasensory perception was beyond human capabilities. While the guys were moving forward, drops of blood splashed from behind the wall. This sight surprised them because they were unaware of the danger nearby. A man appeared from behind the wall. His body was pierced by some strange roots, and his blood flooded the stone floor of the underground corridor. When Karen and Leon came a little closer, they saw that it was Kondrat's body. The man was coughing and spitting blood. At least he was still alive. Leon, without any extra thoughts, rushed to the aid of his ally. He wanted to at least try to help the dying man. A dark aura surrounded the guy on all sides. He realized that there were 2 enemies. The heretic, who had an ominous red aura, told his comrades to leave Leon to him. The guy looked towards Karen and saw that 2 heretics were attacking her, while he dealt with only 1. There were several corpses of other Satanists lying on the floor. It looks like they were killed by Sir Kondrat. Elsid said that the guy doesn't need to worry about the girl at all. A much more important problem was his opponent, who is extremely strong. The spirit advised him to throw away all extraneous thoughts and completely focus on who was standing in front of him. The heretic concentrated and, muttering some words, began to call upon his power. The space was filled with strong dark magic, which was difficult to resist. Leon was surprised when he realized that his opponent was using blue mist. The heretic shouted that the guy would turn to dust just by touching the darkness. He said that using the wandering ghost on such a small fry as Leon would mean granting a luxurious death. Elsid realized that their enemy was the summoner. Leon asked what that meant. The spirit explained that heretics are divided into two categories: mutants who use satanic techniques on their bodies, and summoners who summon creatures from other dimensions. Leon realized that his enemy was a very strong opponent, so he clutched the holy sword in his hands and prepared for a serious battle. Immediately, he began to cut through the blue fog with his sword. This phenomenon markedly retreated from Leon. At first, the heretic grinned, saying that the sword would not affect spiritual powers, but the fog cut as if it were something material. Looking at this, the heretic was speechless. He had never seen anyone fight the wandering ghost like this before. Continuing to cut through the fog, Leon said that there are always exceptions. As long as he has the holy sword in his hands, he can cut anything. The heretic could not believe what he saw. He thought that no matter how much aura power was put into the weapon, it would be impossible for it to destroy his satanic technique. He called upon all his remaining powers, and they manifested themselves in the form of a red monster. While the monster was flying towards Leon, he rushed forward and ran straight to where the heretic stood. The moment of surprise was used to good effect, and the guy managed to pierce the enemy's body with his sword. The heretic grabbed his sword and asked ironically if the guy really thought that his attack would have any effect on him. But a second later, he realized that his wounds were not healing, and Leon still managed to seriously wound him. The sword reduced Satan's art to nothing. Leon said nothing to his opponent. He, grinning, thrust the sword deeper. The heretic said nothing more. He just groaned in pain, bleeding. Leaving the enemy's lifeless body on the stone floor, Leon set out to exterminate the rest of the heretics. Looking at the fact that Leon dealt with his enemy faster than her, Karen said that this was a real shame on her head. Smiling, Leon replied that in fact, she had more opponents, and his enemy was very frail. But now, what was more important was what happened to Sir Kondrat. And bleeding, he apologized for being in such a state. There was a hole in his chest, and he told them to leave him. The man said his body would recover. It may be late, but it will happen. Karen guessed that everything was much worse than it seemed. She interrupted the man, asking how long he had left. Sir Kondrat grinned, asking if the girl really already knew how serious everything was. Leon was shocked by Karen's next phrase. She asked the man if his condition meant that his strength was so low that he was unable to stop the bleeding. The man pressed his palm to the bleeding wound and said that he could hold out for at least another hour. But he had no idea what would happen next. Leon began to analyze the situation and think if they could cleanse the city of evil in just 1 hour. And will it be possible to heal Kondrat immediately after the battle? If Leon wasn't able to do something, he wouldn't even waste time thinking about it. But now he had a holy sword, and he knew how to use it. He exchanged glances with Elsid, and he immediately understood what the guy wanted. The spirit nodded in agreement. Leon touched Kondrat's hand and listened to Elsid's instructions. The spirit said that if you repeat it word for word, the holy healing art will be activated and the wound will heal. Karen watched the guy's actions with surprise and curiosity. Leon bowed his head and began to offer a prayer to the goddess, repeating after Elsid. When the guy said these words, his hands shone with a warm light. Kondrat couldn't believe that he would ever see this in person. The radiance became brighter, and the man felt that, thanks to Leon, the pain in his chest became less acute. Karen realized with surprise that such an ability was commensurate with the sacred reception of a bishop. After a couple of seconds, Kondrat's wound had completely healed, and in place of the gaping hole there was soft, renewed skin. Kondrat jumped up and grabbed Leon's hands gratefully. He said that he had heard that it was Leon who planned the attack on the 25th district. Now the man understood why the guy was the leader. Leon listened with embarrassment to the man's question about whether he was a candidate for Cardinal of the Holy Order. Kondrat cleared his throat and said that he was too tactless for a man who owes his life to the guy. Even though he couldn't fight, He had enough strength to heal on his own. Leon was tense when the man said that he didn't think that revealing his identity was what he wanted. But raising his thumb up, Kondrat reassured him, saying that until Leon took high clergy in the future, he would remain silent. Leon tried to smile sincerely, but this was prevented by Elside's remark that misunderstandings accumulate like a snowball. Karen gave Kondrat a healing elixir and told him to stay put. They need to return to their original mission. When Leon and Karen were alone in the deserted corridors, the guy noticed that the blonde was looking at him strangely. Suddenly, she pushed him against the wall, making him blush like a little boy. The girl, with delight in her eyes, asked if what Sir Kondrat said was really true. If he really is a cardinal candidate at his age, then this is simply unprecedented. Leona began to feel tense about this conversation, but Karen continued. She admired his sunny aura and the fact that he had mastered the sacred healing technique. She looked at his sword and asked who taught him how to use the aura weapon. After all, the guy was very good at it. Leon coldly replied that he was not a contender for the post of cardinal, but Karen did not let up. She assumed that the guy was a disciple of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle. The blonde asked to teach her too, because she was tanning with curiosity. Leon walked past her and said that in the future, if they become friends, he will share a couple of secrets with her. He thought to himself that if he had not known her true nature, he would have succumbed to these persuasion. The guy turned around when he heard the girl's words that, contrary to her expectations, he turned out to be an impregnable wall. Karen was surprised that he did not give in to her persuasion. Karen said that usually men always complied with her requests. In his head, Leon thought that it was impossible to remain indifferent to such seduction. But he said out loud that they needed to move on. He asked the girl, will they look for other team members, or will they try to break through together? Tying her ponytail, the girl lightheartedly replied that they wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Leon, perplexed, asked why. Karen mysteriously said that when they are there, he will understand everything. Then they walked along long corridors in absolute silence. Suddenly, from around the bend, a heretic's trumpet fell. As it turned out later, they found Jazar and Khan. The men managed to deal with several enemies. Looking at the state of the corpses, Leon thought that he even felt sorry for the heretics. Jazar said he was glad to see the guys safe and sound. Hearing this, Undertaker came out of the shadows. He asked the bishop if he was glad to see him. The man turned his back to him and said that he had no idea about his presence. Leon told about what happened with Sir Kondrat. He also added that they do not have time to wait for him to recover. The bishop agreed with this, so he said that the 5 of them would go. Khan called out to Karen, saying that if she was an adventurer, then she must have a useful artifact in her possession that she should share. The girl calmly replied that she was not going to talk to the bloodsucker who was pumping blood out of the common people. Khan was very angry at the girl's words, but Jazar stopped their argument and said that he would now announce their plan of action. Since the bishop had resistance to satanic techniques, he will be in the vanguard. Khan and Karen will move in the middle of the formation. Leon will protect the team's rear, standing at the end of their procession. The guy was a trump card and needed to be protected. Khan laughed at the idea that they were going to use this newbie adventurer as a bargaining chip. Next, the gang leader asked what Jazar would say about the Undertaker. Leon said that if no one is against it, then let him join him. After all, the Undertaker had already helped him once. Karen confirmed that he played his part in their successful reunion. The guy noticed that the blonde was in a desperate situation. Khan indifferently said that they could take the Undertaker for themselves, because he didn't listen to anyone anyway. In the darkness of the corridor, the team saw an otherworldly blue glow. Coming closer, Jazar said that this light looked like a space created using satanic techniques. The bishop concentrated and called upon his strength to deal with this problem. He ran forward and, telling the team to follow him, rushed straight into this strange tunnel. Each of the team members obediently followed him. They all found themselves in an unpleasant darkness. Leon realized that if you do not take into account the sense of aura, then he hears and sees absolutely nothing. Leon got out of the tunnel as quickly as he entered it. When the entire team emerged from the otherworldly tunnel, they noticed that they were surrounded by enemies. It seems that the heretics knew in advance that they would come from here and were waiting for them. One of the main heretics said that he did not think to wait so long for the guests. He said the team was very slow. With irony in his voice, the leader said that he expressed his sincere gratitude for their presence. When Jazar saw the mark on the forehead of this heretic, he realized that a preacher was standing in front of them. Leon asked Elcid whether the man standing in front of them was leading the ranks of heretics. The spirit said it was so. The mentor explained that there are novices. They use satanic technology received from someone. There are also believers. They, in the course of independent research into satanic techniques, found themselves absorbed by this force. And finally, the leaders are the preachers. Compared to the church, they are high-ranking bishops. The so-called bishop said that today is truly a wonderful day. After all, the ritual was successful and the lives lost bore fruit. He exclaimed that he did not think that he would have the opportunity to demonstrate the teachings of the true God in front of the narrow-minded servant of the goddess. All team members listened to the preacher with disgust. Khan asked if the ritual was successful, then why nothing happened. The preacher ominously said that the process had already started and they could not fix anything. There are only a few seconds left before the end. Leon feared that if the ritual was successful, then their plan would go to hell. But Elcid calmed him down, saying that there was still time. The spirit said that the principle of summoning the city devourer is similar to fishing. Using the essence of life force, the monster is lured out of the otherworldly dimension. In a word, before the fish in the form of a monster bit, they still had time. Leon clarified that it is unknown when the monster will find the bait and bite on it. The spirit said it was so. It turns out that they can have either a whole hour or just a few seconds left. It was a race against time. The bishop began to pray, asking the goddess to send her light to them so that they would not get lost in the darkness. The answer to the prayer was a bright light that approached the enemies. These terrible monsters could not stand looking at this light for even a second. They clenched their teeth and closed their eyes. Elcid told Leon that this technique combines an aura and a sacred move. This light will be enough to hold back Satan's summoning technique. The spirit noticed that using his light would be much more effective. But in any case, this technique will stop the satanic ritual for some time. Karen joined the battle. She summoned an aura, and with its help began throwing her daggers at her enemies. Without blinking an eye, the preacher grabbed one of his allies and placed him under daggers, covering himself with it. A hot battle began. Blood splashed around and severed body parts flew around. Leon decided that if the preacher had not yet entered into battle, this meant that the place he was protecting was the core of the ritual. The guy realized that while these bastards are not able to use their satanic techniques, it is necessary to destroy the circle. As if reading the guy's thoughts, the preacher said that by destroying the circle, sealing the spell would not be possible. Leon stood and mentally came up with a plan for further action. The preacher waved his hand and various monsters began to crawl out of the portals. Leon stood in front of a pack of huge creatures with red glowing eyes. Leon asked Elcid why all these monsters look like dogs. The spirit replied that the calling technique was broken. He said that the heretic must have created a chimera using inferior satanic technology. It was an imperfect creature, which means it will destroy itself. The guy thought that even such an imperfect creature was enough to gain some time. Perhaps the activation of the ritual was truly inevitable. Seeing a huge number of otherworldly monsters, Khan said that he would show them to their place. Without further thought, the man rushed into battle and attacked the first monster. It pierced his body in two, spraying green blood everywhere. But when the green liquid came into contact with Khan's bare skin, it began to burn as if it were acid. Karen attacked the next monster. The girl's sharp daggers flew at him, but they did absolutely no damage because they did not pass through the poisonous armor. Perhaps the monsters were devoid of pain reflexes from the very beginning. Jazar shouted that at this rate, they would face an endless battle until their strength was exhausted. The danger above them only increased. Leon gripped the holy sword tighter and decided that he needed to quickly break through to the core of the ritual. The situation was complicated by the fact that he could not use the sword's power to its fullest. Elcid warned that if those creatures notice the existence of the hero, then everything will become even more complicated. But if you catch your enemies by surprise, the situation can be improved. Leon was aware that his role at the moment was to deliver the final blow. The entire team must make every effort to stop the crazy heretics. The preacher spread his arms to the sides, and the portal glowed brighter. The heretic said with awe in his voice that the devourer of cities had finally answered their call. The portal turned into a crazy red tornado. Leon felt his heart beating wildly in his chest. The guy understood that an all-consuming horror was approaching, which he had never experienced before. Leon wanted to use his sword, but Elcid said that he was still not allowed to do so. But he advised using a sacred technique using half of the accumulated power. The guy doubted that it would work, but the spirit said it would be hard, but effective. Elcid said that thanks to the moon that Jazar created, he had an idea. To fully reproduce the symbol of the goddess, both the sun and the moon are needed. And just here, people with auras of the sun and moon gathered, and the combination of bishop and hero allowed the use of complex sacred techniques. Elcid displayed a spell in front of Leon and ordered him to read it. As soon as the guy began to pronounce these words out loud, the space around flashed with bright light. The bishop recognized in these words the writing of the first song of the goddess. Khan noticed that another sphere had formed at the top. And so it was. The sun also formed near the moon. Karen stood close to these two spheres and felt the warmth emanating from them. Leon concentrated to continue reading the spell. He didn't pay attention to any changes around him. He splashed out the remnants of his energy, and the spheres that were above him began to spin. The monsters could not contain their screams when they fell under the rays of this light. Elcid said that the sanctuary is the perfect counter to Satan's techniques. The emerging space rejects all foreign beings and principles. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the team began to deal with the confused monsters. The preacher of heretics could not believe that the goddess's minions could pull off such a thing. Snapping his fingers, he said that he would destroy each of them. After that, something strange began to happen with the bodies of his minions. They were breaking out, as if in convulsions. After a couple of seconds, their insides scattered in different directions. The preacher shouted that he was very sorry that he had to sacrifice the valuable lives of heretics to stop this bunch of enemies. Holding the heart of one of the heretics in his hands, he shouted that this is what God's true favor looks like. After these words, strange reddish shadows began to hover around the preacher's body. They formed something similar to a cocoon, inside of which there was a man. The body of the head of the heretics began to transform. Muscles and red horns began to be visible. Leon and Jazar watched this terrible transformation with alarm. The heretic, who no longer resembled a man at all, said that he would prove the truth of their God, who had given him such power. He looked like a demon from the underworld. He had horns, paws that resembled spiders, and clawed hands. Elcid said that the effect of the sanctuary move does not last very long. When the effect wears off, this monster will be impossible to resist. Leon decided that now was the time to act. He grabbed his sword and prepared to fight. Khan and the rest of the team followed the guy's example. They began to attack this satanic monster, but the blows did not have the desired effect. Smiling ominously, the preacher said that now it was his turn to attack. He used his power and the entire space around him began to shake. From such an attack, Leon was thrown several meters away. When the guy landed, he realized that the size difference between him and his opponent was too big. Also, the monster had enormous strength and amazing regeneration. The holy sword seemed to be the only effective remedy. But can the guy defeat him with one blow? Looking at this fiend, Leon understood that if he failed, then they could lose their only chance to stop this freak. Leon listened as the monster mocked them, saying that they were like bugs, while he was filled with power. The guy turned his head and saw that Jazar and the rest of the team were lying on piles of stones in a semi-conscious state. It was difficult for Leon to imagine a way out of this situation. After all, the heretics defeated everyone on the spot with just one blow. He saw Karen emerge from under the rubble. Rubbing her head, she tried to come to her senses. Leon immediately rushed to the girl, asking if she was okay. Karen said everything seemed fine. Blood was flowing from her temple and lips. She said that neither her attack nor the Undertaker's attack had any effect on this monster preacher. Remembering the statistics of the girl's abilities, Leon remembered that she, like the Undertaker, has a shadow walk, and an idea came to his mind. He asked the blonde to help him, and Karen realized that Leon had some kind of plan of action. The guy briefly outlined the plan. He sneaks up from behind and, having destroyed the magic circle, interrupts the ritual. Right now, the priority was not defeating the monster. Karen said it was impossible. She will not be able to break through the enemy's defense and end up behind him. Leon shouted irritably that he could jump through space, but the blonde pretended that she didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Leon became angry at the girl's pretense, so he shouted that he would not reveal the secret of the Undertaker's identity, but she must help him. These words made Karen nervous. She didn't think that the guy would be able to guess her secret. Leon said that he doesn't know the reasons for the girl's double life, but if they fail the mission now, everyone will die, including the two of them. It was clear that inside Karen there was a struggle between survival and fear of revealing her secret. In the end, she agreed, saying that it was not difficult for her to help. But there is one but. The girl asked since when he knew who she was. Karen said he could tell right away that he knew about her. She covered her face with her hands, saying that she would now burn with shame. Leon replied that if he had spoken right away, she would have plunged a dagger into his throat. Karen put a dagger to his throat and said he was right. After all, women's secrets are too valuable. At this time, Khan approached the bishop and asked how long he would stay in bed. Khan had blood running down his face, but still he grinned and said that Jazar was a weakling. Jazar opened his eyes and, despite the pain all over his body, asked if the man was tired of living. While the men were arguing, Leon and Karen decided to start putting their plan into action. They ran a few meters together, and then the girl stopped and said that she shouldn't go any further. She explained this by saying that if she followed the guy further, the heretic monster might figure out their plan. Leon looked at the girl and wished her not to die while carrying out her plan. She was touched by this phrase, but she pretended that she didn't care, saying that many priests were worried about her fate. While Leon was running, he remembered that the shadow walk allows you to cross space. Karen most likely used small re-rolls for her kills. Therefore, the guy assumed that such a transfer would be quite enough to get behind that bastard. The guy felt himself being swallowed up and drawn in by shadows. After a short period of time, Leon was already standing in front of the core of the ritual to summon the city devourer. In the middle of this portal, the guy saw something that looked like a clot of life force. Elsid admitted that this could be the result of the sacrifice of more than 10,000 lives. Leon grabbed the sword tightly and resolutely said that he would never forgive such a thing. Seeing that the guy was about to get into the thick of it, Jazar called out to Leon in warning, but it was already too late. The heretic monster impaled him on one of its sharp paws. Leon could not fully comprehend what was happening when blood gushed out of his mouth. Elsid began to call the guy in horror, hoping that everything was not as serious as it seemed. The heretic smiled from ear to ear. He called the guy a mongrel of a goddess and ordered him to surrender. He raised his paw higher and the guy's feet lifted off the ground. The heretic said that Leon had lost his last chance. The monster began to pray to his god, asking him to accept Leon's inevitable death. Khan and Jazar rushed towards them, thinking about what could be done in this situation. The monster again used its power and scattered the men in different directions. The chief heretic told the men not to worry, because their turn would come. He looked at Leon's motionless body and assumed that the guy was already dead. Leon was still alive, but he no longer saw the point in fighting. He wondered if he was really destined to die like this. He hasn't yet become a worthy hero. Elsid shouted something, but Leon heard nothing at all. The guy remembered how they agreed with the spirit to go together to the Titanium Mountains. Leon realized that he most likely would not be able to fulfill this promise. For some reason, the image of Lion appeared in his head, saying that he believed in his promises and that he would fulfill them, no matter what. These memories gave Leon strength. After all, he was the one who always kept his promises, and to do this, he must survive. Leon managed to grab his sword and cut off the vile monster's paw. Thanks to this, he was able to free himself from the heretic's grasp. The monster was angry at this action because he thought that the guy was living his last minutes. Leon landed hard on the ground, leaving pools of blood on the stone floor. He tried to get to his feet, but his body trembled and refused to obey. There seemed to be no chance of success. However, the destiny of a warrior is the desire to win. Therefore, the guy gathered the remnants of his strength and slowly rose to his knees, meeting the gaze of his enemy. Elsid was amazed at the willpower of his ward. At this moment, he was very proud of him. Leon was able to get to his feet. Pointing his sword at the enemy, he thought that being a hero, he should defeat this creature and save everyone. The heretic laughed loudly, saying that he recognized the guy's willpower. He was impressed when the enemy, even in death, did not let go of the sword. The monster said that if the guy is so resilient, then let him try his next move. But then the appearance of the dead Emperor Rodrigo appeared, who said that he was left with no choice but to intervene. Leon felt someone's presence and heard a voice that said that he had already done everything in his power, so he would help him. The spirit of Emperor Rodrigo told his disciple to watch what was happening carefully. Leon smiled when he realized that something interesting was about to happen. After all, Rodrigo was going to use the Ursa Major sword technique. The guy's sword burst into flames. It seemed that he was going to burn out everything unclean that was in this room. The heretic turned into a monster did not understand what was happening and how the guy managed to slip past him. With just one swing of his sword, Leon managed to cut off the head of this monster without any problems. The severed head continued to laugh ominously. The monster asked if the guy really thought that everything would end if his head fell off his shoulders. But when the heretic tried to use regeneration and patch up his body, he realized that this skill did not work. Leon looked with disgust when even with his head cut off, the heretic was still alive. The guy began to taunt the monster, saying that it could function perfectly well even without a head. The headless body roared, screaming that such disrespect would not be enough to simply wash away with blood. Leon looked at his trembling hands and realized that due to the injury, the destructive power was insufficient. He wasn't sure if his body could withstand the second blow. But then he heard the voice of Emperor Rodrigo, who said that he would give him an excellent lesson. Rodrigo helped deliver a second blow to Leon using the Grand Chariot move. The heretic's body was cut in two. The monster did not understand why he could not regenerate. What was left of the heretic began to curl into a cocoon, saying that in this case, he would have to drag them all with him. He began to spin quickly and seemed to suck in air from this room. The monster shouted that he wanted all his enemies to die. Leon knew that everything would be like this. Therefore, he did not attack with full power. The guy smiled ominously and said that finally, he wanted to give him a good kick in the ass. The image of Emperor Rodrigo smiled and told Leon to watch carefully and not miss anything. The whole essence of the technique was based on the connection between the stars. The spirit of the emperor explained that Leon, as an inexperienced warrior, might find it difficult to cope even with the first stage. But you can redirect the power to the sword and then everything will work out. The guy tried to do exactly what the spirit said. The space around began to shine, and the monster's only eye widened in horror. Leon attacked again, but this time he was no longer aiming at the monster. His goal was the core of the ritual, which successfully split into small pieces. What was left of the heretic monster ran away screaming. The creature did not understand why it could not self-destruct and take its enemies with it. After a couple of seconds, this monster began to be sucked into the portal. But the city devourer began to emerge from the portal, so the former heretic went straight into its mouth. The monster that they had been trying to summon for so long appeared, destroying the stone floor of the hall. But just as suddenly as he appeared, he disappeared, leaving Leon standing in bewilderment. Apparently, the portal closed in time, and the creature did not escape into this world. When Leon asked if it was really the city devourer, Elcid replied that they were on the verge. The spirit said that if they were even a second late, they could become a snack for the monster. At this time, the rest of the team members began to slowly come to their senses. Just Elcid wanted to praise the guy for the work done, when suddenly Leon began coughing up blood. The bishop immediately jumped up to him, saying that there was no need to waste energy on talking. Jazar wanted to immediately begin treating the guy. He used his healing ability and began to work on Leon's wound. The bishop lamented that a big disaster was about to happen. The elf said that they were very lucky that they managed to completely figure it out in time. Leon wanted to ask the man to inspect the other team members, but the subject of his worries was already standing before them. Karen asked if they won. After all, when she came to her senses, she saw only a bright flash and the death of the heretic. Then Khan joined the conversation and shouted and asked what happened to the ritual. The man wanted an explanation. Leon said that the activation of the city devourer had been stopped. The preacher was sucked into his own portal, where he died. Leon called the bishop and said that if he was not taken care of now, he would lose consciousness. A second later, Leon was already lying unconscious. Leon lay with a smile because he was pleased with the work done. Elcid was proud of him, so he said that he was a great fellow. Suddenly, the entire room began to shake and collapse. Jazar explained this by saying that the creator of this space had died. The dawn sun rose over the 25th district. The battle was won. The spirit of Emperor Rodrigo summed up the results. This time it was quite dangerous because the enemy was serious, and the guy had not even learned how to properly form an aura. He decided that the spirit of the sword should better protect the guy. After all, what's the use of a dead hero? The spirit of Emperor Rodrigo decided that no matter what, the crisis had been overcome. And what happened will be a good lesson for Leon. But there was one thing. I had to use force without removing the seal. But if the guy continues to train hard, he will be able to reach higher ranks faster. Leon must be able to take care of himself before heading to the Titanium Mountains. It was a serene, peaceful morning in Blaine. Leon was resting after the battle in the room of the Adventurers building. When he woke up, he was in a panic trying to figure out where he was. As soon as the guy got out of bed, unbearable pain pierced his body. He screamed, unable to cope with these painful electrical shocks throughout his body. Leon carefully examined his entire body and noticed that he was almost completely wrapped in bandages. Suddenly, memories came flooding back to him of the tough battle he and the team had managed to win. It looks like he passed out immediately after defeating the enemy. Leon looked around and realized that he was in the guild infirmary. He was in a rather luxurious hospital room. The guy was surprised that there was no sacred sword spirit nearby, so he called El Cid. The appearance of the spirit was strange, not as usual, which greatly alarmed Leon. The spirit that appeared did not look as clear as usual. His image told Leon to listen carefully. First of all, he congratulated the guy on his recovery. He did not congratulate him on the victory because, according to him, it was won thanks to him. Then he immediately got down to business and said that he would not be able to talk to the guy for 1 month. Leon was shocked by this news. He did not think that El Cid could leave him even for a while. The spirit noticed that the guy was upset by this news, but nothing could be done. El Cid appeared, breaking all the prohibitions, so the power of the sword limited his consciousness. Leon asked if it was because he used his body during the battle. El Cid said that the fact is that he is too good-looking. The spirit told the guy not to worry. He will only be out for 1 month. He also added that the next time they meet, he hopes that the guy will be able to demonstrate the ideal formation of his aura. El Cid said that he showed him the use of the Ursa Major Sword technique. Now Leon needs to independently work out what he saw. Leon thought that he would like to see with his own eyes how Rodrigo personally used this technique in the past. El Cid ended his message by saying that the guy did a great job. Now all he has to do is train hard. Leon confidently answered that he could cope with this task. The image of El Cid disappeared, leaving the guy alone with his thoughts. Leon thought that the Great Chariot was truly an amazing technique. When El Cid controlled his body, Leon looked at the situation before him differently. Extraneous thoughts left his head, and his eyes became transparent, like glass. At that moment, a completely different world appeared before his eyes. Even the flow of atmospheric air and the wavelength of vibrations were different. The guy even gained the ability to see through the distortion of space. Leon wanted to achieve a similar level of visionary art, as well as develop his aura enough to master the Ursa Major sword technique. The guy couldn't say that his mood was irrevocably ruined, but for some reason the spirit's words felt like a dull pain in his head. Leon was distracted from these thoughts by a knock on the door. Jezar entered the room and was very glad to see Leonov conscious. The guy asked the bishop how many days had passed since he lost consciousness. The bishop said that their battle with the heretics ended 3 days ago. The moment the 5 members of the advance party escaped from the maze, it collapsed, and all the abomination disappeared. Perhaps they used some unknown satanic technique. 56 people were killed, and 107 were seriously injured. It took many sacrifices to successfully complete the operation. Jazar said that such a result could be called a victory. After all, evil failed to realize its insidious plans. The bishop said that he had made inquiries regarding the sinker of cities. It was a terrible creature. So Leon prevented a terrible tragedy. The guy did not agree with the bishop. He said it was not his fault. Victory belonged to all team members. Looking thoughtfully out the window, Jazar said that he was not sure if this was really the case. Finally, he looked at Leon and said that if he had not joined the team, then most likely the result would have been completely different. Leon was very confused by these words. It was as if the bishop knew the truth about El Cid. Smiling, Jazar turned to Leon and said that the guy looked too surprised. Looking at the blue skies outside the window, the bishop said that after seeing the guy's actions during the operation, he understood everything. His words meant that he had guessed about El Cid from the very beginning. He explained this by saying that he was a member of the Knightly Order of the Iron Castle. He has vast life experience, as vast as the lifespan of an elf. Inside himself, Leon understood that Jazar was not one of those who could be led by the nose for long. The bishop said that no matter how powerful Leon's solar aura was, he would not be able to cut such a serious opponent with such ease. The elf added that, in addition, Leon's abilities were not yet honed enough to be called a master. Leon was embarrassed by this remark, but said that he agreed with Jazar. The bishop said there was nothing to be ashamed of. He added that he had the utmost admiration for Leon's courage. After all, he dared to take risks despite the fact that he knew about his inexperience, and the blow struck at the end turned out to be decisive. The elf recognized the technique of the Ursa Major sword created by the greatest warrior in history, Rodrigo. Jazar said that he remembers the mention of this technique in a book that described the actions of heroes of the past. Therefore, He cannot believe that Rodrigo has shown his face again. Leon smiled and said that after these words, he could no longer dodge the answer. The guy asked the bishop if he remembered the sword that Leon used in the labyrinth. The elf thought for a moment and replied that if his memory serves him right, then at some point he disappeared. Therefore, he was unable to take it with him. Leon remembered Elcid saying that even in his absence he could use the sword. Therefore, now the guy wanted the sword to show its true appearance. The space around became electrified and the guy began to take out the holy sword. Jazar couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he had only heard about this weapon in legends. But here in front of him was a young guy who owned this legendary sword. The bishop's breath caught. He couldn't find words to describe his shock and delight. He fell to his knees and began to pray to the goddess in reverence. Jazar immediately began to apologize for not recognizing the divine energy of the goddess right away. Leon, in turn, apologized for hiding this fact. The bishop asked the guy if he was going to continue to hide his identity. Leon looked at his bandaged hand and said yes. After all, the seal on the holy sword has not yet been removed, and his skills have not been honed enough. The guy said that when he himself is not ashamed to call himself a hero, then he will reveal his identity. Jazar said that in his eyes, he already looks like a hero. But if the guy wants, he will keep everything secret. However, the bishop asked the guy to share information with only one person. Leon asked who this man was. Jazar said that he was talking about the Holy One. Only she can he trust such a secret. The bishop clarified that although the ceremony of transfer of powers has not yet been completed, such news will help her perk up. Leon thought that if the conversation is about the saint, then he has no objections. Therefore, he gives his approval to the bishop. Jazar beamed and thanked Leon sincerely. Suddenly, Leon realized that they were talking quite loudly, and those standing outside the door could hear them. But Jazar calmed the guy down by saying that there was a spell on the room that prevented anything from being heard from outside, so no one will know about their conversation. But then there was a knock on the door. The bishop said the visitor could come in. Karen entered the room. She looked stunning in the dress. The girl greeted Leon and said that they had seen each other for the first time in 3 days. Both Leon and Jazar felt a strange atmosphere. Seeing their distorted faces, the girl said that if her arrival was too unexpected, she would come back later. Leon suddenly remembered that when they were on a mission together, he found out that Karen's true identity was the Undertaker. He was one of the 3 main villains of the slums, whom even Khan could not recognize. During the fight, the guy said that he would close his eyes to her double life. But whatever one may say, this promise was an oral agreement. It was clear why the girl wanted a clearer answer. But Karen arrived at the wrong time. After all, now the bishop was next to them. But to his surprise, the girl said that everything was fine. After all, in any case, he caught her red-handed. Karen smiled, but the bishop didn't look surprised. He calmly continued to drink his tea. The guy was shocked. He believes that only he knows the truth about the girl's true identity. It turned out that Jazar was aware of what was happening. He said it was his aura. The auras of the sun and moon can resonate and are susceptible to interference in this regard. The bishop added that it was very surprising that in one place there would be people with such rare attributes as the sun, the moon, and now also shadow. Jazar assumed that Leon must have realized everything when the jump through space occurred. Leon, embarrassed, asked if the bishop would scold him. After all, the guy knew who Karen was, but hid it from him. The bishop said he had no right to judge anyone. He can't blame Leon for giving someone a chance to be their best. Jazar said he was initially reluctant to cooperate with the killer. But nevertheless, Karen remained on the battlefield until the very end. The bishop noticed that by shedding her blood, she was unlikely to cleanse herself of her sins. But at least she did something worthy. Leon thought that if Karen was only a cold-blooded killer, she wouldn't help them. The guy felt the atmosphere in the room soften. Karen asked in bewilderment why Jazar and Leon were smiling so strangely. She asked if they had given her the date of the death penalty. The girl was embarrassed when the bishop called out to her in a stern voice. Jazar said that first he would like to hear her story about why she leads this lifestyle. Karen was quite surprised. After all, no one had tried to find out her motives before. Standing in front of Leon and Jazar, the girl asked who they think is the most hated person in the world. Not one of those present in the room had an answer. Then the girl gloomily answered her own question. This is an orphan, and if you add mixed race, you get the full set. Leon realized that the past that she decided to reveal did not look like an easy story. Karen said she was more than just a hungry, defenseless orphan. She was a member of the lowest class, the one who faced all sorts of dangers in the slums. One day, a girl was saved by one person, but unfortunately, the outstretched helping hand turned out to be filled with evil to the very tips of its fingers. The girl said that it was a common practice to catch orphans and raise them to be cold-blooded killers. Out of 100 children, at least one will pay off. Most likely, even for the person who caught her, the girl's future was a surprise. After all, the blood of a man and a dark elf flowed in her. She awakened her abilities early, for which she received the nickname Undertaker. Over time, the girl's status increased, and soon she was second only to her boss. Karen bowed her head and sadly said that dealing with the boss was a piece of cake. It took her no more than 7 seconds. Having personally eliminated the boss of the organization, Karen rose to the position of one of the 3 main forces of the slums. She became an unwanted killer and repeatedly committed murders that many were not happy with. But Karen didn't want to live like the Undertaker anymore. After clearing the organization of debris, Karen freed the orphans who had been captured for the same reason as her. Her activities as Undertaker became rare. Wanting to live a normal life, she began working as an adventurer to wash away the dirt of her past. She smiled sadly and said that in the end, her deception was exposed in this way. After hearing the girl's story, Leon and Jessar were immersed in sad thoughts. Now they had a better understanding of the killer standing before them. Karen clenched her fists and said that now that her identity was revealed, she didn't think she could escape from the Holy Church. But given the assistance she provided during the last mission, she asked to be sentenced to hard labor instead of prison bars. Leon and the bishop didn't even know how to respond to the girl's request. Jessar looked at the guy with a pleading look. It was clear that he was asking him for help. Leon was amazed that the bishop was going to leave the decision of this issue to his discretion, although it was quite logical that Jessar left the sentencing to Leon because he considered him the new hero. The guy began to analyze Karen's story. He realized that she did not become a killer of her own free will, but no matter how terrible her fate was, she showed herself in the fight against evil. Also, Leon did not think her desire to live a new life was false. In the current situation, even the hero had no right to talk about forgiveness. However, the guy saw no need to point his sword at someone who repented. Leon said he would give Karen 2 options to choose from. She and the bishop promised to respect her choice no matter what she chooses. Karen didn't understand why Leon made the decision and not the bishop. By the way, Leon also, at the moment, wanted to hide his identity. The only people who know about him are the bishop and, in the future, the saint. Leon wondered if he could share his secret of being a so-called hero with Karen. As if reading the guy's thoughts, Jessar said that this idea seemed like a good idea. The bishop added that the girl might be useful in the future. Karen had no idea what was going on. Leon made a decision. He told Karen that he would show her something, and after that, she should make her choice. Karen watched as bright flashes and lightning enveloped the room, thickening the air. The girl watched in shock as Leon materialized an ancient sacred weapon in his hand, a holy sword. Leon fully recovered and left the guild only a week after the battle with evil. He was grateful to everyone who took care of him during this time. But the guildmaster assured the guy that they should be grateful to him because he saved the city. Guildmaster Bernard asked whether the guy was satisfied with the arrangement that he had chosen for himself. Leon firmly answered that he was fine. Bernard smiled warmly and said that he was glad to see Leon anyway. If the guy changes his mind, he can always turn to him because he had extensive connections. Leon left the guild building and walked forward through the streets of Blaine. Not far from the adventurers' building, Karen was waiting for him. Leon was glad to see the girl, but he was wondering what she wanted. Karen looked at the guy and noticed noticeably bulging muscles under the black t-shirt. She playfully kicked him with her elbow and said that during the time they had not seen each other, Leon had matured greatly. Karen said that she heard that immediately after being discharged, Leon saw the head of the guild. The guy replied that it was about his reward for his help. The girl asked in surprise what kind of reward it was. The guy said that he was offered a promotion to adventurer rank to A. Embarrassed, Leon added that he refused the offer. Karen was amazed by this. She didn't understand how anyone could refuse a rank increase. In addition, the guy also shared that the head of the guild offered to introduce him to the Lord. Embarrassed even more, Leon said that he also refused this offer. Karen's jaw just dropped at what she heard. She asked the guy if he was an idiot by any chance. The girl could not understand why. Having pulled out a lucky lottery ticket, the guy thoughtlessly threw it into the trash bin. Leon said that if he took advantage of these offers, his role in the battle would become public knowledge. Karen understood what he was getting at. other evil groups would know about Leon's existence. The guy said that he still borrowed the power of the Holy Sword to resist his enemies. He needs more training to solve problems on his own. Karen guessed that it was for this reason that Leon made such an offer to her. The essence of the proposal was that the girl could become an ally of Leon, marching under the banner of the Holy Sword El Cid. Karen took some time to think, but it seemed that the answer was already ripe. They walked with Leon through the clearing until the girl said that they had found the perfect place. Karen explained that to the elves of the forest, trees are as sacred as the goddess. She was no exception because she had elven blood. For Karen's suggestions sounded like whether she wanted to live in the sun and not in the dark. Before answering, she wanted to talk frankly. She said that she was not tormented by her conscience for the bloodshed, because thanks to this she survived. For her, born in a ditch, death and suffering provided an opportunity to change her life for the better. The girl sadly said that she hoped that someone like her would not be born in the world. She did not know love and knew only the art of murder. Karen would like no one to live the way she does. Leon was amazed that this seemingly cruel killer deep down wanted to make this world a better place. Karen sat on her knees and said that if the guy was able to help her in this endeavor, she would be incredibly grateful to him. And from now on, I am ready to devote myself to serving him all my life. Looking at the girl, Leon wondered whether he was ready to take on such responsibility. But then I remembered El Cid's words that this is the duty of a hero, to make this world a better place. He gave Karen his hand and said that he would help the girl in her desires, because then, in the future, there would be at least one less suffering person. The moment their hands touched, the Undertaker died. Only Karen survived. The newly made allies sat under a tree and talked peacefully. Leon suddenly became interested in what happened to Khan. Leon had not heard anything from him, so he assumed that he had simply returned to the slums. Karen was surprised that the guy had not heard anything about Khan running away. They say that right the next day after the decisive battle, he collected his belongings and left the walls of the city. Karen noticed that Khan was a quick bastard, so no one could get on his tail. Leon laughed and said that this was not unexpected. His escape is logical, because due to the battle, the slums were destroyed by almost half and will be completely demolished. Moreover, there are still records of his collaboration with evil. Khan cannot escape the punishment of the Knights of the Holy Iron Castle. He will be sentenced to either hard labor or prison time. But still, Leon didn't think that the man would run away so soon. Karen replied that his stigma was covered in fluff, so he hurried. Leon thought that perhaps he imagined that they would cross paths again. Leon stared at the girl's beautiful figure, but her further words distracted him. She said that she wanted to know about his future plans. After all, he couldn't move on without planning something. Looking the guy in the eyes, she said that this was not befitting of a hero. Leon was surprised by the emphasis on the word hero. He thought about how to tell her about his and El Cid's aspirations. The plan itself existed. After receiving rank B, Leon planned to go to the Titanium Mountains. He hoped that 100 days would be enough to polish his aura and reach the desired rank. If the time frame is limited to 100 days, then the guy has a lot of time left. The only problem is that El Cid fell asleep. Karen saw Leon's expression turn anxious, but the guy decided that Karen could help him achieve his goal. Leon suddenly realized that in front of him was an adventurer of rank A, and also a professional killer. The girl had all 5 senses heightened. She is also able to use her surroundings to move and maneuver. Smiling widely, Leon said that he would count on her for a while. Karen sincerely did not understand the change in the guy's behavior. Leon jumped up and ran, saying that they needed to go to the bishop. The girl had an uneasy feeling, so she demanded an immediate explanation. Leon calculated in his head that there were still 3 weeks before El Cid awakened. Until this moment, he wanted to hone his skills in using aura. Plus, he wanted to try to challenge the Big Dipper's technique and master at least basic lunges. As Leon ran, he realized that he was eagerly awaiting El Cid's reaction. They arrived in the 13th district. Fortunately, thanks to the bishop, there are food supplies there. Food was distributed on the streets to refugees who had evacuated from the 23rd district. Quite a lot of people needed help, including mothers with small children. The man who was distributing the bread said that it was not his property and gave the little boy an extra loaf. He told his mother that if she was grateful, then she should go to the temple and pray to the goddess. After all, if there were no church, they would not have received help. The woman realized that from now on she would begin to believe more in the mercy of the goddess. People coming to the church noticed that the atmosphere here was completely different from that in the 23rd district. My soul was very calm. But a sudden loud sound within the church made him doubt what he had said. People were alarmed and now doubted that they were in a safe place. The reason for the strange sound was the intense training of Leon and Karen. Wielding her deadly daggers, the girl taught the guy various techniques. A second ago, she was standing in front of Leon, but now there was no trace of her. In the blink of an eye, she was behind him, ready to attack. But Leon exposed this maneuver in time and now knew what to do. He was able to dodge the blonde's powerful kick and took a more advantageous position. The girl noticed that Leon could move his legs better than she thought. Laughing, she said that now the image of a killer rather than a knight suits him better. Leon listened with irritation to what given. His skills are the same as those of a talented recruit. The girl explained to him that the techniques themselves are not bad, but there are some gaps. Ordering the training to continue further, Karen disappeared from Leon's sight. She created an illusory double in just 2 steps and attacked the guy. The guy understood that if he was going to keep up with her speed, he had to use the vision technique. He looked carefully at the images of the girl and noticed almost imperceptible differences. Swinging his sword, he chose an object to attack because the false image was on the left. Karen was shocked when Leon attacked her. After all, it turns out that he could distinguish a fake from an original. Leon didn't answer, just stared at the blonde. Karen said that she hardly used any aura and moved as if in a real fight. Now she wanted to check to what extent the guy was insightful. The girl decided to use one of her favorite techniques. Leon realized that Karen had used the mirage technique. Previously, he had clearly seen the illusory double, and now in front of him was a real cloning technique. One of Karen's clones said she was starting. The guy determined that the girl's speed is lower, but the problem is her diversity. It made my eyes dazzle. Leon was disoriented. He strained his eyes so much that he could not keep track of Karen's many incarnations. Therefore, the guy could not notice that Karen was already standing behind him and pressing a sharp dagger to his throat. She lightly poked the blade into his neck and said that Leon would already be dead. Karen said that thus their score was 102 fights and 102 victories, which belonged to the girl. Leon raised his hands up and said he gave up. He asked if Karen really enjoyed tormenting him that much. The blonde said it was great fun. Karen said that the effect of the aura is similar to strengthening the body. The guy had no throws, and he also had to take into account the fact that they were fighting in an open area. Karen noticed that all the conditions were favorable for Leon, but he did not win. Her words frightened the guy more than daggers. He thought that he had achieved significant growth, since he performed well in the last battle with evil. But the gap in power with Karen was enormous. But it is worth considering that she fights at full strength. Leon asked Karen what she thought about the latest attack. The girl said that it was quite bearable. She laughed and said the guy did a great job. She noted that if he could see the illusory double, then the killer would have a hard time fighting him. Karen rated Leon's abilities above rank B. Leon was surprised by this assessment. After all, he still could not materialize his aura. The girl said that aura is truly a powerful weapon, but once you dodge the blow, it's over. And the guy's vision and body movements allow him to do this. She explained that the tangible aura was capable of cutting iron and crushing stones, but on its own, it was not capable of pursuing and defeating enemies who evaded blows. Most assassins are often one step behind adventurers of similar rank. The only way to win is to outsmart your opponent at any cost. This was also a victory. The Undertaker himself was often cunning, hitting targets at a distance. Karen said the guy's strengths were his stable fundamentals and a keen eye, but he just didn't let himself be deceived. But there were downsides. The skills to deceive the enemy were completely absent. The girl noted that after repelling the attack, it was difficult for Leon to seize the initiative. Leon thought about these words. He began to think how he could deceive the enemy. Karen grabbed the guy by the neck and told him not to rack his brains. After all, cheating is simply filling a skill gap, a base to create a basis for maneuver. The girl said that she did not know who Leon's mentor was, but it must be either a genius or a monster never seen before. Leon nervously remembered his mentor, El Cid. At this point, Karen said that he lacked creativity in his attacks and movements. The girl noted that Leon does not have to repeat after her, but it helps to have a few different cards up your sleeve. Leon realized that Karen was right. Perhaps he really shouldn't neglect the tricks that will help ensure victory. He clenched his fists and decided that he could indeed become stronger if he added a variety of techniques to his arsenal. Suddenly, the guy was hugged by a clawed paw and a squeaky voice said that there were enough fights for today. It's worth moving on to the next lesson. Leon jumped out of Undertaker's shadow. Karen scared the guy with her trick. Smiling, Karen advised the guy not to dwell on what he heard. She suggested trying to make his aura tangible to create an aura weapon. The girl asked where they stopped last time. Leon suggested, on the interaction between the aura attribute and the training method. Karen continued this topic and said that aura is a force created by filtering the body of its owner. This is a kind of revelation of his essence. The basis becomes the life experience and worldview of the subject. If you look at the example of a collision with an enemy, someone boldly enters the battle and someone runs away. However, it was impossible to distinguish good from evil based on signs alone. To train the aura means to make its essence purer and more powerful. Karen gave the example of training the fire attribute aura, constantly destroying something, fighting with someone, or exhausting yourself to the limit. Most of these actions lead to the formation of the purest consistency of a fiery aura. Leon felt creepy from this information. Karen explained that the difficulty of learning varies depending on the attribute. In the case of her shadow attribute, training consisted of completing missions. Karen said that the sun attribute symbolizes the goddess, and from generation to generation it appears in the hero of a particular era. Looking at the girl's appearance, Leon couldn't fully concentrate on her words. The girl asked Leon what comes to his mind when he hears the word sun. The guy replied that he represents an endless light that brightly illuminates the whole world or dispels the darkness around it. Leon suddenly had a realization. He realized that his aura could brightly illuminate everything around him. Karen noticed that the guy drew a certain parallel for himself. Perhaps he was inflamed by the previous training, but Leon felt a boiling aura, like magma, spreading through his veins. With the help of fortitude, you need to pull the flow a little and, concentrating, collect it at your fingertips. The guy felt incredible heat, as if something was burning, but he did not understand how to release the aura out. Now he was 100% sure that it was about the sun. Leon tensed and called on all his strength. His aura began to materialize. She looked like a miniature scorching sun. Karen was amazed at the power she saw before her. Leon realized that it was all about the light. Although he could not use it as a weapon yet, he was nevertheless able to release a clot of aura. Suddenly, the aura disintegrated, and throwing out the last discharge of energy, disappeared. Leon staggered from a sharp pain in his arm. It seemed as if he had been struck by an electric shock. Leon realized that when he borrowed the power of El Cid, he did not know how high the limits of aura materialization were. The girl began to praise Leon, saying that the basis of creating a material aura is to control the aura flowing from the body. She said the most important thing is that the guy was able to hold the clot of light for at least a couple of seconds. If he can increase the range of coverage and apply the aura more consistently, then the training will be over. The guy looked at the girl in bewilderment, waiting for further clarification. Karen explained that this is like recognizing the flow of the aura, like a blood vessel, and gradually drawing it out of the body. A lot of energy is consumed, so a stable circulation is needed. Jazar came in and said that materializing an aura based on a mental image was like gambling. If the flow of aura is released strongly, it cannot be used for a long time. Leon asked if the bishop had finished his inspection. Jazar said he received a preliminary estimate of the damage Leon and Karen caused some time ago. The guys felt like little children being scolded by an adult, but they will talk about the accounts later, since the bishop brought a message from the saint. Leon was surprised that the saint herself honored him by sending him a personal letter. Now the succession ceremony was taking place. The saint had to personally receive the sacred power of more than 10 bishops. Even someone who had reached the limits of mastery could not withstand such force. No one thought that she would break through the former saint's power at the ceremony. But the 8th Saint Elahan succeeded. Today, the strongest saint was born who supported the hero. 300 years ago, the first saint accompanied the great hero, Emperor Rodrigo. During her travels, she realized her helplessness. After all, you need to have strength to defeat evil, and not just pray for the well-being of the hero. By order of the first saint, the Iron Castle was created. Thus, the church turned into the strongest armed group on the continent. A holy place was created for providing support to the hero, so that great grace descended on Elahan. Elahan understood this. Now she can fight side by side with the hero. All the saints strived for this. Elahan remains to pass the last test, preparation for battle. The body of the future saint began to shine, and her clothes began to transform. Elahan stood dressed in beautiful golden armor. She reached out to the huge mace and raised it above her head. The bishops were amazed at this spectacle. After all, the great mace, the weapon of the saints of past generations, obeyed the girl. This whole procession went out into the mountains and stopped on a snow-covered rock. In front of their eyes was the largest sword mark in this world left by the Holy King. It is said that he made this mark with one blow, and the footprints carved into the rock are what the saints left during the succession ceremony. So now it's Elahan's turn to go down in history as one of the most powerful saints. Despite strong gusts of wind and a snowstorm, the girl headed forward along the snowy slope. She thought about what they told her, that the hero was active. There were still 6 months until the day of the oracle, and he had already managed to do so much for the benefit of society. Elahan thought that when she finally became an official saint, she would not make the hero blush. The girl was eager to find out how brave and courageous the newly made hero was. Therefore, she decided that she needed to become a saint who would be completely equal to him. She approached her destination, and everything around her began to glow and burst with lightning. Swinging her huge mace, she shouted that all sinners would be punished. After these words, she hit the ground with all her might. The mountain they were all on shook from the blow. The force of the wave that swept through the area shocked the bishops. Elahan hoped that the hero would allow her to be near him. She may not be at the peak of her power yet. Jazar began to read a letter from the new saint. It said that she would happily devote her life to the guy. At the end, it was written that Elahan hoped that he could see Leon as soon as possible. After hearing this, Leon felt as if he had been thrown into a vat of cold water. He had a feeling that trouble was about to knock on his door. After all, he had no idea what kind of person the saint was, although you can expect a lot of help from her. Leon didn't know whether this news was good or bad for him. If the saint is as excellent as they say, then he needs to become a skilled warrior. Now that he had finally grasped the essence of using an aura weapon, all he had to do was form an image. The guy asked the bishop if his attribute was really moon. T answered in surprise. Yes. Leon apologized for the tactless question, but decided to find out what image the bishop uses to complete the aura weapon. If Jazar was surprised by this question, it shocked Karen. The girl said that such a strong aura owner should not be asked such a question. Revealing the image of your aura weapon is the same as revealing your weaknesses. The bishop agreed with Karen, but said that he would tell the guy about the image of his aura weapon. Jazar said he imagined the phases of the moon in his head. He imagined a tiny crescent moon when using a small amount of force. He saw half the moon when using medium power, and he imagined the full moon when he fought to the limit of his capabilities. In some situations, he also imagined a transparent moon and a lunar eclipse. Leon thought hard about the fact that the bishop had as many as 5 variations. Karen wondered if Jazar really trusted her and Leon enough to reveal this information so easily. Leon thought about how to apply this information to his situation. Indeed, unlike the moon, the shape of the sun was constant. The guy realized that he would not be able to build an image as a bishop. However, it is quite possible to create an image of a solar eclipse. If we understand the image of an eclipse as an accumulation of power, then the sun, which always burns brightly, is itself the personification of continuity. Therefore, in this situation, he simply needs to solve the problem of his simultaneous existence with the eclipse. Jazar noticed the changes in the guy's face and realized that it seemed like an insight had descended on him. Joyful Leon enthusiastically replied that it was so, and he would like to demonstrate what I realized right now. To do this, they moved to an open clearing. Leon took a fighting stance, clenched his sword, and said that we could begin. Jazar said he liked the look on the guy's face. He asked to show what kind of insight came to him. Leon thought that this time he should materialize the aura properly. The bishop warned that he was advancing and swung his mace on the chain. The guy took the hit. The force of the attack caused the sword to sparkle. He knocked the mace away, and when it landed, the ground began to crack. But Leon realized that active use was still prohibited, although in this training he only needs to respond to the bishop's attack. Even though the bishop regulates his power, Leon must not forget that he is dealing with an aura weapon. If you touch the chain, it will tear his flesh into pieces. But the guy understood that you couldn't just constantly block blows and dodge. He must calculate the trajectory and aim for the gap in the defense. For weapons like chains, keeping your distance is life. If Leon gets close, he can block half of the techniques. But first of all, the guy must have time to dodge the blow. This was quite difficult to do because the chains surrounded Leon on all sides. The bishop asked the newly minted hero if he could evade this attack. Leon himself did not understand how possible this was. He took a more stable position and decided to put his doubts aside. He needs to cope with the task at all costs. Leon called on his strength and screamed from the tension. Jazar was shocked by what he saw. The guy used a reproduction of the Ursa Major sword. Leon visualized a solar eclipse in his head. This helped him successfully summon the aura weapon and demonstrate the eclipse sword. The first thing Leon strived for was the second technique of the great chariot technique, Merak. The guy understood that this should not be an unconscious repetition, but a manifestation of his own will. First, it was necessary to compress the aura and put it into the blade of the sword, preventing it from going beyond its limits. The problem was the release of the aura, and the solution to materialize the aura that Leon managed to find is the Sword of Eclipse. The guy successfully managed to direct the power so that it flowed straight into his sword. All Jazar could do was stare at what was happening, dumbfounded. He couldn't say a word when he saw that his favorite weapon was cut in half. Leon cut the chains one after another. The guy didn't seem to notice anything around him. Looking at the amazed bishop, the guy said that for now, this is just an unstable technique. Leon said that complete mastery of this technique is still a long way off. Therefore, he will use this technique as a temporary measure. You could say he created his own personal simplified method. But be that as it may, now in Leon's personal arsenal, there is a technique with which he can strike an enemy. Looking at the wreckage of his favorite weapon, the bishop said that Leon was magnificent. Suddenly, Karen appeared and shouted for them to look in her direction, because Leon had a guest. The red-haired girl rushed to Leon and said that so many years had passed, so many winters, and she was glad to see him. Leon recognized the girl from the Adventurers Guild building. It was Miss L. They moved to the church, and sitting at the table, Lee began to ask how Leon was doing. The guy replied that everything was fine. The girl said that she took tonic potions with her, and also, in a small box, she presented Leon with a reward given by the Lord. She explained that in front of him was a bracelet with a space charm. Although it was small, it would be useful. Karen was surprised by such an expensive gift. If the design had not been so simple, then it would have cost more than 1,000 gold coins. As expected, Karen knows a lot about these things. She said that her earrings have the same charm. Since the capacity was small, the girl could only store small things inside. So Leon figured out where Karen gets her daggers from. Leon couldn't wait to try this gift, so he quickly fastened the bracelet on his wrist. Elle brought inside a second, and the potion was magically placed inside the bracelet. Leon appreciated the gift because it was a convenient, magical tool. Count Blaine was more generous and generous than he thought. Miss L said that the second reason for her coming was the guy's promotion to rank B. Holding a rank badge in her hands, she said that he had all the necessary conditions for promotion. Leon can simply show the aura weapon and its token. Leon felt sorry that Elcide could not see how he had reached rank B long before the 100-day deadline. The guy demonstrated his aura weapon without any questions. For a second, Miss L was speechless. Stuttering, she said that the presence of an aura weapon was confirmed. Leon couldn't believe that he was holding a token with a rank B symbol in his hands. He remembered that when he studied at the academy, he could not even dream that he would someday become an adventurer of such a rank. Jazar and Karen began to unanimously congratulate Leon on his promotion. Miss Lee announced the last purpose of her visit. She said they received the request Leon was looking for. The guy stared at the girl with confusion. With hope in her eyes, Miss L asked if Leon was not going to take on security duties for the guild. Leon couldn't find an answer, because this was definitely not part of his plans. The girl said that the trade caravan was heading towards the Titanium Mountains. Blaine was just a stopover. As soon as the provisions are replenished, he will set out. Miss L said that by taking advantage of her position, she was able to carve out a place for Leon in the caravan. Hearing that there was only one place, Leon was confused. Karen turned around and glared at him with displeasure. The guy said that he didn't know then that there would be those who wanted to follow him. To resolve this problem, Leon turned to the bishop, who had strong ties to the guild. Until a response was received from the guild, Leon and Karen continued to train intensively. Leon concluded, "The only thing more dangerous than the art of throwing daggers is Karen's speed. No matter how the guy tried to fight, he could not finally win." Teasing the guy, Karen said that the whole point is that his eyes look at the enemy incorrectly. Leon realized that he could not rely on his eyesight. The purpose of this training is to compensate for the shortcomings of the Providence technique. The guy needs to improve his ability to sense aura. This way he can use the Eclipse sword, so he needs to focus. He should observe any changes in air gusts and slight tremors of the ground. Concentrating, Leon managed to sense Karen's approach. He turned around just in time and looked straight into the girl's eyes as he prepared to repel the attack. Karen was very surprised by the guy's vigilance. She stopped him from attacking by changing the direction of her jump and landing behind Leon. The blonde said it was amazing. She never expected him to master the sense of aura so quickly. Leon was flattered by this praise. He smiled and thanked his colleague. Karen was so touched by the guy's sincere gratitude that tears appeared in her eyes. She was not used to such emotions. Therefore, she hid her sensuality behind her irritation and began to pretend to hit Leon. Leon made a mental note not to forget this aura feeling and continue to use it time after time. Then he can become much stronger than he is now. Jezar approached the guys. He congratulated Leon for showing great growth again. The bishop said that he had agreed to meet with the head of the guild this afternoon. This means that the problem with the second place in the caravan will be resolved. Leon and Karen looked at the bishop as if he were an angel descended from heaven. After some time, Leon and Karen moved towards the caravan. They arrived just in time. He had not left yet. The guy suggested we go into the camp and look around. When the guys approached the main tent, they were asked if they were from the guild. Leon grinned, handed over his badge, and said that he was a B-rank adventurer. The man from the tent introduced himself as Arnold. He was from the Stom Guild. He extended his hand to Leon and said that although they were a small guild, they hoped for mutual cooperation. The guy shook Arnold's hand and said that he also hoped for their interaction. They exchanged frowning, searching glances, and Leon noticed something unusual. Arnold's palms were not like those of a swordsman. In front of him was a hand that had undergone the deformation characteristic of a scribe. Leon thought that this man, conscientiously and sincerely, lives much longer than he holds a sword in his hands. Arnold said Leon's handshake exuded courage. The guy couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The head of the guild, Stom and Leon, shook hands with satisfaction and said that they fully count on each other. When it came to the question of a second place in the caravan, Arnold said that they were on a budget, so it would not be possible to hire another attendant. The destination is the Titanium Mountains, and there is a very dangerous climb. Therefore, Leon said that if their caravan was accompanied by an A-rank adventurer, then they would have reliable insurance in their hands. Arnold was impressed by what was said. He didn't think that second place in the caravan could go to such an experienced warrior. He agreed with Leon, but clarified that hiring costs a lot of money, especially if you add daily rations to everything. Arnold also expressed his doubts that an adventurer of such a high rank would guard a small guild. As if nothing had happened, Karen took out her badge and apologized for not introducing herself earlier, because she was an A-rank adventurer. The girl said that they don't have to worry about money. She is here to accompany Leon, so the reward can be set at rank B. The head of the guild quickly agreed and stamped the necessary documents. Arnold apologized for being so strapped for cash right now. Next time, he promised to pay for Karen's services at the A-rank level. Karen kindly replied that she was the one who should apologize for her unexpected appearance. Leon asked the girl in surprise if it was normal for Arnold to fawn over them. She replied that this is exactly how it should be because she has a high rank. Karen said that everything was fine and they could safely enjoy the facilities provided to them. Turning his head, Leon noticed that there were mercenaries present in the camp. Karen kicked the guy and asked why he was so surprised. Leon replied that he had only observed them from afar and had never seen them up close. Even during the battle with the heretics in the slums, he did not have the chance to cross paths with other armed forces. The mercenaries, every single one, looked very strong, but they cast very unfriendly glances towards Leon. Karen explained that mercenaries have prejudices against adventurers, but everything will be fine if both sides do not provoke each other. Leon stepped aside and looked at the city skyline. He knew that he would soon say goodbye to Blaine, too. After he left the birdcage called the Academy, a lot happened to him in this city. Leon suddenly realized that even if other places could be erased from memory, Blaine would definitely be difficult to forget. If possible, the guy would like to leave after El Cid awakens, but trade caravans rarely head towards the Titanium Mountains, so he needs to take the chance. Also, he understood that he could not rely only on El Cid. It is not appropriate for a hero to remain idle when his mentor is absent. Karen and Leon came to say goodbye to the bishop. He blessed them on their journey and wished them good luck. Leon sincerely thanked Jezar for everything he had done for him. The bishop said that he should give thanks. After all, if not for their fateful meeting, the city devourer would not have been stopped. The bishop extended his hand to the guy, which contained some kind of medallion, and said that he wanted to give it to him. Jazar explained that this necklace contained sacred power. The item can be used for healing purposes, and it will also help in situations where it will be difficult to draw the sword. Leon thanked him and immediately put on the gift. Now that El Cid was sleeping, he would be very useful. The bishop also said that if you show the medallion to the highest leadership of the church, you can summon the Knights of the Order of the Iron Castle. The guy couldn't believe that he now had such an item. Jazar advised using the necklace carefully, because someone who is not its owner can use this function only once. Leon looked at this gift and realized that with its help it was possible to mobilize the forces of the Order. Even if the summon is one time, it is difficult to name the price of this item. When the guys returned to camp, Arnold kindly invited them to breakfast. When they approached the table, they saw an abundance of various foods. You can't even tell from it that the budget of this guild was limited. Leon was surprised by such an abundance of treats and said that there was no need to bother so much. Teasing the guy, Karen asked if he had never been treated like this. It seemed that he was about to fall into the ground from awkwardness. The girl glanced somewhere behind Leon and said that perhaps they would have a little extra trouble. The guy turned his head to see what Karen meant. He saw the unkind looks that the mercenaries threw at them. Grinning, Leon thought that there might not only be not many problems, but more than enough. Karen said that there are people in the camp who are in trouble. Leon was very surprised by this news, because he saw these people for the first time in his life. After a little time, the caravan set off. Sitting in one of the carts, Leon told Karen that he did not expect such fast movement. The girl said that this was all due to the fact that 2 horses were pulling the body with a spell carved on it. The lightweight spell is one of the most common and useful. It is cheap and can be used for a long time. But there was a drawback to the spell. When used on carts, they become unstable to impacts. Therefore, when climbing the titanium mountains, it will have to be turned off. At sunset, the caravan stopped in a clearing where it was decided to set up camp. Leon invited Karen to get out of the cart and look around a little. She said wearily that she didn't really want to go anywhere. She lay down on the floor, covered herself with a blanket, and said that she was not hungry yet, so the guy could walk alone. Karen warned him to call her if anything happened. Leon got out of the cart and saw that life was in full swing around him. Someone is preparing dinner. Someone is feeding the horses. Seeing how the entire guild worked harmoniously, Leon concluded that all these people had been working together for a long time. While the guy was looking around, 3 mercenaries approached him from behind, who were clearly not in a friendly mood. Leon guessed that if he was alone, someone would cling to him. He asked, "What business do men have with him?" The red-haired mercenary noticed with displeasure that the guy spoke as if he were some kind of employer. Leon replied lightheartedly that if they decided so, then he really spoke like a boss. The red-haired man got angry and said that Leon was only acting like an important bird because we were traveling with an A-rank adventurer. The guy was annoyed by this behavior. The mercenaries rushed in a crowd towards him alone, so it was obvious that they were the ones boasting of their strength. Leon said that he was annoyed that his abilities and experience were belittled by some suckers, and he had to endure such treatment. The red-haired man boiled at these words. The mercenary came close to Leon, and it was clear that he wanted to measure his strength with the guy. But then a voice called out to the guys, calling them to stop this action. Karen asked, "Since when do big boys only fight with words?" The girl offered to have a duel if they doubted Leon's strength. The men were amazed that a girl like Karen had an A rank. The girl threateningly asked if they really thought that since she was on Leon's side, she would interfere in the fight. One of the mercenaries said that if the blonde was willing to ensure fair judging, then he would like to fight Leon. Karen smiled sweetly and said that she could guarantee that. She turned to the guy and asked if he would mind fighting right now. Leon said that he was only for it. He realized that events were developing exactly as Karen had said. If the mercenaries had doubts about his strength, then he should teach them a lesson. In the end, it's all about skills, and when these narrow-minded men see them, all gossip will stop. The guy looked at his holy sword mark and thought about what El Cid would say to him now. He remembered this sarcastic spirit and decided that it was better for him not to know his opinion on this matter. Leon's opponents were veteran mercenaries of rank B, but still, the guy was almost 100% sure that he would win this fight. Friction between mercenaries and adventurers is a long-standing problem. Leon thought that the mercenaries must have been jealous of him. After all, he was a newcomer, and he was already working together with a beautiful rank A adventurer. Meanwhile, Karen, without wasting a second, has already begun accepting bets on the upcoming fight. Leon realized that the girl had already set up her own playground. She announced a fight between a mercenary and an adventurer of rank B. Approached her, she persuaded him to place a bet. Arnold very mysteriously approached the girl and whispered to her his favorite. Leon wanted to roll his eyes at this ostentation. After all, it was already clear who he bet on. To the joyful cries of the people, Karen announced the start of the fight. At one end of the clearing stood the adventurer Leon. In the other is a representative of Hansen's Steel Claws mercenary squad. The girl announced that direct hits from aura weapons are prohibited. Also, weapons that were not mentioned are prohibited, and it was impossible to use fraudulent schemes. She clarified that there is no time limit, and it is impossible to leave the clearing. Also, if one of them harms the audience, they will lose immediately. The participants in the fight unanimously confirmed that they understood the rules. Leon and Hansen prepared for the fight and took up fighting positions. Leon assessed his opponent, who had a spear and shield. He was surprised because among representatives of rank B, it is very rare to find fighters using a shield. Also, the guy noticed silver scratches on the shield. They talked about how this was not ordinary protective equipment. Leon said out loud that the shield is not as simple as it seems at first glance. His opponent confirmed these words. He also added that mithril was added to his alloy. The man said that several years ago he saved a gnome. As a token of gratitude, he received this shield. Leon asked if it was possible to share such information so easily. The man replied that after a couple of blows he would have guessed everything. Hansen also said that he initially did not intend to be cunning in a fight with a child. Leon chuckled. He understood that he was considered too stupid an opponent, and this was the main mistake. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that he would make his opponent regret that he had underestimated him. The guy decided that he should start with the lightning lunge technique. Leon rushed forward sharply, trying to reach his opponent as quickly as possible. Only a moment passed and the guy was already attacking Hansen with his sword, taking him by surprise. The man instantly realized that he was mistaken about the guy's abilities. He didn't understand where he got such great strength. The man managed to deflect the blow and tried to attack Leon. But as soon as he turned in his direction, Leon immediately jumped back, not allowing the weapon to come closer to him. The guy continued to analyze his opponent. A one-handed spear and a shield made of mithril alloy were used to hold back blows and instant counterattacks. This style of fighting focuses on defense. Therefore, rushing to attack, the guy only causes damage to himself. Leon had the feeling that in front of him was a hedgehog with spikes all over his body. He thought that he could get rid of this shield by using the Eclipse move, but he had no confidence that he would only cut the shield in half. However, the enemy pressure was too great. Therefore, he left Leon no other choice. The guy squatted down and prepared to use the technique. This action surprised the spectators, who were closely following the progress of the fight. Karen began to guess what the guy was up to. Hansen didn't even have time to blink when Leon suddenly disappeared from the place where he was just a second ago. Another moment passed and the man's shield pressed against his face. Leon made the planned maneuver and, with all his strength, kicked his opponent, causing him to lose his balance and fly to the side. The guy asked if his opponent liked attacking with his feet rather than with a sword. This question seriously angered Hansen. He asked if the guy wasn't a true swordsman who adheres to strict rules of combat. Leon did not answer, but only rushed forward into a new attack. Hansen put up his guard and pressed his shield tighter, preparing to repel the enemy's blow. But Leon used a deceptive maneuver. Hansen expected an attack from the front, and the guy attacked from behind. Karen noted with a smirk that the guy was using the killer's steps. The impact sent Leon Hansen spinning in the air. He flew several meters away, throwing his spear and shield in different directions. The man screamed and could not believe that this boy was able to neutralize him so quickly and without problems. When he landed on the ground, the enemy's sword was already aiming at his head. Leon was standing right in front of him. His sword reflected the rays of the setting sun. Hansen realized that he had lost. Karen announced that the battle was over, and victory was awarded to the adventurer Leon. Leon looked at the girl and thought that the technique he learned from her was very useful. Leon thought that if Elcid were here, he would immediately begin to nag him, saying why on earth he began to imitate the murderer. But it's better to have more techniques in your arsenal. Hansen's two friends stood there irritably, thinking that they were next in line to fight Leon. A dark-skinned man approached and barked at them to stop this farce. It was Commander Gustav. The man asked if, after what they saw, the mercenaries still did not realize the difference in skill between them and the guy. Leon realized that the man standing in front of him was the commander of the Steel Claws mercenary squad. The commander bowed respectfully and apologized for the behavior of his subordinates. He said that Leon's skills corresponded to rank B. The mercenaries were blind and mistaken when looking at his young age. Leon was pleasantly surprised by the respectful behavior of this formidable man. Commander Gustav noted that it was unfortunate for them to realize that, despite their mature years, they were on the same level as such a young warrior. He also admitted that they, 4 men, were traveling in the same cart. While Leon shares one cart for 2 with such a beauty, they were simply blinded by envy. Gustav once again apologized for the fact that they were so petty and narrow-minded. Leon heard Karen laugh behind him. The guy approached the mercenary commander, extended his hand to him, and offered to continue to live together. Gustav firmly shook the guy's hand and said that they were now in his big debt. The man promised that someday they would definitely wash away this stain of shame. Leon said they didn't need to talk about any debt. Gustav said that a man's duty is more valuable than his life. They will certainly return it in full. In the meantime, the man invited Leon to drink with them that night. When night fell, Leon realized that he could go to his newfound friends. Approaching the fire, he saw that the gatherings were already in full swing. Gustav immediately ran up to the guy, offering him a drink. Leon wanted to refuse, but a moment later, to the joyful exclamations of the men, he was drinking some kind of swill with all his might. Karen sat on the sidelines and watched what was happening with a satisfied smile. When morning came, Karen had to deal with Leon's hangover. She found it funny that the brave hero stretched out his legs after taking a sip of alcohol. Leon didn't even react to the girl's words. Strong alcohol contributed to sound sleep. After reconciliation with the mercenaries, the atmosphere inside the guild improved greatly. Leon even received an unexpected benefit. Hansen came from the Northern Army. He taught the boy how to fight mountain orcs. After all, their destination is simply teeming with these creatures. Therefore, such information was very valuable. Other mercenaries, too, at every meeting with Leon, proudly told their stories and shared methods of attacking monsters. One of the mercenaries asked what Leon's Karen is actually a relationship. Leon was so surprised by this question that he didn't even immediately come up with an answer. When he realized what the mercenaries meant, he laughed out loud. The men asked if he was trying to hide something. The mercenaries reasoned that the fact that the girl and the guy were traveling in the same cart spoke for itself. Leon denied everything, but was told not to be embarrassed. The red-haired mercenary asked Leon if they should consider the 2 of them as student and teacher. The man noticed that their movements were quite similar, but they communicate without much ceremony. Therefore, it was not clear who was more important. Leon remembered that the red-haired man's name was Hamel. He is a former forester, so he has good powers of observation. After all, I was able to notice common features in the movements. The guy explained to the mercenaries that the Karens, became close by fulfilling joint requests. This was not at all the relationship that the men were hinting at. Woke up, Karen heard a conversation near her cart. The men asked Leon if he still hadn't approached her. The guy said they were wrong. When Leon analyzed the conversation, he realized that he was accompanied by a high-ranking adventurer. So from the outside, one might think that she needed him for pleasure. He thought that he was being mistaken for a boy who considered the request a mere trifle, so he hid behind a woman's skirt. He doesn't deserve this opinion of himself, so he can't relax even for a second. Looking at Gustav passing by, he decided that he should spend every moment usefully. Leon took off and decided to cross swords with the mercenary commander. People passing by began to talk about how Leon had fearlessly challenged Commander Gustav to a duel. The commander said that Leon is really strong. The man never expected that he could withstand his direct attack. Spitting blood, Leon said he could barely stay on his feet. He asked if there were many who could react the same way as him. The commander replied that he did not use any technique. He simply decided to strike with all his might. But Gustav could not even think that Leon would not dodge, but would take the blow upon himself. Sitting down heavily on the ground, Leon smiled and said that he was also a little disappointed. Gustav laughed and said that the more he looked at Leon, the more he liked him. Leon decided that responding to force with force and speed with speed was a stupid tactic. In a real battle, he would have already been beheaded because he did not take a defensive stance in time. Leon thanked Gustav for the fight and said that it was a very good lesson. The commander was an opponent who was difficult to defeat even once in 10 battles. Gustav said that it was also useful for him to cross swords with such a fighter as the guy. Gustav said with disappointment that they would not be able to fight each other for a while. He said that in the evening they would reach the forest. There is no need to make extra noise, because all sorts of annoying creatures can come for their souls. Leon asked how long it would take to cross the forest. The commander replied that in a good situation they would need about 3 days. But if something goes wrong, the journey may take 5, 6 days. The guy asked a question. Will they have to fight monsters? Gustav replied that he couldn't do without it. Although such a small caravan may not be touched, it is worth remembering that the forest has a medium level of danger. The man said that if he meets a mediocre monster on the way, he will definitely attack. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. Gustav said that there were crowds of trolls scurrying around in the forest. Leon realized that if they met these monsters, it would not be an easy road. The commander explained that adult trolls are 4 to 5 meters tall and, compared to other types of monsters, they are quite agile. Gustav said that despite the fact that they have a decent belly, there are those who are able to climb trees. Leon was very surprised. Gustav said that those who have never seen it do not take its word for it. Forest trolls can easily be called ape-like. The guy listened to the commander's stories with indescribable delight. Although he knew absolutely nothing about trolls, the information that Gustav shared was still out of the ordinary for him. Leon learned a lot of useful things. For example, the fact that trolls attack in groups and can use goblins or orcs as subordinates. In the evening, Arnold announced that the caravan was entering the forest. He called on those responsible for security to carry out their duties properly. Leon thought that after passing through the boring plains, he would finally end up in the forest where the monsters live. Leon realized it was time to focus and get down to business. Karen also perked up and said it was time to get to work. She noticed the guy's intense tension. He explained this by saying that they were in the forest, and you never knew at what moment the enemy would appear. The girl reassured him by saying that those creatures would most likely appear tomorrow at dawn or in the afternoon. Karen encouraged him to relax and just relax. Leon decided that since Karen said so, he might not take a long nap. After all, he had not yet recovered from the battle with Captain Gustav. He understood that before the fight with the monsters, he had to get himself in order. The caravan moved calmly along the forest road, but a sudden noise interrupted the silence. Karen heard him first and immediately became alarmed, waking up Leon. Hamel rode on the roof of one of the carts. He listened carefully to his environment. Then he smelled something and immediately knew what to do. The red-haired man took aim with his bow and launched an arrow into the sky. When the arrow hit the target, something flashed, illuminating the space around with bright light. It was an attack by huge green creatures. The goblins were approaching them in a huge crowd. Leon and Karen were already ready. They rushed to destroy their enemies without hesitation. Hamel fired aura arrows at the green monsters. They cut through the space and moved towards the enemies with bright green flashes. The red-haired man managed to hit a large number of opponents. The other mercenaries praised Hamel's work and said that now it was their turn to do a good job. The men bravely rushed to destroy the attacking goblins. The battle has begun. Severed goblin limbs were flying everywhere. The mercenaries felt in their element. Leon realized that the fight was different from his participation in the punitive squad to destroy evil. There, he broke through his enemies using his own skills. Now the battle pattern was different. They will have to perform various attacks while fighting side by side with each other. Gustav looked at Leon and noticed his confusion. The guy looked unsure, so the mercenary commander asked if this was his first time participating in a battle of this kind. When the guy looked at him with his confused look, Gustav realized that he would have to cover him if he did not want to lose such a fighter. From the right, one of the goblins was approaching Leon. Gustav warned him, hoping that he could kill the creature himself. But Leon quickly joined the fight and decided that he should try to attack first. The guy flew straight up to 2 goblins who were ready to grab him. He managed to successfully cut their bodies in 2, releasing a spray of disgusting green blood. Leon felt something strange on the tip of the sword as he struck. He had faced goblins before when he trained with Elcid in the forest, but now he was able to slash with greater ease. This meant only one thing. The guy became much stronger. Orders were heard everywhere to kill the goblins in the trees. It was reported that the creatures that attacked the caravan were destroyed. Gustav told the mercenaries that they had done a wonderful job. He wanted to highlight those whose work was particularly exceptional, but he was not allowed to finish. A new pack of goblins attacked him, but the man successfully dealt with the monsters. Leon was amazed at how easily Gustav wielded a massive 2-handed sword in the thick of the forest. He wanted to try the same. When he wanted to swing, he did not notice the mercenaries standing behind him, and slightly pushed him with his back. The mercenary got angry and started waving his sword with a scream, saying that the guy almost ran into him. While Leon was moving away from one mercenary, he stepped on the second's cloak. The guy didn't have time to apologize and felt awkward. The guy sadly stepped aside. He thought that he was just getting in everyone's way and getting in the way. He blamed himself for not keeping a reasonable distance from his comrades. It was necessary to make the sense of aura more perfect and stable. He needs to concentrate so as not to intersect with the trajectories of other fighters' strikes. It was necessary to find gaps that Leon could fill with himself. He saw one of these. He tracked the trajectory of the mercenary standing next to him and fit into the open space, thereby saving the man from the goblin. When the mercenary realized what Leon had done, he thanked and apologized for yelling at him earlier. Standing nearby, smiled warmly and said that the guy was growing before our eyes. After some time, the last goblin from the gang that attacked them was eliminated. To the cheers of the crowd, Gustav announced that the goblin attack had been repelled. Leon and Karen listened as the commander ordered the scouts to work a little more. The rest could disperse to their carts. The mercenary captain called Leon over and said that there was one job in which he could be useful. The guy was interested in this proposal. Gustav said it was a troll hunt. Leon was surprised that he was called to such a dangerous task. Karen hugged the guy and assumed that the security squad intended to catch the troll. Gustav confirmed the girl's guesses, saying that he had already discussed this issue with the head of the guild, the strong and the weak completely differently. He said that if an A rank showed her strength in front of them, they would run away from the area without looking back. Karen guessed that Gustav suggested that she not interfere in this matter. The captain was confused, saying that it was just a recommendation. If the girl does not like the proposal, they can abandon the idea of catching the troll. Karen asked Leon what they should do. The guy didn't understand why she was even asking about this. The girl only said that it was about a troll. Karen said that if the guy had never encountered one, then it would be nice to take the chance and fight the troll. Trolls were medium-sized monsters that dominated the landscape with their unique abilities and physical strength. They were completely different from the monsters summoned using satanic techniques, so it would be a rewarding experience. Leon decided that if he was offered a fight with someone whose body was superior to that of a human and had abilities that could not be purified by a holy sword, then he needed to accept the challenge. Karen said with approval that she knew that the guy couldn't miss such a chance. The girl began to step aside, saying that she was glad that she would not have to personally participate in battles. However, she told Gustav that she had one condition. It consisted in the commander giving Leon the opportunity to fight the troll one-on-one. Leon was surprised by this strange request from Karen, but he understood that she wanted him to gain useful experience. Also, Karen ordered Gustav to pay Leon if the troll was killed. The commander agreed, saying that he had already agreed on everything with the head of the guild. At night, the caravan moved along a quiet forest path. Leon said that it had already been the 4th day since they entered the forest. He had no idea who would attack them this time. The first time there were nasty green goblins. Next, the attack was carried out by gnolls and kobolds. There was no pattern to figure out the next attack. One way or another, Leon realized that they were not even halfway through the forest, and they moved day and night. The guy suggested that perhaps these were the machinations of trolls, and they became the target of all the monsters in this forest. The strength of the attackers was not a big threat, but it was important to catch the one who was leading them from the shadows. Leon asked Karen, "Is it possible that after observing them, trolls will attack the caravan?" The girl replied that such a scenario could happen. As soon as the blonde said this, her eyes widened in horror and her face turned pale. Karen heard Leon asking what happened, but she could only look at the huge stone that was approaching the neighboring cart. An instant and he was already pressing the cart to the ground. A deafening crash was heard and everyone felt the ground shake under their feet. The silence of the night was broken by screams. Everyone began to talk about where the stone came from. Approaching closer to the scene, corpses were discovered. Death came instantly. They lost 3 in just one attack. An eye patch lay near one of the victims. Leon immediately realized who it belonged to. This was the mercenary he had fought beside in the battle against the goblins. Leon squeezed the found thing in his hands and promised himself that he would avenge the death of this guy. Karen announced that their enemies were here. It was necessary to prepare for the next battle. Another huge boulder was approaching them. Most likely, it was the machinations of trolls. People began to run away in panic. Horses tried to escape. Real chaos began. Leon analyzed that the stones were flying from a distance of 100 meters. It was like a catapult attack. He shouted that they needed to disperse throughout the area. He himself was going to use Eclipse to cut the stone, but Gustav got ahead of him. Shouting for everyone to be quiet, the man jumped straight towards the cobblestones. He swung his huge sword and, using considerable force, was going to deal with this rockfall. The commander successfully completed his task, neutralizing the danger. The mercenaries looked with pride at your head. Not paying attention to their faces, the commander ordered them to gather in formation. Gustav instantly calmed the people, ordering them to hide the carts in a shelter. He told the adventurers to beware of monsters that might appear. Leon admired the commander's ability to give such clear instructions in such a stressful situation. Suddenly, sounds were heard from the depths of the forest. They announced that soon everyone would have new problems in the form of monsters. A whole crowd of various creatures was approaching the caravan. Gustav said that if this continues, there will be no end to the monsters. But now, the priority was to destroy the trolls. The commander ordered Hamel and Hansen to take 4 mercenaries with them and find out the whereabouts of the trolls. As soon as they notice them, they need to engage in battle. Gustav said that these creatures must be killed so that they can no longer throw stones. Karen announced that she and Leon would go to the troll that was furthest away from all the others. The commander said he was counting on them. Having received Gustav's approval, the guys rushed to find their enemy. But their path was blocked by goblins who rushed at them from all sides, swinging their sharp axes. Karen's eyes lit up with anticipation of reprisals against these creatures. She seemed to be waiting for them to attack so she could take out her irritation on them. Leon could only watch as the girl tore several goblins to shreds with lightning speed. Without wasting another second, they moved on. A moment later, the girl told Leon to get ready, because they were almost there. In the twilight of the forest, they saw a huge creature that towered several meters. This huge monster held a huge boulder in its paws. Now it was clear who threw stones at the caravan. Karen immediately said that she would block the escape route, so Leon can fight the monster as much as he wants. The girl grinned cheerfully and asked if the guy had forgotten about his one-on-one fight with the troll. Leon guessed that they approached the troll faster than he could notice them because they took advantage of the distance from the other mercenaries. When the huge monster turned in their direction, the guy realized that he could take advantage of the fact that monsters have night vision. He took out the holy sword and used the light purifying technique. The space was filled with a blindingly bright light. This radiance made the troll cover his eyes with his hands and scream loudly in pain. When his opponent was discouraged, Leon realized that he could take him down with one blow. Victory was within arm's reach, but suddenly Leon felt stones flying at him. Even though the monster was blinded, he did not stop fighting. He tried to fight off his enemies by throwing small stones wherever he hit them. Having lost his sight, the troll became even more dangerous, because now he began to attack indiscriminately. Rocks flying in different directions made it much more difficult for Leon to get closer to the enemy. But he had to break through at all costs. Only a few minutes passed, and the troll's eyes glowed bright red. Leon couldn't believe that he was able to restore his vision in such a short time. While the guy was surprised that the troll had incredible healing powers, this huge monster was already reaching for his weapon. The troll swung his club. He clearly intended to crush Leon like an annoying cockroach. Leon looked at this gnarled log in the hands of the enemy and realized that if a blow fell on him from such a height, then death could not be avoided. He remembered how he managed to repel Gustav's frontal attack, but it was just a training session. The guy understood that from now on he could not make a single mistake. Looking at the enraged enemy who was getting closer every second, Leon, without any extra thoughts, rushed to repel the attack. When the baton fell on the guy, he managed to jump to the side and avoid the fatal blow. After analyzing the enemy, he realized that the troll was faster than he thought. If he launches a counterattack from here, nothing will come of it. Therefore, we need to get a little closer. Leon continued to jump away from all the enemy's blows. Thanks to this, he managed to get a little closer. But this was not enough. It was necessary to get close to deliver a crushing blow. Leon accelerated with all his might, planning to run around the enemy from behind. Apparently, the troll exposed the guy's plan, so he threw stones right in his face. Because of this, Leon had to retreat and jump several meters to the side. The guy was incredibly annoyed by the troll's battle tactics. Because of her, he couldn't get closer. Leon only had a few steps left to hit his opponent with his sword. Leon stopped and concentrated. He thought that the enemy had left him no other choice, so he called upon his strength. Since his technique requires improvement, the guy decided that if possible, he would not use it. The troll watched with interest as the guy's sword filled with light and crackling lightning bolts flew out of it. While Leon was in a vulnerable state, the troll decided that this was the perfect opportunity to attack. But this was exactly what the guy wanted. Create an imaginary vulnerability to force the enemy to deliver a crushing blow. Without thinking twice, Leon summoned his aura, and when his opponent got close enough, he used the eclipse technique. Without much difficulty, the guy managed to cut off the leg of this huge monster. Following the foot, the hand also flew. The limbs landed on the ground with a thud. Leon's aura weapon attribute was the sun. So, among the intermediate techniques representing light and heat, there was also the high heating of the eclipse. It was precisely with the combat power of high temperatures that he introduced the troll. But even despite the injuries inflicted by the guy, the monster tried to escape from the battlefield. Leon gritted his teeth and decided that he would not allow his enemy to escape. After all, he had come all this way to kill him. The monster tried to avoid further attacks and ran from the sword as if from a nightmare. Leon shouted after him, saying that he was only capable of attacking unilaterally when he was sure that his life was not in danger. The guy said that he would not allow someone like a troll to quietly slip away. Leon clenched his fists and remembered the victims caused by this troll. He promised himself to avenge them, and he will do it. The guy called on even more power of his aura and shouted that he would kill this vile brat. Without expecting it, he used the great chariot technique, Merrick. A huge flash of light illuminated part of the forest. After this, the earth began to tremble and everyone felt the presence of great power. All that was left of the troll was a smoking body cut in half. After a successful attack, Leon fell helplessly to his knees. He thought that now he could breathe a sigh of relief because he had succeeded. But the guy didn't know that unlike Eclipse, which focuses power only on the blade of the sword, Merrick takes a huge amount of aura. He realized that even if his body was in perfect condition, with the current reserve of aura, he was not able to perform this technique twice. Karen instantly ran up to Leon. She said she had no doubt that he would defeat the troll, but still, she added that, just in case, she blocked the enemy's escape route. Leon was proud of the fact that he correctly implemented the basic principle of the technique without Karen's help, using only his own strength. And despite the fact that the technique has not yet been properly honed, he achieved success. Happy, Leon was about to return to the caravan but suddenly staggered and could not stay on his feet. He fell straight to the ground and a confused Karen placed his head in her lap. The girl whispered that he had a hard time because of the technique he used last. She promised him that she would sort out the rest. Karen put her hand to his forehead and said he was great. It seemed to Leon that he was floating among 1,000 twinkling stars. He didn't understand when he managed to fall asleep. The guy felt so serene. He hadn't felt anything like this for so long. Leon suddenly pulled himself together and realized that he had no reason to be idle like that. While he was resting, Lion became much stronger, and he couldn't afford to lose to him. Leon came to his senses and opened his eyes. He looked around and realized what was lying inside the cart. The guy remembered that yesterday he lost consciousness immediately after using a new technique. He tried to get up, but it turned out to be not so easy, because incredible pain permeated my entire body. Leon flopped back onto his makeshift bed and realized that he would not be able to heal in one day. The guy remembered that the bishop gave him a very useful thing that helps in such situations. He took off the sacred pendant and looked at it with admiration. Leon tried to do as the bishop said and take advantage of the restorative properties of the pendant. After a few seconds, he felt relief. The pendant turned out to be much more effective than the guy thought. Even the fatigue disappeared as if by hand. The guy laughed because the bishop called his gift a mere trifle. He was very grateful to Jazar. Out of nowhere, Karen appeared. She was surprised that the guy was already on his feet and asked if the movements caused him discomfort. Leon sheepishly replied that thanks to the bishop's relic, he quickly recovered. The guy asked how it all ended in the end. Going for Karen around the camp, Leon learned that the troll hunt was successful. They managed to neutralize 3 of the 4 opponents. The girl said that the escaped troll was seriously injured, so she was sure that he would never venture into this forest again. Leon growled that their enemies were a bunch of cowardly creatures. The girl said that the troll had lost his entire herd, so it won't be long before he starts looking towards this forest. The guys approached the outskirts of the camp and Leon noticed the corpses of defeated enemies. Karen said that there are 3 bodies of enemies here, including the one Leon killed. If converted into money, it comes out to about 90 gold coins. The guy asked if a troll's head was really that valuable. The girl explained that troll blood is the raw material for high-quality potions. But there was also bad news. Due to Leon's technique, almost all of the troll's blood flowed out. Therefore, they will only receive half of the 30 coins. Leon chuckled nervously and apologized for his mistake. Karen shouted irritably that he was a fool and an idiot and walked away from him. The guy looked at the corpses and noticed that the first one was hit by at least 4 types of weapons. The second met his end at his hand. Looking at the bloody mess instead of a face on the third troll, the guy guessed who did this to him. It was easy to imagine Commander Gustav cutting off the monster's head with his huge sword. When the guys were about to leave the clearing, the head of the guild, Arnold, called out to them. The man said that Karen and Leon did a great job last night. Karen modestly replied that they were just doing their job. Leon looked at Arnold sadly and asked about their human losses. The head of the guild replied that there were 8 dead, 21 injured. There were no seriously wounded, but several people would still have to be left in the next settlement. The guy's fists clenched more and more as he listened that the guild would help with the funeral and pay compensation to the families of the victims. He felt guilty that they could not save these people, and now their families would receive money and a corpse instead of a loved one. Karen didn't seem to care at all. She immediately asked Arnold about the troll payment. The man promised that everything would be paid. The head of the guild began to calculate that 1 troll costs about 30 coins. But the pipes were cut in half and there was no blood left. But as a bonus, he could give 30 coins. Karen interrupted this calculation and said that they would stop at 15 coins. Arnold wanted to offer more, but the girl insisted on her own. Leon was very surprised that the blonde agreed to less. The girl said that she finds it strange that this generosity is shown only to them. She said that if someone shows you kindness, then one day you will have to repay the same coin. Leon was very surprised when Karen said that now that she is with him, she does not need to be indebted to others. Gustav interrupted the conversation. The man approached Leon and hugged him, saying that he was glad that nothing serious had happened to him. The commander asked the guy about the equipment he used to destroy the troll. Gustav was dying of curiosity because the cut was not like the one made with an ordinary sword. Leon replied importantly that this was his secret fencing art. The man immediately apologized for his tactless question. The guy asked if everything was okay with the mercenary commander's comrades. He replied that Hansen and Hamel had a couple of scratches, and Leonik was blooming and smelling as usual. Gustav ruffled Leon's hair and told him not to take what happened too seriously. The commander said that everyone who went on the campaign was ready to die at any moment. Many of them even carried a will with them. He hit Leon on the chest and said that death is a sad thing, but the guy should not burden himself with responsibility for what happened. After what was said, Gustav waved goodbye and went deeper into the camp. Leon smiled warmly in parting. He felt cared for by this stern man. Karen said it's okay to mourn someone, but this is needed by the living, not the dead. What happened should make the guy move on. The girl emphasized that even if he is a hero, this principle does not change. Following Gustav's example, she ruffled the irritated Leon's hair and asked if her words made him feel better. The guy remembered what Else had told him. A person who is driven by a sense of duty will not last long. Beliefs are values, not fuel that can run out. His thoughts were interrupted by Karen's question. She asked if he had heard anything about the desert area. Leon began to remember at least some facts about the desert that he had ever heard. Karen said that this is an area covered with sand, in which there is almost no rain, and at night it is much colder than during the day. Such an environment was merciless to living beings. Along with the nomads, countless monsters also lived there. These two forces often come into conflict with each other. The description of this area made the guy feel uneasy. He didn't even want to go near the desert, the girl reassured him, saying that they were moving close to the border and would only pass through a small section of the desert. Moving on carts, the sands will be behind us in a week. From these words, the guy concluded that they had not even approached the desert yet. Leon asked how long it would take to get there. Karen replied that at this rate it would most likely take about 3 days. The guy happily realized that by this time Elcide would have to wake up. He realized that he had not heard his chatter for a whole month and had already missed his mentor. Karen's joyful cry brought me out of my thoughts. She announced that they had finally left the forest. The camp was set up in a hot, sandy area. The only way to hide from the sun was in a tent. I had disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, the holy sword began to fill with energy and crackle with power. With a cry of joy, Elcide burst out of the sword. He announced to the whole cart that he had finally returned. Such an unexpected appearance of the spirit made Leon scream in surprise. When the guy realized what had happened, he looked with warmth in his eyes at his mentor, who was finally nearby. Elcid asked why the guy screamed so hard when he saw him. Leon replied that such an appearance was too unpredictable. The spirit said that the first thing he wanted was to stretch well, because a whole month had passed since his so-called sleep. Leon jokingly said that he already wanted to go back to the beginning of the month. Elcid also joked, saying that he should be grateful to the leader of the heretics, who gave the guy some shit. The spirit began to scold the guy, saying that at his age, the mentor was considered a king. Leon asked if Elcid communicated with such respect with his teacher. To the guy's surprise, the spirit replied that he did not have a mentor, and he learned everything on his own. Elcid asked if anything interesting had happened during his absence. He wanted to hear a short story. Leon began his story from the moment he woke up in the hospital of the Adventurers Guild. Elcid was most surprised that the bishop figured out the guy's true identity, and the blonde undertaker became his comrade. Leon convinced the spirit that Karen could be relied upon. Even though she was a murderer, her personality was not deformed. Elcid agreed. After all, if she let go of her past, then there was no reason to kill Leon. Moreover, the girl could compensate for his weaknesses in terms of experience and skills. The spirit also inquired whether his charge's skills had improved this month. Leon did not prove anything, but only said that the mentor could check his progress himself. Elcid couldn't help but notice that the guy was positively exuding self-confidence. He snapped his fingers and brought up the stat screen. That spirit, that Leon was shown in surprise on the screen. They didn't expect that the guy's skills and abilities would increase so much. Looking at his statistics, Leon realized that he managed to surpass all of Lion's stats. Now, only a new fight will help determine who is stronger. But the guy was sure that Lion also did not sit with his hands folded all this time. Still, the experience that could be gained at the academy was limited, so it was unlikely that the blonde could be much ahead of Leon. Elcid jokingly said that perhaps the system had failed, because growing like that in a month was a very good result. The spirit praised the guy for trying to master the Great Chariot technique, and looking at the statistics, he assumed that Leon had mastered the first step. Leon said that it was all because Elcid set an example for him. However, he clarified that for now he can only use Merrick. The mentor said that he had already exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the guy was born with a talent for learning, but still, the spirit liked to think that such a success of a careless student was entirely his merit. After all, he was an amazing mentor. Leon did not become indignant because he knew the sarcastic and proud nature of this evil sword spirit. Leon just copied Elcid's sarcastic tone and said that he didn't even know how to thank him. A second later, Elcid sniffed and said that he could clearly smell the sand. He asked where they were. Leon said that they were heading towards the Titanium Mountains as they had previously planned. The guy accepted the request to protect the guild. Looking at the lifeless landscape, the spirit said that this all sounded good. He asked why the caravan headed towards the very heart of the desert. Leon was surprised. He thought that they had deviated quite a bit from the direct route. The guy assumed that they were going the fastest way. The guy unfolded the map and said that the original route lay either through a mountain range or through a canyon. Elcid looked at the map and couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed, asking why there was a desert here. Leon didn't even understand the question, because the sands had been in this area for more than 100 years. Elcid said nervously that 300 years ago this place was a plain. The region was not subject to climate change, so this desertification seemed strange. The spirit continued, saying that such a process could not be natural. Perhaps someone deliberately turned this territory into a desert. Leon asked if this was possible. Elcid replied that he did not know how long it took, but it was obvious that someone had disguised it as a natural phenomenon. Leon thought that if the heretics, with the help of magic, were able to destroy the city, then perhaps they turned such a vast area into a desert. Elcid did not confirm his guesses, but said that, in any case, something was clearly wrong here. Leon asked if the spirit was sure that this was not a consequence of a natural process, but a conspiracy. The spirit said that they were too late anyway, and the investigation would not bear fruit. The guy got very angry when he heard that he didn't have to bother about this. But besides the anger, Leon also felt how clearly he felt the presence of the spirit, and they have known each other for less than 6 months. From this understanding, he smiled even wider and said that he was glad that Elcid was returning. Karen watched Leon, who was sitting in the carriage, talking to the air and actively gesticulating. She had questions for the guy. The caravan continued its journey through the lifeless desert. Karen sat in the cart and complained that she could die from this heat. It was so hot that every part of her body was sweating. The girl was irritated to the extreme, but at the moment, even more than the heat, her companion was making her nervous. Leon sat opposite and, smiling from ear to ear, polished his weapon. He didn't seem to care about anything around him. Karen was interested in the reason for this behavior, so she asked why he was in a great mood. Did something good happen? Leon didn't even know what to answer to this. After all, he had never revealed to anyone that his mentor was the spirit of the Holy Sword. The guy did not have to come up with an answer, as a voice was heard ordering him to stop. Today they will set up camp in the desert. Karen explained that it was much colder in the desert at night. Therefore, if you take sudden temperature changes lightly, problems may arise. The girl ran forward to quickly inspect the area. Leon told Elcid that they also needed to go, but the spirit did not respond to this call in any way. He just looked sadly at the landscape around them. Elcid said that in this desert there was not a single clearing left, not even a small one, from his memories. Leon realized that the spirit never expected that after 300 years, everything would turn out this way. Seeing Karen waving her hand, the mentor said that it seems the guy's name is. When evening came, pleasant smells filled the air. They came from delicious-smelling food cooked over a fire. Hansen and Hamel, sitting by the cauldron, began inviting the children to enjoy a delicious meat stew. Elcid was surprised at how friendly these people were towards Leon. Karen laughed sincerely at his jokes. It seemed like they had known each other for a very long time. Commander Gustav constantly tried to hug the guy, and Hansen and Hamel put tasty treats on his plate. Elcid smiled at the thought of how well the guy had settled down among these people. He realized that perhaps it was in vain to indulge in sad thoughts. What difference does it make whether it is a desert or a meadow? After all, the person living in this era was Leon, not Elcid. After some time, the flames of the fire burned out, and the travelers went to their makeshift beds. Leon, like everyone else, calmly went to sleep. But suddenly he woke up from some unpleasant feeling of discomfort. As soon as Karen saw that Leon had woken up, she immediately put a finger to her lips, ordering him to remain silent. Leon came closer and asked with confusion what was happening. A second later, they felt the floor shaking under their feet. Some huge sand monsters were approaching the carts. Leon asked if there was an enemy outside. The girl nodded her head and said that the number of heads was quite large. She consulted with the guy on what to do. Karen said they didn't have any killing energy, so she only noticed them when they got too close. But she didn't think they were going to fight. Leon asked why the patrol didn't notice anything. The girl explained that an inexperienced person may not notice the enemy who is approaching, buried in the sand. From their wagon, the guys noticed that these creatures were heading towards the cargo. It looked like they were planning to steal and run away. Karen looked again, Leona, and said that the plan for their further actions remains with him. The guy understood that they were at a disadvantage because they had allowed the enemy to enter the camp. So raising the alarm was not an option. Sleeping unarmed people will not be able to immediately bring themselves into proper combat readiness. Elcid added that those bastards also know that if they oppose the guild's guards, they will not win. Therefore, they came here with the intention of stealing things without showing any desire to kill anyone. If they raise the alarm, they will fight back, but casualties cannot be avoided. Leon didn't understand why his mentor was so happy. Elcid explained this by saying that he would finally be able to look at the skills of his stupid student. The guy began to develop an action plan. He asked Karen, "What is the exact number of enemies?" She replied that there are 14 of those moving towards the cargo. There were 22 more bastards on guard. This is everyone who was in the zone of her detection. Leon realized that these 36 people could use the desert environment to their advantage. Therefore, it was important to make the right first move. The guy looked at Karen, said he had a couple of ideas. A couple of minutes later, Karen was already sitting on the roof of one of the carts and watching the approaching enemies. She assessed the trajectory of these sand monsters and jumped high into the air. The girl took out her sharp daggers, using the spell of space, and was ready to use them. She concentrated and channeled her power to use the aura weapon. Her daggers began to hit directly at the enemies who were under a layer of sand. Their bloodied opponents crawled out of the ground in horror, like moles. At that very moment, Leon appeared on the horizon. He raised his sword up and was ready to rush into battle. The guy called upon the power of his aura, and his weapon shone with a bright light, illuminating everything around him. He shouted at the top of his voice that enemies had infiltrated the camp and were targeting the carts with cargo. The peacefully sleeping mercenaries and the head of the guild immediately woke up when they heard this cry. Those who attacked the camp did not expect to be noticed. They hoped that they would calmly rob the carts and disappear unnoticed, but then angry mercenaries approached them. The commander reminded that the protection of the guild head and cargo comes first. The robbers realized that they could not cope with so many enemies. Moreover, Karen's daggers pursued them from the air. It was decided to retreat from the camp empty-handed. The mercenary received an order to prevent the enemies from leaving. Karen saw that one of the robbers still managed to take someone else's property with him. She launched her daggers at him. But the enemies were not as simple as they seemed at first glance. One of them intercepted the girl's dagger on the fly. This sight amazed Leon a lot. After all, Karen's daggers flew with unimaginable speed and aimed straight at the target. The guy and girl watched as their enemy threw the dagger aside and disappeared underground. Karen didn't say anything. Her enemies were very rarely able to escape the attacks of her deadly blades. Gustav was not going to let the attackers escape. He shouted to Leon that enemies had been spotted on his side. The guy turned around and saw many footprints of robbers moving underground. Elsid asked if it was time to take a look at the skills of his unlucky student. Leon exhaled and summoned the power of his aura. The sword flickered and filled with energy. The guy wanted to demonstrate a new technique to his mentor, but realized that now was not the case. After all, if he uses the Ursa Major sword technique here, he will be able to finish off a dozen more enemies. But the attackers were not like ordinary monsters. And besides, his comrades were not on the verge of life and death. They were faced with the most common thieves, so there was no point in carrying out a unilateral massacre. The guy's doubts were dispelled by El Cid, who said that there was nothing reprehensible in his hesitations. The spirit told Leon that he was a hero, not a bandit. Burn everything in his path, or punish evil in the name of justice. He must find his own path. Of course, there are universal standards of right and wrong, but it is difficult to set your own standards by personally deciding who to punish and who not to punish. Leon had to choose: stab the thief to death, not allowing even the thought of leniency, or try to re-educate him in word and deed. The guy understood that every decision comes from a righteous heart, but each person has his own opinion about which path is more righteous. Leon realized that his own values were still not formed. He could only hope that one day he would find the answer himself. The captured thieves knelt before the mercenaries who brought them. Guild leader Arnold announced that due to the surprise of the attack, part of the cargo was stolen. Gustav asked how this could be. After all, the thieves were not even able to fight back, caring only about escape. He wondered when they managed to steal anything. Spinning the sharp dagger in her hand, Karen said that there was one bastard with luggage. It seemed to the girl that it was their boss. She said that he behaved extremely relaxed. Karen assumed that the cargo had been stolen before the fight began. The thieves acted secretly, trying not to give themselves away. But what was strange for the girl was that you couldn't tell by looking that the enemies had such skills. Perhaps they used some kind of artifact. Everyone present in Arnold's tent asked the same question: why did the villains come here in a crowd? Leon thought that even if they hid their presence with the help of artifacts, it should not be forgotten that that enemy easily caught the dagger thrown by Karen. Arnold said they stole the most valuable cargo. He asked those present to track down the bandits. Gustav thought about it, but did not make a decision without consulting his mercenaries. He asked Hammel's opinion. The red-haired mercenary replied that if you plan a chase, then you need to move out right now. Indeed, due to the natural features of the desert, the traces left behind are quickly erased. Even if they set out right now, the chances of catching up with their enemies are only 50%. Karen said she would be able to track down the thieves. After all, on the hand of one of the bastards, there was a trace from her weapon, which would lead straight to him. Hope shone in Arnold's eyes. He said that if the girl succeeds in tracking down her enemies, he will take care of a reward for her. Karen clarified that Leon, of course, would go with her. After all, she needed a reliable ally. She also added that she would need Mr. Hammel's help. The man immediately agreed to her request. The guildmaster handed the girl a compass and said that they would definitely need it. Karen noticed that the thing was broken, but Arnold explained that this compass is enchanted. A stolen box is difficult to distinguish from ordinary cargo. This compass will help you recognize it. When it is within a radius of 10 meters, the arrow will point to its exact location. Hamel said it would be a race against time before sunrise, so they needed to move out now. A small team of 3 people, without wasting a second, went in search of the lost cargo. Gustav watched the guys and realized that if they had an adventurer of rank A with them, then victory would go to this pursuit detachment. Moving through the desert, Karen suddenly discovered that the trail of the escaped thief was becoming clearer. Needed to speed up a little. Watching Leon, keeping up with the guys running through the desert area, Elsie said that the guy's endurance had increased noticeably. Karen raised her hand, ordering her companions to stop. They arrived at their destination. The pursuit squad approached a huge crevice in the sandy soil, which went far into the depths. Jumping there, Leon said that he couldn't even believe that there was such a valley in the middle of the desert. Karen carefully looked around and came to the conclusion that this place was built artificially. People created it a long time ago. It was difficult to imagine how people could build such a colossus with their own hands. The girl said that these buildings are about 100 years old. She noticed inscriptions carved into the stone. They were so old that they were absolutely unreadable. Hearing that the building was a century old, a guess flashed through the guy's head. Elsid said he also thinks that this place was the cause of desertification. Leon asked if it was possible to achieve such a result by digging a hole in the ground. The spirit rolled his eyes and said that in that case, all the mines in the world would be in the desert. The whole point was that this place was unusual. This was the center of the spiritual vein that flowed through the meadows and glades. Now, no matter how much the spirit searched for the remnants of that energy, there was nothing. The soil has become dead earth where nothing can grow. Leon wondered who dug up this spiritual vein and for what purpose they did it. Elsid said that after all this time, it is almost impossible to find out. The 3 pursuers moved forward along this deserted chasm. There were a huge number of human traces everywhere. Karen suddenly felt someone's presence and asked Leon if he felt the same. The girl felt that there were 3 guards ahead. Behind these guards, there were more than 100 more enemies. Looks like they found a den of thieves. The blonde asked the guy what to do. Apparently, the thieves found this abandoned structure and began to use it as a base, gradually strengthening their power in the desert. Karen said there was a gate ahead, guarded by guards. Behind them, she felt the presence of more than 100 people. The girl turned to Leon, asking if they should all be killed. Leon looked at the sword in his hands and began to wonder if he should complete the mission by killing every single one of them. After all, then his actions will be a brutal massacre. The guy listened and heard snippets of conversation between 2 thieves. They talked about how their last outing was in vain. The thieves said that half of the detachment was caught, which is why the leader, in a fit of anger, killed 2 more. Everyone understood that attacking the guild caravan was a mistake. One of them went on to say that the other day they came across a family. The father was on his knees begging to spare at least the child. They killed the man along with his wife, leaving only their offspring alive. The thief said that killing would be much more fun. His interlocutor disagreed, saying that if you leave a child in the desert, it will slowly dry out. And this was a funny sight. The second thief laughed approvingly. After hearing what he heard, Leon realized that now he had no need to look for reasons to spare these people. The guy called on the power of his aura and realized that within himself, he had already made a decision about what to do. His answer was the eclipse technique, which he used against these cruel thieves who did not even spare children. Elsid looked approvingly at how the guy grew up, making difficult decisions. When the path was open, Hamel shouted that he could advance. Karen said that even though the enemies were weak, they had a numerical superiority. She called for a focus on small groups. The girl insisted that she would take the initiative, so Hamel and Leon just had to follow her. The guys had no choice but to follow Karen. Hamel noticed that she was seriously upset, but the girl did not wait for her companions. Without wasting a second, she rushed into battle and was already attacking the next enemy. In just a few seconds, her deadly daggers drew blood and took the lives of several members of this gang of thieves. One of the thieves watched as Karen dealt with his comrades and wondered who this girl was. While he was thinking that he needed to inform the leader, the Undertaker silently approached him. A moment later, there was no one to warn the leader about the invasion. Karen tossed her hair back and said serenely that this kind of exercise was very refreshing. After all, her whole body was numb from the ride in the carriage. She advised the guys to constantly warm up like this if they want life to be in full swing. Hamel asked Leon if Karen was originally like this. Leon grinned and nodded affirmatively. The red-haired man sent him a sympathetic look. The guy noticed that there was blood on the blonde's face. Without any further thought, he walked over and wiped it off with his fingers. Karen's eyes widened as Leon's fingers touched her cheek. This touch awakened strange emotions in her. Frightened of what feelings might be awakened, Karen immediately turned away and walked away from Leon. Hamel, who was watching this, hugged the guy and said that he was a true professional in his field. Seeing Leon's blank look, Hamel said that one day in the distant future, he himself would understand everything. There were 2 more guards standing in front of the entrance to the enemy's lair. Karen said the compass points to that door. This means that the stolen cargo must be there. The girl said that she would penetrate there in the form of a shadow and check everything. She ordered her partners to deal with the guards and begin the invasion. Having given the orders, she called upon the power of her aura, and out of nowhere a shadow appeared that completely surrounded the girl. Hamel looked at how the shadows absorbed Karen and said that she had simply unique abilities. The red-haired mercenary took out his bow and said that it was time for them to start working too. At the tip of his arrow was an explosive, which he planned to use against the guards. He took clear aim at the door and released the arrow. While the guys were trying to find the stolen items, the thieves tried their best to open Arnold's box. One of the thieves, most likely their leader, ordered to quickly find a way to open this box. Finally, there was at least some progress, and the carving in one of the boxes cracked. But before they had time to look inside, an explosion was heard, turning the room into ruins. The main bandit, although surprised by the sudden attack, was able to stay on his feet. The door, which led into the corridors and was well guarded, was blown off its hinges, opening a free passage. Leon and Hamel took advantage of this passage. Holding their weapons at the ready, the guys prepared themselves for battle. The head of the thieves realized with horror that these were members of the guild who were guarding valuable goods. Hamel stated that they came here to return their property. The bandit assessed his opponents and decided that if they reached the gate without a single scratch, then their rank was higher than B. He did not want to face them, but before he could decide to escape, the Undertaker overtook him, deciding his future fate. The head of the bandits flew to the side, but was still alive. He escaped with only a cut leg. The Undertaker rasped in a rough voice that the man was lucky to successfully dodge, because according to the plan, his body should have already cooled down. Karen's shadow personality said that if they had collided 4 years ago, the man would not have given him a chance to even touch his ankle. The thief, horrified, asked what he knew about his past. After all, everyone who knew anything was already dead. Looking at the ghostly shadow, the man remembered that there is someone who is still alive, even though he knows about his past. Karen lowered the image of the Undertaker so much that part of her face was visible and addressed the thief, calling him the Mole. Even through the gas mask, you could see how the thief's eyes widened. He realized that the Undertaker was standing in front of him. While old acquaintances were enjoying the meeting, Leon was attacked by several people from a gang of thieves. After several swings of the sword and fired arrows, each of the attackers was no longer alive. Hamel looked around, assessing their work, and said that they seemed to have dealt with everyone. The red-haired man asked what to do with the leader. Leon didn't answer. He just looked at the fact that Karen had gone to deal with him herself. In addition to the image of the Undertaker, Karen did not hide her true face. It seemed that they knew the leader. Twisting her dagger in her hands, Karen recalled that she had once told the man to leave this sphere forever, otherwise she would finish him off with her own hands. The leader of the thieves did not listen to her, and now she was obliged to fulfill her promise. The man had to die. The man jumped to the side and told the girl not to make him laugh. After all, he is no longer the same as she knew him. The Undertaker's image was known as the terror of the dark world. Even if the man had changed, the difference in their strengths was too great. Only death awaited the thief. The enemy jumped further and further, saying that the winner was known from the very beginning. Despite these pathetic attempts at escape, Karen pointed her daggers and asked if this was a protest. The girl began throwing daggers, saying that she had given the man the order to die. One of the daggers pierced the mole's arm, pinning him to the sandy soil. The man roared in pain. Karen asked how many times her old acquaintance would be able to withstand such attacks. The man, despite the pain, called on his strength, and long claws, similar to those of wild animals, appeared on his hands. Karen didn't give the man a chance to attack. She started throwing her blades at him. They clearly entered the thief's body, releasing splashes of blood. The insoles hit the arms and legs, and also cut the enemy's face and head. A moment later, the man could not stay on his feet and fell to his knees. The mask fell off his face, revealing the real image of his enemy. His features were distorted in pain. Coughing up blood, the leader of the thieves said that Karen was terribly strong. He called her a real monster. Unexpectedly, the man asked why the girl did this to him. He shouted in rage that she had a good life. No one killed her parents, and the girl was not kidnapped from the family. An orphan that no one wanted was simply picked up on the street and made stronger. The thief asked why Karen had so much resentment accumulated in her soul. Creeping closer, Mole growled that even if she had killed the boss, there was no need to destroy the entire organization. Karen frowned and asked if she ever asked to be made stronger. The man laughed hysterically, saying that the girl had gotten too drunk. After all, the organization gave her shelter, and if it weren't for them, she would have died long ago in some sewer. The girl said that perhaps everything would have happened exactly like that, but avoiding the worst scenario does not mean that everything else is the best. Karen explained that her life consists of things she never wanted. For example, being an orphan, she happened to grow up to be a killer. Even the fact that she received such power was not her deepest desire. That's why she decided to get her hands on what her heart longs for. The man aggressively asked, "What does the girl want?" Karen clenched her fists and answered without a shadow of a doubt that her deepest desire was freedom. The bloody leader of the thieves stared at the girl with incomprehension. A second later, he laughed loudly, asking if this was really her desire. He said that if she wanted freedom, she could have gone to hell. The man did not understand why she decided to share this freedom with all of them. The mole said that they had completely different desires. None of them ever lost their freedom. Karen listened in shock as the man lamented that she had thrown only one measly dagger at them, and beyond that, they had no other way or hope of survival. The man covered his face with his palm and said that in the end, he was just a ghostly darkness. Unexpectedly for herself, Karen sat down next to the man and hugged him. She wanted to comfort this traumatized man. The girl apologized to this thief, saying that perhaps this was all the result of her turning away from them. Karen and Leon's gazes crossed. The guy was amazed at the girl's mercy and sensitivity. Karen thought that if the man sitting in front of her had the same chance as her, then everything would have gone differently. She gave Mole a new order, to survive and become a better person than he is now. The man listened in amazement as the girl ordered him to survive and find her later. Without another word, Karen turned and ran towards her comrades. Running up, the girl asked how things were with the stolen box. Leon said that first of all, they need to pick up their things. When the deed was done, Karen pointed down the labyrinthine corridors, hinting that it was time to return to camp. Just as the team was about to return to their place, everyone felt the ground shaking under their feet. The head of the thieves pressed the panic button, thereby causing this phenomenon. Smirking, the mole told Karen to take a good look at what he had become. Leon guessed that this was a self-destruct button. They need to get out of these buildings quickly. Everything around began to shake so much that it was difficult to make out the road that led to the exit. The head of the thieves sat down in the middle of the collapsing hall and did not move. It was clear that he accepted his fate and did not want to be saved. At dawn, 3 figures were discovered approaching the guild's camp. Hearing this, Gustav smiled, because he knew who the approaching people were. Karen, Leon, and Hamel were returning safe and sound after completing their mission to return the stolen items. When the caravan set off again, Leon told Elcid that now he could forget about exploring the canyon forever, because it was destroyed because of the mole. Elcid said sadly that that place had been hidden from everyone for more than 100 years, so whoever made the canyon is unlikely to have left at least one clue. The spirit asked his charge to discuss this later. It was strange for Leon to see his mentor in such a mood, who was sitting on the roof of the cart, suddenly called Leon to her. She delightedly told Leon to look ahead. After all, they had almost reached the nearest city. Leon looked ahead and saw that in front of them was the impressive fortress city of Barkasa. As they drove closer, the guy realized that it was the first time he had seen such a high fortress wall. Karen said it was a border town protecting the border. This territory is directly ruled by the Marquis. That is why Barkasa is a city to which the king gave the right to have independent troops. Arnold announced that they would remain in the city for 3 days to replenish their provisions and put the caravan in order. The head of the guild asked what Leon and Karen were going to do in their free time. Both the girl and the guy stared at Arnold with incomprehension. The man explained that they could stay where they were staying, or they could go about their business. The main thing is to return before the caravan sets off. Karen immediately said that there was one thing she wanted to find. She said she would show up where they were staying and asked for the address. Arnold said to go left 3 blocks on Main Street and find the Song of the Goat Tavern. There were rooms rented for them. The man said that Karen and Leon could use the large room on the top floor. Her pride is her huge double bed. The guy's eyes widened at the same time when they heard that there was a double bed in the room. Confused, Leon asked if they would really have one room for two. The head of the guild asked, wouldn't it be more convenient for them? Leon didn't even know how to react to the fact that he would spend the night in the same room with Karen. The girl was very amused by this. She asked why he was suddenly embarrassed. She winked and asked if he had any expectations. Leon quickly said that he didn't even think of anything like that, and instantly rushed away from the girl and the head of the guild. Arnold asked irritably if he had done something wrong again. Karen laughed and said everything was fine. She smiled broadly at the man and said that in any case, she would not be able to sleep at night. Arnold asked if maybe he should prepare another room so as not to embarrass anyone. After thinking a little, the girl replied that there was no need to worry so much. She and Leon can get along in the same room. When Karen was finally left alone, she indulged in sad thoughts that the hero would always have powerful allies nearby. And although she became Leon's first ally, there was no guarantee that she could always be by his side. The girl was worried that if someone stronger than her appeared, she might lose the opportunity to be with Leon. Karen realized that she had to try harder, and this city was an opportunity for her to prove her worth. She wanted Leon to think that he couldn't cope without a girl. Sitting on the roof of one of the city's buildings, she looked carefully to find what she needed. Her eyes sparkled when she finally saw what she was looking for. At this time, Leon was worried that he would bother Karen again. Even at the academy, boys and girls lived separately, so sharing one room was unusual for him. Listening to the guy's feelings about this, Elsid thought that the boy was still too stupid. Leon's thoughts were interrupted by Arnold, who began to say that he was very sorry. The man said that without knowing it, he put him and Karen in an awkward position. Leon began to make excuses and say that everything was fine. To change the subject, the guy asked what kind of cargo they were so desperate to return. It seems there was something valuable in those boxes. Arnold said that information about what was inside the boxes was an important secret. But then the guild leader said that you shouldn't be too strict with the person who risked his life to bring him back. He would share the information, but in return he asked Leon to promise that he would keep what he heard a secret. The guy gave his word. Arnold came close to Leon and whispered that inside that box was the so-called black crystal. Since we were talking about a first-class product without impurities, the cost of this precious stone is almost 1,000 gold coins. But the most important thing is that this item was ordered by Lord Reuben, the governor of the city through which they will pass next. Arnold said that if someone, like their guild, suddenly falls out of favor with him, he will take revenge without discerning who is right and who is wrong. Leon guessed that this was why the head of the guild said that that cargo must be returned. Arnold said his life depended on it. After talking with the head of the guild, Leon began looking for Karen everywhere. Inside one of the carts, he found a note attached to the floor by the blonde's dagger. It said that the girl would return soon. Leon remembered her saying that she wanted to find something. It turns out that she has already begun to act. Suddenly, Leon felt someone approaching him from behind. Turning around, he saw a crowd of mercenaries who frowned at him. Leon said that he is alone now because Karen has gone somewhere on her own business. Some of the mercenaries were disappointed that the girl would not be with them. Leon did not understand at all what was happening and why they suddenly needed him and Karen. Gustav grabbed Leon and said with a smile that he should come with them. The guy asked where they were taking him. The mercenary commander replied that, of course, they needed to visit the tavern. Gustav shouted to the rest of the mercenaries that they were going to drink with the young master. But there was a condition. The one who vomits first pays for the drink. When dusk fell on the fortress city of Barkasa, nothing good awaited people with evil thoughts. The dark streets were filled with the bloody corpses of those who crossed someone's path. This time, vile men came under attack, who infuriated Karen with their obscene expressions. One of these men dared to touch the girl without permission. Now this stupid daredevil was lying on the road, pressed to the asphalt by a woman's foot. Karen did not forgive those who saw in her only a body that could be acquired for their own pleasures. The girl said that she had one question that the man must answer. She was interested in where the largest gang in this city was located, which controls such areas as the black market and smuggling. The man didn't know what to answer. After all, if he says it, he will die. But if he remains silent, he will also die. When Karen found out the information she needed, she put an end to this pervert. She knew that the surrounding area was controlled by the Golden Owl Gang. It was an organization of traders whose main activity was smuggling and the black market. In addition, They occupy high government positions because they earn huge amounts of money. But they say that the Marquis, who is the owner of the local lands, also provides them with support. Karen understood that this state of affairs was adding to her troubles. Finally, the girl reached the streets, the walls of which were covered with golden owl signs. The last time she was here was about 10 years ago. She came close to the door, above which there was also this sign. Her feet still remembered the way here. Karen remembered Leon wondering what the nickname Undertaker meant. She abandoned the path of the killer, so there was no point in making a secret of it. Then the girl explained to him that this was all due to the method of coded communication. All dark organizations use their own individual method of secret messaging. The organization Spider, in which she was a member, also used one. In Spider, the main requirement was to visit a funeral home and place the contents of the request, including the target's identity and payment for the work, in the coffin. The essence of the nickname became clear to Leon. Karen said that usually organizations do not complicate the procedure for accepting a request and use simpler methods. For example, when a client comes to them, they use a flashlight that causes optical illusions to create a fake entrance. The real door remains open only to those who know the secret combination. Anyone who does not know her will grab the handle of the false door and will not be able to get inside. Karen said that she has a shadow aura and things were different for her. She could see through optical illusions, so they were nothing to her. The girl could always calmly find the real passage and get inside, just like I did this time. Having bypassed the illusion, the girl found herself in a long corridor, the stairs of which gradually descended. As she began her descent, thanks to her aura, she felt someone's presence. In the hall, which was located at the bottom of the corridor, there was a guard dressed in a red cloak. Karen entered this room and, as if nothing had happened, greeted the man as friendly as possible. The guard also assumed a cartoonishly friendly appearance and greeted the intruder. He asked if the girl liked their warm welcome. Karen remembered a bunch of traps that were in the corridor leading down and said that the reception was so-so. The guard asked what she wanted. Karen replied that she wanted to buy information. When the man asked who specifically she was interested in, the girl said the name Feode Rubin. The girl said she was going to pay for the information, so there was no need to hide anything. The do not sell option was contrary to the principles of this gang. The guard set the price at 800 gold coins. Karen said it was too expensive and asked for a discount for the valuable information she could provide. The man replied that in this case, the fee could be reduced to 700 gold coins. Karen started haggling, asking to lower the price a little more. She smiled slyly and told the butler to think better about her request. The man did not understand how the girl could guess who he was. Karen said that although her camouflage skill is quite good, her eyes cannot be fooled. In front of her was the executive director of the Golden Owl, in charge of the local black market. Glenn, the butler, was one of the Marquis Balkus's most trusted men. The man realized that there was no longer any point in hiding his identity and told Karen that she was very impudent. Karen asked again if they would agree to sell the information. After all, the man seemed extremely interested in the information that she had to offer. Glenn understood that at least an A-rank adventurer could have such a sharp eye. If he tries to get rid of her, there will be consequences. The butler said that 260 gold was the last price. Karen replied that she was happy with the deal. Karen's next words surprised her. Glenn said Feud Rubin is now like a hole in a sewer. Looking at the girl's blank look, the man explained that this means that whoever enters there cannot leave. While Karen was busy with business, fun was in full swing at the tavern. While Leon was drinking, Gustav said that the drink should flow inside like water into a sewer. But if it comes out, the guy has lost. The guy was grimacing from the strength of the drink. The mercenaries laughed and shouted that he was great. A pretty waitress approached the table and asked what their next destination was. Hamel replied that they were heading to Feud Rubin. The girl batted her eyelashes in fear and said that they were real brave men because other mercenaries avoided this place. She assumed that the rumors had not reached them. Hearing this, Gustav turned around and asked what rumors were being talked about. Leon also began to listen carefully to the girl's story about how a vampire rules the streets at night. Vampires were a race with intelligence not different from that of a human. They also had excellent magical abilities. They also possessed immortality, which could be compared to the immortality of mid- or high-level demonic monsters. Vampires were rejected by society because of their habit of drinking human blood. They say that only a few of the representatives of this race survived. Although the church has not declared them an extinct species, at the same time, no one recognizes their existence in their territories. The mercenaries began to shout together that if a vampire appeared here, they would quickly cut his throat. Leon realized that the presence of such monsters in the city stirred his heart. He would like to try to fight a monster that has the power almost like that of middle-class demonic monsters. Leon wondered if he, as a hero, should take on the task of eliminating them, or he should first try to resolve the problem through conversation. The guy asked the mentor to express his opinion on this matter. Elcid said that in his time there were very few vampires left. Strong individuals joined the army of the Demon King, and he personally killed each of them. The spirit also said that he had never seen a normal vampire who did not need to be punished. Leon realized that the possibility of existing with people was still in question, but he still wanted to try talking to the vampires about it. He decided that as a hero, he must independently judge what evil is. The guy decided that the vampire trial should be postponed for now. He wanted to see and hear everything for himself. Leon's attention was attracted by the sound of a fist hitting the wall. Some aggressive man shouted something to Gustav. A blond man entered the tavern, indignantly asking Gustav why they were so noisy. They didn't rent the whole inn. Gustav said the man's name was Jerome, and his presence marked the beginning of a new storm. The mercenary commander urged Jerome not to make too much noise in this wonderful place. Jerome was outraged by this order because he was not one of Gustav's henchmen. The commander said that he was ready to voice his request again. He wanted the blonde to just get out of this place. The answer to this request was Jerome spitting directly into Gustav's glass of drink. Such impudent and disrespectful behavior shocked all the mercenaries present in the tavern. Laughing loudly, Jerome asked what would happen if he did not want to leave this place. This provocative behavior infuriated Gustav. He rose from the table and said that bastards like Jerome can only spoil the mood of others. The commander said that if the blonde wants to measure strength, then they can go outside. There he definitely won't be able to escape from his hand. Jerome accepted this challenge and followed Gustav and a company of mercenaries out into the street. He asked if unexpected fights really happened so often among mercenaries. Observing all this, Elcid told Leon that mercenaries prove their worth through force. If they talk but do nothing, then their authority decreases. Essentially, they were people who always got into an argument and hit back. Hamel noticed that Jerome seemed to want to have a fight from the very beginning. Leon asked, "Is this strange?" The red-haired mercenary replied that he had seen Jerome quarrel with the commander countless times. But this is the first time such an open challenge, because the winner was obvious. Looking at the blonde, Leon asked if their abilities were really so different. Hamel responded proudly that few could compete with their commander. Jerome is also known as an easy job seeker. But Hamel said his behavior was very different today. The man told Leon that he had a bad feeling about this fight. Gustav turned to the guys and told them not to even think about his loss. He will definitely defeat this blonde idiot. Jerome asked his opponent what the rules of this fight were. Gustav answered, "Die or surrender." Elcid told Leon to watch the battle carefully, because it was a high-level battle between mercenaries. Squeezing his weapon tighter, Jerome said that the fight could begin. Without wasting a second, the blonde immediately rushed to strike the first blow with his twin swords. Such a quick and unexpected attack greatly surprised Gustav. Jerome smiled madly and struck one after another at a furious speed. He managed to draw first blood and wound Gustav in the shoulder and cheek. Jerome asked if he still seemed like a small fish to the mercenary commander. Elcid took a closer look at the blonde's weapon and realized that he had a falcata in his hands, a unique weapon whose center of gravity was in the front of the sword. Gustav replied to Jerome that his skills had improved significantly. After this, the man summoned his aura. The enemy was overwhelmed by Gustav's white aura. As it turned out, his attribute was steel. The blonde laughed, saying that he expected such a step. His attribute was water, and he recently mastered the wave move. This time he wanted to bring Gustav to his knees. Attacked again, and the opponent's swords crossed, Gustav withstood the attack without any problems. Calling on the power of his aura, the mercenary commander threw the enemy back several steps. The blow was so powerful that it was heard even on nearby streets. When the shockwave passed, the first thing that interested Leon was what the result was. Jerome was alive, but he could barely stand on his feet and was coughing up blood. His falcata lay next to him. Gustav came close to his enemy and urged him to stop there. Otherwise, one of them will have to die. Jerome laughed, asking his opponent if he had any idea that the one who would die might be Gustav. Rising from his knees, the blonde said that it was just a warm-up. Now he will demonstrate real power. The mercenary commander asked if he still had the strength to compete with him. He suggested leaving this stupid boasting. To the surprise of everyone around him, Jerome summoned some strange power, and the nails on his hands began to turn into claws, similar to those of an animal. When the man raised his head, his eyes no longer resembled human eyes. They glowed red and the fangs lengthened. 1 minute, Gustav looked at his opponent, and a second later he disappeared, as if he had never existed. The mercenaries began to look around in bewilderment, trying to find Jerome. Leon used his ability to notice even the smallest details and was able to spot him from above. Jerome jumped so high that he was out of Gustav's reach. He had a great opportunity to strike as he landed. The blonde did not miss this opportunity and struck his enemy. Gustav screamed in pain. Blood spread throughout his body. The mercenary commander could not believe that someone had managed to cut his steel aura. It was unclear where Jerome got such enormous strength. Gustav was shocked. He didn't understand what was happening and how the blonde managed to attack so unnoticed. The crowd said that they only saw the fall of the commander. The mercenaries could not imagine how Jerome became so fast with only a B rank. Leon disagreed with the mercenaries about the man's rank. After all, he was as fast as Karen. Jerome slowly walked up to Gustav and stepped on his bloody foot. This action caused the commander to roar in pain. The mercenaries immediately rushed to the aid of their commander, because this blonde had no respect for his enemy. Jerome raised a clawed hand and ordered everyone to stand still. Other mercenaries came forward, who had the same red eyes and long claws. They asked what to do if a third party interferes in the duel. The crowd was amazed. After all, these were the people they knew, who walked among them. Gustav looked at what was happening in shock. But still, he raised his stubborn gaze and looked at his enemy. A grinning Jerome approached the commander and said that he was waiting for him to start begging him for mercy. The blonde's facial features had completely lost their human resemblance. His eyes were bloodshot, and thick saliva flowed from his mouth. Elsid realized that something was wrong. This man looked too strange. When the spirit realized who was in front of them, it told Leon to raise his sword as high as possible. It was necessary to disperse the light of his aura around the entire perimeter. Without asking any questions, the guy did as the mentor said. Bright light filled the space around. Jerome could not withstand the rays of light coming from the holy sword. His skin and eyes began to burn unbearably, causing him to scream in pain. Mercenaries like the blonde behaved exactly the same. They writhed, screaming that their whole body was on fire. A couple of minutes later, these people were lying unconscious on the ground. Leon didn't understand what happened and what it all meant. He wanted to share his guess with Elsid, but he himself voiced these thoughts. The spirit confirmed the guy's guesses that these were not just people. He called them dampirs. This was the first time Leon had heard such a concept, so he asked his mentor to explain to him who they were. The spirit said that dampirs are those who have taken a reagent made from vampire blood. Simply put, this creature stood on the border between humans and vampires. He was no match for a vampire. He only had power at night, but his regeneration was much stronger than that of mere mortals. Elsid added that although dampirs do not use black magic, it was difficult to defeat them at night. However, the holy sword and solar aura will handle it. Gustav approached Leon and wanted to know what just happened. When the guy asked how the commander was feeling, he heard that everything was fine. Leon realized that Gustav was downplaying. He had serious injuries. He needed treatment and as soon as possible. Leon briefly said that those bastards were vampires. This news caused the crowd to roar. After some time, the vampires began to come to their senses and try to get to their feet. Gustav and the mercenaries were already expecting this, so they immediately approached Jerome and asked if he had come to his senses, because they needed to discuss one issue. The quiet evening in the city was disturbed by the screams of Jerome, who declared that by their actions the mercenaries were breaking the rules. When the fun with the vampires came to an end, Leon went to the place where Karen was renting a room. The guy sat on the bed thinking about Jerome's confession. According to him, the root of the problem was Count Reuben. The caravan's next destination was to visit this particular man. The Count organizes an army, making mercenaries and adventurers his subordinates. The guy thought that if the church found out about this, its shock would be huge. I wondered what Count Reuben was up to. In addition, it is not clear why he is so eager to get his hands on the black crystal that they will deliver to him. Tomorrow, they planned to go talk to the head of the guild with Gustav, so it was time to go to bed. However, Leon was worried about why Karen hadn't come yet. Elsid slyly asked if he and Karen would sleep together. At first, Leon didn't even understand what the spirit was talking about. In what sense is together? Then he realized that he was sitting on a huge double bed. There was no more room to sleep in the room. This realization seriously alarmed the guy. He said he was just worried that the girl had been gone for a long time. Just then, Karen appeared. She smiled and said that she had been looking everywhere for Leon. The girl excitedly began to say that she would now share very important information that she had obtained during her absence. Leon was extremely embarrassed. He thought that he could somehow take his mind off the fact that they were alone, so he asked what kind of news she brought. Karen asked Leon not to be too surprised. The girl dreamily thought that by sharing information from the Golden Owl, she would demonstrate to Leon her intelligence, and not just her strength. Without holding back her emotions, Karen reported that a vampire had appeared in Count Ruben's fief. The girl triumphantly spread her arms to the side, expecting Leon's enthusiastic reaction, but the guy said rather coldly that he was surprised. Such a lackluster reaction angered Karen. The girl received an emotional reaction, but not from Leon, but from the head of the guild. Arnold was simply stunned by the news. Karen thought that she would have liked to see that look on Leon's face instead of Arnold's. Sitting in his office, Arnold reasoned that despite the vampire in his fief, the Count was increasing his military power. The head of the guild asked if the information was reliable, that none other than Count Ruben was behind all this. Gustav said that this is exactly how it is. In addition, Dampiers appeared, and for these monsters to appear, there must be a connection with a vampire. In other words, someone was behind Jerome. And there is a high probability that we are talking about Ruben. The commander said that fortunately, this information was found out before they arrived at Ruben's fief, so they could take action. Arnold said Gustav was right. However, they still will not be able to avoid meeting the Count. The head of the guild thought that it would be better if that box was stolen from them. Then there would be an excuse. But if he doesn't give it up now, the Count will take it as a personal insult. Being a simple merchant, Arnold could not make such a mistake. After all, they could well have been killed for showing disrespect towards a representative of the nobility. Gustav understood that the man was right, so he said that they had no choice. The commander said that they themselves must step towards danger. From a strategic point of view, this was the worst scenario. What Leon and Karen understood, even realizing all this, they could not quit the job they had started. Gustav said that if they refused to do their job, they would undermine trust and reputation. They must be responsible until the very end of the mission. Arnold slammed his hands on the table and said that he was ready to spend all his spare cash on hiring more mercenaries. He was willing to supply them with silver bullets and holy water to fight the vampires. The head of the guild will not beg for only his life to be spared. Gustav looked into Arnold's eyes, and when he realized that he was serious, he smiled approvingly. After this, the men sealed the agreement with a handshake. Karen thoughtfully said that the men themselves would cope well with the tasks. The girl asked Leon to give her a minute of time. He was a little alarmed by this request. Karen stepped aside, and Leon had no choice but to follow her. The girl screamed irritably that this valuable information had cost her a lot of effort. Leon was confused. He didn't understand what had caused such a violent reaction from Karen. The blonde came even closer and said that if she had not made so much effort, they would not have even guessed what was happening. Karen said there was a reason the mole attacked them in the desert. Most likely, the head of the thieves received clear instructions from Count Ruben, which was the reason for their fight. Now, Leon gave exactly the reaction that Karen expected to see. He never thought that the attack in the desert could be tied to Count Ruben. The girl was finally pleased that Leon understood the peculiarity of this situation. Karen said that the mole had no way of knowing what exactly the most valuable cargo was. Therefore, the attack was not an accident. It dawned on Leon that those thieves had appeared unexpectedly to steal the box. Karen nodded her head affirmatively. The girl came to the conclusion that Mole actively collaborated with Count Ruben and did dirty work for him. The boy and girl together came to the conclusion that Count Ruben did not want them to come to his domain. Most likely, this was due to the fact that housing an entire caravan is extremely cumbersome, and the guards were extremely loyal, so the Count would not be able to take everything into his own hands without being noticed. Therefore, he had to rely on the bandits in this matter. Leon thought that even if Ruben was up to something in his fief, he tried his best not to attract attention. This is probably why he tried to steal the cargo he ordered. But not only did the guild manage to protect the cargo and destroy the enemies, but the caravan was also able to approach the borders of Ruben's feud. The guy understood that the Count probably thought that he had more trouble. Things were taking a dangerous turn. The danger increased several times when the guild exceeded all the Count's expectations. Now he will prepare for a more thorough massacre in his fief. In this case, it's probably worth using any tricks. Therefore, Leon assumed that he would have to use a necklace with the sign of the Order of the Iron Castle. The guy looked attentively. Karen said that there was one place they needed to visit. Dark shadows shrouded the possessions of Count Reuben. This place fully deserved the title of Night City. In an old room with broken glass, a man dressed in black was sitting, reading a book in the moonlight. As the shadows began to swirl behind him, the man addressed them, saying that he had been waiting for his return. A man materialized from the shadows and greeted the seated man with the words, "Your Highness." He was old and wore an elegant suit. The person reading called him Roman. The one who was addressed only as Your Highness said that the clan was completely destroyed, and such titles were no longer appropriate. Roman said that for him he will always be Prince Tepes, a member of the vampire nobility who inherited Wallachian blood among 3 generations of Nosferatu. Roman said that there were none of the Count's men within a radius of 1 kilometer. So the vampire Prince Tepes could stay here for at least 5 days. Tepes hit the table with his fist and asked how this could happen. Why are only Roman and he left from their clan? The prince was indignant that his sins were great, and all because he was trying to find a place to live. He never expected that he would bring such disaster to his clan. Roman said that this sin belongs to the wicked. But even if this was the case, Tepes did not absolve himself of responsibility for what happened. He wanted to save his clan. Suddenly, the vampire prince felt uneasy. He covered his face with his hand and asked Roman to be silent. Tepes's already red eyes became even more bloodshot and seemed to shine from the inside. Roman realized that he was using power, the ability to share feelings with those with whom the vampire shares his blood, even if it was blood that he did not give of his own free will. As long as the source of power is in Tepes, their minds are connected. Therefore, the vampire prince saw the massacre that Jerome carried out through his own eyes. But the most interesting thing about this vision was that there was a guy in it who owned a holy sword that disperses all darkness. A hysterical laugh burst from his throat. He thought that things were going very well. Tepes told Roman that it seemed like the goddess had not left them yet. The man asked what the prince meant. The prince said that he saw Dampirs who became the Count's puppets. This guy neutralized the non-purebloods with the help of sacred power in one fell swoop. Tepes understood that if this warrior was here, then he had information about him too. The prince turned to Roman and said that this could be the key to a counterattack. Tepes mentally turned to Andre Rubin and told him to wait a little longer. The vampire prince wanted to tear the Count apart with his bloody claws. Morning came, which meant that Elcid could bother Leon with new stories about vampires. The spirit said that in order to destroy those who were associated with the army of the Demon King, he single-handedly invaded the castle of the Vampire Lord. Leon was pretty tired of hearing about how Elcid in his time destroyed vampires, how he erased about 90% of high-ranking bloodsuckers from the pages of history. The guy felt that a little more, and he would start bleeding from his ears. He told his mentor that he was fed up with his stories. Leon began to complain that he couldn't even practice in the carriage, because all he could do was listen to Elcid's heroic stories. The guy was even sad that the road to the Reuben feud was so safe. It was too quiet and calm. He summed it up by saying that the spirit has been chattering non-stop all week. He had to ride along with the talkative Sword King. Mocking Leon, Elcid asked where he stopped. The guy screamed and said that he no longer had the strength to listen to him. Karen finally showed up. She hung upside down from the cart and said that they had already arrived. The caravan approached the Reuben residence, a beautiful building that was located at the foot of the mountains. Of course, the residence cannot compare with Barcassa, which is called a fortress city, but it is quite large for a castle on the outskirts of the country. Looking around carefully, Leon noticed something strange. It felt as if the fortress wall was sparkling. Elcid said it was a barrier, security lock. Using a huge amount of silver, a spell was engraved on the castle wall to block access to vampires. A thought occurred to Leon. Perhaps their assumptions were wrong. If Count Reuben was a dark horse controlling vampires, then why was it necessary to install such a barrier on the fortress wall? The castle guard stopped the cart to check the cargo. Arnold said that he is the head of the Stom Guild. Hearing this, the guards said that they were just waiting for their arrival. The guards dispersed and allowed the caravan to pass through the barrier and into the castle. Leon felt the powers of the barrier. When passing through, the feelings were not the same as when coming into contact with the sacred power. Karen also said that she had unpleasant sensations. Else had said that if they turned out to be vampires, they would be baked alive. One way or another, it could be concluded that the knights guarding the gates were neither vampires nor dampiers. The spirit said that from now on, they need to be on guard. After all, it is unknown where exactly to expect the enemy's strike. Leon looked around, carefully peering at the local residents. These were ordinary people who were no different from others. The guy didn't understand what was happening. On the way from the gate to the castle itself, they did not meet a single dhampir, let alone a vampire. Was the information about vampires wrong? The sun was still high, so it may not have been easy to spot them. The carts drove up to the next gate, where the guards stood. A knight stepped forward and introduced himself as Senior Knight Brand. By order of the Lord, only the head of the guild and adventurers with mercenaries of B rank and above could go further. Karen was surprised that they could go too. Leon was wondering for what purpose the Count was asking even the caravan guards to go inside. Upon entering, guests could see luxurious apartments. The walls were light in color and there were statues everywhere. Some of the mercenaries asked how to properly greet in such a place. Hamel said to just stand still. They stopped in front of a huge door, to which the Senior Knight Brand led them. He knocked on the doors and announced to his milord that the head of the Stom Guild was here along with his guards. The door opened, and a voice was heard from there, saying that guests could enter. Entering inside, they saw Count Andrei Rubin. The man looked at his guests with a gloomy expression on his face. Arnold immediately knelt down on one knee, expressing his respect to the representative of the noble family. Leon followed the example of the guild leader and also bowed. He looked questioningly at Elsid, waiting for his assessment. The spirit said that this gentleman is not a vampire. This information surprised Leon. After a second, Elsid added that the man standing in front of them was a much more annoying creature. He was a man. The spirit also added that all the knights in this room are ordinary people. It turns out that if neither the Count himself nor anyone from his entourage are vampires, then perhaps the information that bloodsuckers hunt in this feud is a lie. Leon did not sense the arrogance typical of high-ranking nobles in Rubin's tone. His eyes were filled with a gentle light. He didn't look like a villain at all. He greeted everyone standing in front of him and said that before starting a conversation, he wanted to receive the item he ordered. Arnold immediately brought the box to him. The guild leader opened it and showed off a beautiful sparkling crystal. The Count was completely satisfied with the order. He gave the promised amount and promised to reduce the price of goods that would be purchased by his guests by 20%. Arnold bowed obediently and said that he was very grateful to the Count for his kindness. Andrei Rubin said that such formalities were useless, and now he wanted to move on to the main thing. Both Leon and the mercenaries were very surprised to hear this phrase. They did not know that Arnold had some other business with the Count. Rubin told them not to be surprised. Vampires are now hiding in his domain. This confession shocked absolutely everyone. Leon never expected that the Count would honestly talk about this. Rubin said that they searched the citadel day and night, but he came to the conclusion that his knights were having a hard time finding the vampires. After all, these creatures hide well. He was also concerned that the knights had not fought monsters before. Therefore, the Count invited his guests to hunt vampires. None of the mercenaries and adventurers said anything. Then the Count said that he would guarantee a worthy reward and would provide silver weapons and holy water. Karen and Leon agreed that the situation was completely incomprehensible. To understand it, most likely, you need to accept the Count's proposal. After the conversation, all of them, without exception, were placed in a mansion for important people. Left alone with the head of the guild and the mercenaries, Karen said that she thought the Count intended to keep an eye on them. Arnold said they had no choice but to accept the offer. Gustav asked about the likelihood that what the Count said was true. He was alarmed by the fact that he was the first to mention the existence of vampires. Leon and Karen also thought that he was acting suspiciously, but ultimately it was just speculation, and they didn't have any evidence. Arnold threw up his hands and said that you need to do as he says. If suddenly those behind the Count find out that they doubted him, then there will be problems. Elsid also reminded Leon that they were now in Rubin's territory, and they could not attack him openly without evidence. Leon came to the conclusion that it would be better for them if Count Rubin was not their enemy. Elsid finally decided to share with Leon the information that Rubin was a high-ranking magician. The spirit said that the barrier on the wall was his work. The wave of magical power belonged to him. Leon thought that if the Count really couldn't stand vampires, then he had no reason to borrow their power. He could turn the protective spell on the walls of the fortress into an offensive one, and then all the vampires in this territory would be burned to the ground. So the Count either wants to catch the vampires alive, or he wants to silence the guild forever, using the pretext of exterminating vampires. As Elcide said, the Count is undoubtedly up to something in his fief. It's not without reason that he hides the fact that he is a high-ranking magician. Most likely, the assumption that the Stom Guild, having become involved in this matter, signed its own death warrant was true. If you think about Dhampir mercenaries, there is no guarantee that Karen and everyone else won't turn into something similar at the hands of the Count himself. Leon clenched his fists and promised himself that he would not let something like that happen. Elcide reminded the guy that now the main problem was that the Count was an enemy. Elcide began to fly up and say this to Arnold and Gustav, as if they could hear or see him. Leon understood that it was unlikely that he would be able to explain what the true nature of the Count was without revealing Elcide's identity. The only one who will believe him is Karen. Suddenly, the girl shouted to everyone to end this discussion because she wanted to swim and go to bed, but there was no progress in this conversation. Both Arnold and the mercenaries and Leon, absolutely everyone agreed with Karen's proposal. Left alone with the girl, Leon told her that Count Ruben was a magician. This news shocked Karen. The girl said that he was very dangerous because he was at a level that even she could not see. Karen said that there was no guarantee that they would win with their current strength. She offered to buy time. Leon revealed that before crossing Ruben's borders, he sent a request for help to the Order of the Holy Iron Castle using the bishop's necklace. However, the guy did not know when they would come and in what quantity. The boy's attention was attracted by a strange sound coming from someone nearby. As they got closer to the door, Leon and Karen heard snippets of conversation. But when Leon opened this door, he found only an empty room from which such sounds could not be heard. While the guy was looking around, Karen followed him in and closed the door. This alarmed Leon because he didn't understand why they would cover themselves if they just wanted to look. The girl bit her lip and looked straight into the guy's eyes with a strange expression on her face. Leon didn't have time to do anything before Karen had already thrown him onto the bed and was on top, pinning his hands. The guy seemed speechless. He did not believe that this was all happening to him in reality. Karen looked at him in such a way that it seemed that all his fantasies had come true. Her cheeky smile and seductive curves were right in front of him. In the house where the guild members and adventurers were lodged, lights were on in almost every window. But this did not stop the man, dressed in a black cloak, from climbing up and sitting near the dark window. When this strange man looked out the window, he saw the moving silhouettes of some people. In the darkness, one could see Karen and Leon, who were so lost in the kiss that they did not notice anything around them. The girl was on top and did not give Leon the slightest chance to avoid her touch. When the man outside the window realized what was happening, he began to stare in surprise at the couple. After a couple of seconds, he flew away from this window and went home, allowing the guys to do more interesting things than him. Leon was simply shocked by what was happening. It seemed to him that he was seeing a wonderful dream from which he did not want to wake up. Karen was no less fascinated by these events. After all, she had long dreamed of being in Leon's arms. When the man watching them left, Karen stopped using her aura and the illusion of a passionate couple disappeared. It was all a deception. The girl winked at Leon and said that everything looked quite realistic. The guy was embarrassed and annoyed at the same time, so he said how should he know? Elcide thought irritably that he was in the same room with young fools. Karen caught herself and asked if it was time for them to go out on reconnaissance. Leon was surprised that she wanted to do this right now. The girl explained that since the enemy was spying on them, then they need to answer him in kind. Moreover, now that the spies thought that the guys were busy with each other, they would not decide that Leon and Karen would go out somewhere together. Leon recalled that in the castle, eyes were everywhere. He asked if they could get out and remain unnoticed. Karen summoned her shadow, the Undertaker, and reminded the guy who she was and what she was capable of. Shadows began to curl around the girl's body, hiding her under their cover. She said that she was ready to accompany the respected hero. But against the background of the huge moon, only the Undertaker's cloak, black as night, was visible. But at the slightest command from Karen, the shadows dissipated and revealed the hidden to the world. The Undertaker's cloak hid a guy and a girl who went out on a night mission and wanted to hide from prying eyes. Karen said that the city at night is better than the daytime. At this time of day, the streets were captivating with their scenery, but she did not understand why it was so lifeless and quiet here. Leon assumed it was because the rumors about vampires were true. The girl doubted it. Moving through the streets, the guys discovered guards. The guy was surprised that there were much more of them than the city residents. The presence of silver weapons among the sentinels indicated that they were openly demonstrating their readiness to fight the vampire. Leon did not understand the Count's relationship with vampires. After all, for enemies, confrontation is too clumsy, and for allies, these measures would not be necessary. Elcid said mysteriously that Leon himself had already given the answer to his question. The spirit said that the world does not have to be divided into enemies and allies. The guy did not consider this issue from such a perspective, so he was surprised. Leon began to replay in his head that they had come to the conclusion from the very beginning that vampires were enemies for no reason. Perhaps both the vampires and Count Ruben were their enemies. Or maybe it would be better for them to join one of the sides. Everything seemed very ambiguous. Karen called out to Leon and said that she had looked around the area in advance, and this was where the slums began. She wondered what they should do best. The guy wondered if vampires would really wander through such places and seek shelter in them. Elcid said that vampires were an arrogant aristocracy. They looked down on people. Because of their pride, they would hardly hide in such a wretched place. The spirit said that if these creatures began to hide in the slums, they must have reached the extreme point and are now truly dangerous. Leon decided to check out these surroundings. When they with Karen, walked a few meters deep into the slums. Then they felt that the air had become very heavy. The girl also said that even using her senses, she did not feel the presence of people somewhere nearby. This was alarming. After all, even if Ruben's feud was incredibly rich, at least a couple of poor people had to live in this territory. This also seemed out of the ordinary to Leon. Everywhere it was the case that if there were people living in mansions, there were also those who could not afford such luxury. However, not a single slum dweller has been spotted in this city yet. Only traces of their existence remain, but the inhabitants themselves cannot be found. This gave rise to the most disturbing thoughts. The guys felt terrified of staying in the slums, because it was not clear what Count Ruben had done with the poor people of the feud to make this part of the city so deserted. Karen was about to shroud them in shadows and hide them from prying eyes in order to return to the Count's estate unnoticed. But everything turned out to be not so simple. A blow was sent to the ground behind them, taking Karen and Leon by surprise. Leon tightened his grip on his sword, realizing that an attack had been made on them that even Karen could not notice. Two men emerged from the shadows. They silently looked at the armed guys. The eyes of one of the attackers glowed bright red. The guy noticed that their enemies were moving, changing their bodies like a foggy haze. Were they really magicians or high-class assassins? Elcid dispelled all Leon's questions with the information that these guys were real vampires. A long-haired brunette stepped forward and said that he was the last representative of the royal family of Wallachia. His name was Tepes. Leon suddenly realized that with such an impressive arsenal of techniques, vampires could attack them before. They could have been bled dry and left in the slums, but they didn't do that. It was difficult to tell who they were, enemies or allies. However, Leon was glad at least that he did not feel hostility from these vampires. They abandoned the surprise attack and entered into dialogue. Exchanging glances with Karen, the guy realized that he needed to take the opportunity and talk to these creatures. Perhaps they can shed some light on what is happening. Having finally made his decision, Leon laid down his weapon and showed his willingness to talk with these mysterious vampires. The guy asked why they appeared before them. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting, so it was interesting to hear the essence of their case. Tepes smiled from ear to ear, showing off his fangs, and said that he was not mistaken about the guy's prudence. The vampire said that through the tampere, he saw that Leon had sacred power. He wondered if the guy was a man from the church. This question surprised both the guy and the girl. They were clearly confused. They did not understand how a vampire could appear before them if he assumed that the guys were somehow connected with the church. It was absurd. Elcid was also wary. After all, if the vampire were hiding evil intent, then, looking at the coat of arms of the church, he would try to avoid meeting with the follower. Leon decided that he had already impersonated a church member once, in Blaine, so he might as well do it again. He told the vampire that he was a follower. Leon never expected what happened next. The vampire jumped up to him and affably squeezed his hand in his. Tepes joyfully said that he was very glad to see the guy, because he had been waiting for someone like him for a long time. Leon didn't even know how to react to such a warm greeting from the vampire. He thought that this was a cruel creature who saw him as a bag of blood. When Tepes and Leon started talking, Roman, standing next to them, sighed with relief. Perhaps things will now change for the better. In the morning, when the guys returned from their reconnaissance mission, they retold the details of the conversation with the vampire prince to their allies. Hamel and the rest of the mercenaries were amazed by what they heard from Leon and Karen. Gustav and Arnold also had difficulty digesting the news they brought. The mercenary commander was the first to break the tense silence and said that things had taken a very unexpected turn. Gustav could not believe that Count Ruben was using the poor as food to breed several dozen vampires. Karen shook her head coldly and said that was exactly how it happened. She heard it with her own ears. Leon realized that Karen's presence was very helpful. After all, the words of an A-rank adventurer carried significant weight in the eyes of others. To the mercenaries, the matter seemed very strange. The Count was a high-ranking wizard, and suddenly a vampire appears and reports such news. But they couldn't help but believe Karen. Gustav once again sorted everything out. Count Ruben was planning something by sacrificing the poor people of this city. The Stam Guild, along with the mercenaries and adventurers, got in the way, so the Count decided to neutralize them under the pretext of hunting vampires, thereby closing their mouth. Karen confirmed the commander's words and added that even if the Count manages to hold them, this will last no more than 10 days. Everyone present in the room understood that some unpleasant story was brewing. Gustav said that it was quite possible that this was all a lie. It was doubtful to trust bastards who drink human blood. Suddenly, the commander felt a slight cold behind his back and sensed someone's presence. The creature whispered that they, too, were not particularly happy to drink other people's blood. The commander jumped up and jumped onto the table in surprise. He never expected that there would be a real vampire in the room. Tepesh said hello and said that this body is intangible, so it can function in the light of the sun. He said he came in peace and they could relax. The vampire prince said that what he heard was hard to believe, but all the information about the Count's affairs was the pure truth. Gustav said that he would not risk his comrades by taking the vampire's word for it. He needed proof. Tepe said the man's demands were fair. The vampire showed a document that proved that the service of the church by the Wallachian clan had ended. Hamel, confused, asked if vampires were in the service of the church. Tepe said that 300 years ago, part of their clan joined the Demon King, thereby committing a monstrous betrayal of the goddess. As a result, most of the vampires were destroyed by the hero Rodrigo. Even those who remained faithful to the goddess were on the verge of execution. However, one priest stood up for them. In exchange for 250 years of service to the church, some members of the clan were able to continue their lives. Leon realized that Tepes's words were completely consistent with the information Elcid had given. The spirit noticed that there was no need to create drama. 250 years was not such a long time for those who possess immortality. Vampires were only vulnerable to sunlight and damage beyond their regenerative abilities. Of course, they could also be killed by hitting the heart or brain with silver, but in general, they could live for thousands of years. Tepes continued the story, saying that after the end of their service, they began to look for a place where they could settle. He hoped that Ruben would become such a city. Gustav assumed that the Count had stuck a knife into the vampires' backs. The prince said that was exactly how it happened. After seeing the document, the mercenary commander had no doubts. This meant that they were in a quagmire from which it would be difficult to get out. The man turned to Leon with a question about when the Knights of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle, whom he had summoned with the help of a medallion, would be here. Unfortunately, Leon did not have such information, so he could not answer anything. The commander said that in this case, they would have to oppose the Count using their own forces. Karen said it was impossible. After all, even Tepes, who was not inferior to them in strength, did not fight the Count, but hid. This was explained by the fact that wizards were more powerful in their own territory. Besides, Ruben was prepared for battle. The girl said that it would be more reasonable to gradually weaken the enemy's forces and strive to gain superiority. Karen said that their hope was in a sacred power that could dispel the darkness. The guild leader said that then they need to wait for the knights to arrive. Gustav added that for now, they would try to reduce the Count's power. Hamel asked how they would carry out their plan if they were under 24-hour surveillance by the Count's men. Everyone present in the room began to think hard, trying to find the answer to this question. The guild leader raised his hand and said that they could try to pretend that they were fighting. Everyone, including Tepes, looked at Arnold in surprise. It was unclear how exactly he wanted to create the illusion of hunting vampires. The silence of the night city was broken by a loud explosion in the middle of a residential area. The wounded guards tried to understand what was happening and who initiated the surprise attack. Leon appeared on the horizon with a sword in his hands. His gaze was menacing, and his cloak fluttered in the wind. One of the guards, bleeding, asked Leon who he was. The guy introduced himself and said that he was accompanying the Stom Guild. Now he was here to fulfill the Count's request for the extermination of vampires. Just then, Tepes appeared against the backdrop of the full moon. The frightened watchman looked only at him, forgetting about Leon. Seeing the blood-red eyes and exposed fangs, the guards started shouting in panic that this was a vampire. Leon proudly stepped forward and said that from now on they could trust him. He will deal with this creature of the night. Tepes laughed ominously and called upon his power. A bloody haze began to appear around the vampire, making his image even more creepy. This is exactly how the guild leader imagined their pretend battle with vampires. Gustav said that he had not thought of this method. Hamel also liked this plan. He said that the Count could not even imagine such a thing. No one will guess that they are in league with the vampires. Karen said that if they pretended to fight, they could choose the place and time of the fight at their own discretion. In other words, they will have an excellent opportunity to cause unrest anywhere inside Count Ruben's fortress. Gustav shouted that everything was decided. They simply had to give Count Ruben a good beating. After some time, the mercenary commander already rushed into a pretend battle with the vampire. He put so much effort into making the battle look believable. Then, in the darkness of the night, the man saw the seal of the magician who created a security spell around the estate. This proved that the Count was the magician who created it. There were buildings on the territory that local residents knew nothing about, and only the Count could enter there. These towers turned the entire area into a huge magic circle. Karen explained that wizards place similar amplification structures on their territory to increase the effectiveness of their own magic. Gustav suggested that they should destroy them all. Leon said that most likely half of them are dummies, so as not to be perceived as part of the magic circle. Hamel concluded that they must select the real towers from this pile and destroy them. Leon concluded that if they start destroying only real towers, the Count will immediately suspect something is wrong. You need to act as if the structures were hit by accident. After some time, the guy stood on the street and watched as one of the estate's buildings exploded. Leon told Elsid that it looked like Commander Gustav and Roman were doing a great job. The mentor advised him not to rush too much, because then the Count might figure out their plan. The spirit advised them to pretend that they were fighting and secretly select only one tower and destroy it. Leon began a feigned battle with Tepes. The vampire began to attack with red spheres, from which powerful energy emanated. Seeing the vampire's power, Elsid decided to remind Leon that he should not use his aura. The guy, horrified, asked why the spirit told him about this only now. He didn't expect to have to restrain his aura. But it was already too late. Tepes directed a stream of his power at him, which resembled blood. Leon needed to somehow get out. When the vampire's forces began to circle very close to the guy's body, he exhaled and calmed down. He reminded himself that the fight was fake. As soon as Leon regained his breath, suddenly the power of Tepes struck behind him without touching a hair on his body. Looking at the power the vampire possessed, Leon asked if he really couldn't use aura in confrontation with such a strong opponent. When the mentor nodded, the guy boiled. After all, even if it was just make-believe, they still fought, and the destructive power of Tepes' blow was real. Elsid explained that his aura is the direct opposite of a vampire's. Even light contact will cause enormous damage to Tepes. Leon said that he was given too difficult a task, to carry out an attack with such destructive power that it would blow up nearby buildings, without an aura weapon. While the guy was indignantly talking to his spirit, loud explosions and sounds of destruction were heard within the estate. It was the work of the vampire prince. He directed his energy in a powerful stream at the buildings and destroyed them. The places where his power hit exploded, throwing up clouds of dust and stones into the air. Leon barely had time to maneuver between the explosion sites. Having finished his attack on the buildings of Count Ruben's estate, Tepes stood and observed the results of his work. But then, he saw Leon approaching him with a sword at the ready. The guy waved his weapon, but the vampire instantly flew up and disappeared from sight. Tepes decided to continue this performance, so he returned and took aim next to Leon to make the attack as realistic as possible. The stream of power passed so close to the guy that he had to jump back and, using his sword, repel the vampire attack. As a result of this feigned battle, 2 towers from Ruben's magic circle were destroyed. The plan to weaken the magician was successfully begun. Smiling, Elcid said that the place of their fight looked like a very good training session. When morning came, an exhausted Leon sat in the Count's dilapidated building. He suddenly realized that 6 days had already flown by in endless battles. Despite his charge's fatigue, Elcid noted that, fortunately, the process of executing their plan went very smoothly. Andre Ruben looked from the window of his estate at the burning magic towers. At least 10 structures were destroyed, so that the defenses of the walls were now greatly weakened. He clenched his fists angrily, because these destructions affected his strength, and he felt his power weakening. He raised his hand and began nervously fiddling with the magic rings. He urgently needed to figure out how to regain his strength. Suddenly, the rings began to shine, and the magician felt energy begin to flow through his veins, restoring what had been lost. Walking through the corridors of the estate, Gustav met Leon. He said that everything seems to be going according to plan so far. The guy told him that he thought it was strange that the Count was not doing anything. The commander said that if he still has not revealed his true face, then he still needs time. But the longer they wait, the more dangerous the situation becomes. Gustav asked if there was still no news from the Knights of the Holy Iron Castle. Leon just spread his hands. He himself wanted them to arrive quickly. Suddenly, Karen appeared from the shadows. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she said that the Knight of the Holy Iron Castle was here. The girl led Leon to a restaurant where it was necessary to make a reservation. The guy had no doubt about the genius of his ally. As they approached the building, he felt Karen approaching him. Her breasts literally pressed against his hand. He asked if it was necessary to go that far. The girl said she told the maid they would have dinner in town, so they needed to act like a couple. The waiter approached the couple and asked in whose name the reservation was made. To Leon's surprise, Karen said Noelle's name. The girl simply read the guy's name backwards. The waiter led them inside without any problems and offered them a menu. The guys went into a room on the 4th floor and saw a man and a girl who were already waiting for them. The dark-haired guy glared at those entering the room with his frowning gaze. It was clear that he was taking the matter seriously. The girl looked very young, but gave the impression of a talented fighter. Leon realized that this couple had demonstrated their dominance without even drawing their weapons. This was to be expected from the largest armed organization on the continent. Elcid commented that thanks to wanderings with Karen, the guy's eyes began to notice details better. Although the girl was inferior to Jisaru, she was definitely strong. Leon broke the silence and greeted his new allies. He introduced himself and said that it was he who requested their support. The dark-haired guy said his name was Demian. It turns out that Bishop Jazar told him a lot about Leon. Demian introduced his companion, saying that her name was Angelica. She couldn't talk, so he urged the guys to be understanding. Trying to speak as quietly as possible, Leon asked how much they knew about the current situation. Demian said that they only knew the general features. The knight said that he knew that Leon and Prince Tepesh carried out sabotage disguised as a battle. Leon asked how the guy knew Tepes. Demian replied that the vampire was from the Wallachian clan, known for its volunteer work for the church. He called the prince's clan unlucky. After all, after 250 years of hard work, they found themselves in this situation. Damian asked Leon to tell him this story first. It was already deep night outside when Leon finally finished his story about what was happening at Ruben's estate. Damian clenched his fists in anger. He hated the thought of the Count imprisoning the clan as vampires and raising them like some kind of livestock. He understood what the Count was planning. After all, there is only one type of magic that uses life force in this way. It was black magic. Looking at the knight's expression, Leon realized that the situation was more serious than they had expected. Elcid said that Demian properly correlated all the facts. Vampires are a race in which there is no difference between body and soul. The Count is trying to use them to store energy. It looks like he's using black magic to drain. This method works best for spiritual bodies. Ruben uses the poor as food so that he can again squeeze out all the juices from the strengthened vampires and use them for his insidious purposes. Leon couldn't believe that this was even possible. Demian explained that in a normal situation this could not happen. He said that if drinking a lot of blood made vampires infinitely strong, then they would have already conquered the whole world. Consuming large amounts of blood is one of the taboos that can lead to vampires self-destructing. But the Count doesn't care what state the vampire is in. Its purpose is to absorb energy. After draining all the power, he doesn't care whether the vampire dies or not. After these words, Angelica raised her hand and showed the number 3 with her fingers. Leon and Karen looked at each other in confusion. They did not understand what the girl wanted to tell them. Demian explained that this situation has a 3rd level of danger. Therefore, they asked for Karen and Leon's full participation in this matter. Leon suddenly realized that in terms of disaster level 3, this situation was equal to the city devourer problem in Blaine. The 2nd level related to national level disasters, and the first to situations threatening the world. The 1st level was observed only once, when there was an invasion of the Demon King. Demian said that if the situation reaches level 2, then he will have to collect half of the Knights of the Order or send a request to each country. It was clear to Leon that if something like this happened, the world would be in chaos. The Knight of the Order said that since this was the case, they would interrogate Count Ruben tonight. If he refuses to be interrogated, he will be tried in the name of the church. One of the Count's magical towers rose right on the roof of his prison camp. Angelica's relatives, vampires, were also secretly imprisoned in this place. Prince Tepes and Roman appeared from the darkness. They greeted the girl and said that they had been told about her. Roman explained that his and Tepes's role was to help her escape the prisoners so that they could join Leon's squad. Tepes said the prison is a target he has long had his sights on, but the Count fenced the prison with a barrier that reproduced the light of the sun. Roman reasoned that if the base of the solid wall barrier could be destroyed, then they would be able to move on. While the men were ranting, the girl jumped forward straight into the barrier that could have incinerated her. Tepes watched in horror as Miss Angelica sentenced herself to a painful death. Angelica stopped right in front of the barrier and raised her hand, which had a kind of glove with spikes on it. The holy fist began to fill with power. The girl hit the wall, sending a huge amount of holy power there. The barrier could not withstand such pressure and began to collapse right before our eyes. Prince Tepes and Roman did not hide their shock. They could not believe that Angelique managed to crush this insurmountable obstacle. The power of the impact and the force of subsequent destruction was so strong that an earthquake shook the surrounding area of the city. Leon exchanged tense glances with Elcide and wondered out loud whether the earth was really shaking just now. Demian explained that it was Angelica. She was twice as strong as him, and many older knights were inferior in strength to this girl. The knight noted that Angelica alone would be enough to resolve the issue regarding the prison, but they will have to solve the problem related to the punishment of Count Ruben together, because the magician is very strong. Gustav said that 5 of them are rank B, 1 is rank A, and the Knight of the Holy Iron Castle is also with them. Were these forces really not enough? Demian replied that at best they would fight on equal terms, but if one of their squad failed, he could not guarantee victory. The detachment moved to Ruben's home. Their path was blocked by guards who began shouting that they could not come to the Count at such a time. Demian stepped forward. He said he was ranked 38th in the order of the church. The knight stated that he came to this territory to ask questions regarding the sin of heresy. The guards were amazed at the news that the Knight of the Holy Iron Castle was standing next to them. The butler emerged from the shadows and ordered the guards to immediately remove their spears. The elderly man apologized for his tactlessness and said that my lord asked him to escort the guests to him. Elcide found such confidence strange. The Count ordered that a church minister who accused him of heresy be brought to him. It was stupid. The mercenaries noticed that the atmosphere in the mansion was radically different from what it was during the day. Everything around was shaking. Karen and Leona had similar thoughts. They wondered if this unhindered invitation to Ruben was a trap. Gustav broke the oppressive silence. He said that after entering this estate, no one would be able to leave here without completing the mission. The Count met the detachment in a huge hall with panoramic windows overlooking the city. The room was illuminated by the light of the full moon, which towered gloomily above them. The Count apologized for the inappropriate reception, but since Demian was going to ask questions about the sin of heresy, most likely he was not going to drink tea with him. Demian looked at the strange liquid in Ruben's glass. The knight said that the Count should not evade the answer because no one would joke with him. He added that the Count is accused of detaining the Wallachian clan, as well as abuse of power by using the blood of innocent inhabitants of the feud. Andre Rubin did not even try to make excuses. Sipping from a glass, he said that he saw no point in this cheap comedy. They won't believe him anyway. At him appraisingly Leona, as if guessing who organized this trial. His gaze promised cruel reprisals, but Leon was not embarrassed by the threatening glances. As a future hero, he must get used to the fact that his enemies will breathe down his neck. Rubin grinned, saying that he had been well taken care of. Few daredevils could secretly team up with vampires and destroy his barrier. The Count laughed madly and said that he made a promise to everyone present in this room that each of them would die in terrible agony. Hearing the Count's speech, Gustav laughed arrogantly, saying that Rubin had made a very inept joke. The Count stared at the commander, who said that his words were not denied, but only proved his involvement in heresy. The knight had every reason to judge him. Looking at how skillfully Gustav conducted a verbal confrontation, Leon decided that it was almost impossible to win a verbal skirmish with mercenaries. Rubin asked if the commander really wanted to die on the spot. Gustav laughed, recalling that the Count had previously threatened with a painful death. Andre Rubin is not used to being argued with. Therefore, he did not know how to behave when he was so easily defeated in a verbal battle. The Count began to take out the crystal hanging around his neck, saying that because of the commander's vile tongue, they had lost any chance of survival. The magician activated the power of the crystal and powerful energy began to fill it. The man's eyes lit up red and looked like a vampire's. Rubin began indiscriminately shooting bolts that resembled lightning at his enemies. He heard everyone shouting that they needed to scatter around the perimeter. Leon decided that the best defense was an attack, so he took out his sword and began to wait until the enemy was in a position convenient for attack. Rubin no longer resembled himself. Besides gaining the ability to fly, the man looked mad with power. The guys guessed that this incredible magical power was fueled by the seals created by the Count earlier. After assessing the situation, Karen said that in this situation, this old man ranks at least 7th place. She didn't expect him to harbor such power. Damien guessed that Rubin had destroyed the crystal and thereby activated the magic of the barrier surrounding the building. The Count gloated, saying that the detachment opposed him, knowing nothing about the power he wielded. Their ignorance will be the cause of death. Magic began to swirl in Rubin's hand until it formed a bloody sphere. He took aim and fired. He chose Gustav as his first target. This was because the commander dared to enter into a verbal altercation with him. Magical power swallowed the man in a violent stream and hid him from sight. The guys did not have time to do anything to help the commander. Absolutely everyone who saw the power of Andre Rubin was simply shocked. They didn't expect him to be so strong and ruthless. Gustav flew towards the wall, which began to crack from the force of the blow. When the Count stopped his attack, everyone stared at the bloodied man screaming in pain. All Damien could ask was how Rubin could use magic without casting a spell. The knight admitted that the magician was engaged in sacrifice. The blood of the poor was not enough for this monster. He also took advantage of their souls. Andre Rubin did not see anything wrong with this. In his eyes, people were just consumables that he used to enhance his magic. At this time, Leon was able to get close to Gustav. The man was bleeding and gasping for air. The guy had no words to describe his hatred for this magician. He decided that he would do everything to avenge his friend's suffering. Rubin came closer and closer to the squad, sparkling with his magic rings. He said that from the very beginning he wanted to bury them all. He said that now everyone present will see real power, woven from pumped-out energy and sacrifices. Leon, gritting his teeth, listened to the speech about how, with the help of several lives, one can achieve successes that would take decades. Damien was already coming up with a plan of punishment when he heard that by using all sorts of rabble, you can gain eternal life. Following protocol, the knight asked if Count Rubin wanted to confess right now. Rubin laughed, asking if they really thought he would fall for idiotic sermons and bow his head to them. Leon decided that people like this Count did not need redemption, so he stepped forward and decided to administer justice on his own. Seeing the shine of the sacred weapon, Count Rubin recoiled as if he had been slapped in the face. Damien looked first at the guy and then at the sword, and realized that the suffocating air in the room had instantly evaporated. Was this really what the bishop was talking about? The knight realized that they could begin what they came for. He began to say sacred prayers, calling on the light of the goddess. A warm glow appeared in his hands. Suddenly, the room was filled with a sacred light that was capable of destroying any demonic force. A ball of light broke through the seal that maintained the estate's protective barrier. It was the light that the goddess sent down. The ball exploded right above the roof of the mansion and illuminated the entire courtyard of the estate. Count Ruben felt his strength weakening. He realized that what supported his strength was destroyed. He literally physically felt that the source of his strength was decreasing, preventing him from drawing energy. The irritated magician urged not to stand in his way, because the power that he absorbed was enough to exterminate the entire squad like insects. The mercenaries jumped forward, putting up a huge shield. They sought to save their comrades from the destructive flow of power. A huge stream of fire swallowed Hansen and Leonik, hiding them from sight in the scorching space. When the attack was interrupted, Leon jumped forward to see what condition his friends were in. When the guy came closer to them, he saw that it was as if the life had been burned out of the men. They stood with their mouths open and could not even draw in air. Smiling, Ruben said that they would not have been saved from his attack by hiding behind a shield like rats. Before the Count could finish his arrogant speech, an arrow flew straight into his eye. Out of surprise, the man didn't even have time to squeak. This arrow belonged to Hamel, who found himself next to his friends and was ready to fight for them to the last. Seeing how the mercenaries were willing to fight for each other no matter what, Leon could only ask if they were all okay. The wounded but invincible men smiled and said they felt great. Leon understood that this was not so, but was inclined to believe his friends. Due to the unsuccessful attack on these two mercenaries, one of the Count's rings, the one with the red gem, began to sparkle and smoke. It was destroyed. Ruben was furious. Because of some ordinary mercenary, he had to waste one of the rings that bestowed strength. Hamel was surprised that the Count was still alive, because his mithril arrow hit him right in the eye. It was impossible to dodge a pursuit-type arrow. Demian realized what kind of rings were on the Count's hand. These were artifacts that eliminate any damage, but only once. Because of the arrow, one of the rings collapsed. It was clear that Count Ruben was seriously angry. Energy condensed around him, and the air crackled with tension. Ruben began to cast spells, and soon the space around him consisted of nothing but magical seals. He shouted that no one would survive today. These seals seemed something akin to portals, from which some vile black shadows with many burning eyes began to appear. Ruben said that even after death his enemies would not be able to find peace. After all, they will become his slaves. Leon and Damien understood that they were dealing with something similar to demonic creatures. Andre Ruben summoned these monsters that ate the souls of people and controlled them with the help of black magic. When Demian finally realized what kind of monsters were in front of them, he shouted that only rank 5 magicians could do this. The Count summoned the enslaved undead themselves. Hamel tried to attack the approaching monsters with his mithril arrows, but his weapon was powerless. Leonik also tried to attack, but when he cut this shadow monster, he simply regenerated and moved on. The weapon was powerless against the undead. One of the monsters managed to touch Leon's cloak. The fabric began to smoke and smolder under the hand of the undead. Leon jumped back in time, but there was a smoking hole in his cloak, as a reminder of what would happen to his bare skin if he let this monster get close. The detachment was surrounded. Enslaved undead, controlled by the Count, were approaching them from all sides. At this moment, instead of giving practical advice, El Cid decided to say that the spiritual body was difficult to destroy with aura weapons. Leon asked if it was possible to repeat the trick he used in the fight with the phantom armor. El Cid said that in the current situation he must use his trump card, the Holy Sword, with caution. Since it was unknown what other artifacts the Count had hidden, you had to act wisely and not show all your cards. Leon's attention was caught by some movement. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone about to attack the shadow monsters. He felt an aura weapon that cut the undead into pieces. She squealed and writhed. The guy noticed a very familiar dagger. It was the work of his strong ally, Karen. The girl fluttered around the huge hall and slaughtered her opponents. The enslaved undead were in terrible condition. Some individuals were all hacked up, with limbs hanging by some sinews. A second ago, there was no living space on them, but now everything has grown together, and regeneration has restored the monster's body. Karen sat on her haunches and said that she knew that her plan would not work. She really didn't want to fight such ugly creatures. Karen decided that it was time to finally demonstrate her abilities, because the hero was in danger. The girl called upon her shadow aura, and long arms began to reach out from under the ground, ready to grab the enslaved undead. Karen's shadows began to entwine the ghostly bodies of the monsters and hold them as if in a vice. The mercenaries made noises of approval when they saw that their enemies were completely immobilized. El Cid also approved of the girl's approach. He liked that she decided to use the shadow move, which bound the spirit bodies of the undead. Demian came forward and said that it was his turn to act. The knight began to read ancient sacred prayers. Then, out of nowhere, a sacred radiance appeared, which descended directly on the mercenaries standing in the center of the hall. Each man's weapon now carried a reflection of this light. Demian explained that temporarily all their weapons received the holy attribute. Leon watched as his holy sword glowed with additional holy power. The guy was interested in checking whether any properties of the weapon had changed. El Cid smiled and said that it was for the best, because it would be much easier to hide from others the fact of what kind of sword he owned. Weapons containing sacred power were indeed more effective against the hordes of shadow undead. Gustav was the first to try his sword, blessed by the goddess, and told the mercenaries to stop standing still and rush into battle. Leon was very happy to see the commander in such a mood. This meant that the wound was not fatal. The mercenaries began to make fun of Gustav, saying that they thought he was dead. The commander praised his body every day, but in the end he quit the game after one blow. The man just grinned at the jokes of his comrades. He was glad that they were all alive for now. The commander suggested first tying up those who could not be attacked, then distracting the count, and immediately attacking with the opposite attribute. Gustav shouted that it was time to show everyone what the mercenaries from the Steel Claws squad were worth. The real carnage began. Everyone present used their skills to the maximum, and weapons blessed by the sacred light helped neutralize opponents. While Count Ruben was trying to control the neutralized bodies of the undead, he did not notice how Karen crept up from behind. The girl tried to hit the magician with her dagger, but the man put his hand forward, and Karen's weapon hit the protective seal. Karen decided that if she couldn't attack successfully, she could distract Ruben, which would play into the hands of her squad. This strategy infuriated the magician, because of this girl, he could not concentrate on the battle and successfully control otherworldly monsters. An arrow flew at the Count again, from which he barely managed to defend himself. He shouted that such an insignificant attack could not crush him. When Ruben looked around, he realized that all the undead had been destroyed, and now the squad members were heading towards him. The Count's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. The man understood that these low-grade creatures forced him to throw away his last card. Everyone began to fearfully expect what the Count would throw out, but he just defiantly snapped his fingers. When the squad members thought that nothing would happen, suddenly, streams of blood, called by Ruben, poured out on them. There was such a huge amount of blood that it poured out from every corner of the mansion. In the shadows, the building looked like a cartoonish, terrifying fountain. Leon thought intensely that it wouldn't just end with streams of blood and that something worse would happen. But so far, nothing has happened, and it was annoying. As if reading the guy's thoughts, the Count said that we need to wait a little and new guests will come here. A couple of seconds later, heavy footsteps and the clanking of armor were heard. Ruben announced that his faithful servants had arrived just in time. Leon realized with horror that he had already seen some of the people from this terrible army. But then they had a completely different appearance. Among the so-called servants, the guy recognized the senior knight Brand, who accompanied them to Count Ruben on the first day. This magician did not even spare his own guards. Leon understood that this man was so saturated with black magic that there was no forgiveness for him. This world will be a better and safer place without him. Something terrible happened to these guards. When the magician summoned streams of blood, they passed through these men and turned them into terrible creatures. The senior knight Brand avoided this fate. Being in his right mind, he and the rest of the guards ran up to see what had happened to the victims. At first, the men, struck by Ruben's magic, crawled on their knees and made strange, unintelligible sounds, similar to animal growls. As Brand came even closer, his subordinates rose to their feet and he saw their distorted faces. They grinned and growled like wild animals. The elder knight could not understand what was happening. He had heard all these stories about vampires and other monsters, but he never thought it was true. When the man wanted to go for reinforcements, the guards struck by magic began to spew out streams of power, the same as the ones that changed them. This magic was aimed directly at Brand, and he did not have the slightest chance of avoiding the same fate as his subordinates. Demian explained to Leon that these people were changed by black magic, which temporarily turns a living person into a monster. It was called insanity. Such monsters possessed enormous power, which unleashed all the hidden power. The Count went so far as to not spare even those people who defended him. Demian has already justifiably accused Count Reuben of using forbidden witchcraft, right in front of the representative of the Holy Church. Reuben only said that he does not understand why the Church, at its discretion, binds in some places and in others frees wizards from their bonds. The knight said with a threat in his voice that forbidden witchcraft became such by the unanimous decision of the entire continent, which means there was every reason for this. Reuben shouted in anger that the magicians never gave their consent to this kind of nonsense, which means that the decision was not legal. The magicians said that the church was simply afraid that they, with the power and potential in black magic, would rule over them. Reuben said that they would all die right now, and this became a signal for his enchanted guards, who immediately began to attack. The first wave of the attack was stopped by Gustav, swinging his heavy sword, which was backed up by sacred power. You can't say that he recently lay unconscious. The commander could barely contain the pressure of these creatures. They were terribly strong. So the man asked who exactly they were dealing with. Damien shouted that they needed to be careful. For those who are overcome by madness feel no pain at all and exhibit strength beyond their natural limits. These guards were in a state of release of life force. If this is not a mortal wound, then they cannot be killed, and the release of the enemy's aura will only increase. Gustav realized that there was only one solution to this problem: fight to the death. The rest of the mercenaries also began to fight off the attacks of the monsters attacking them. Each of them understood that this could be the last battle. Hansen was no exception, but suddenly his legs gave way and he lost his balance right in the middle of the battle. One of the distraught guards took advantage of this moment and attacked the mercenary. The guard's spear hit Hansen square in the shoulder. The blow was so strong that the weapon went right through and came out from the back. Seeing his friend hit by the enemy's weapon, Leonik was distracted from his own battle and paid for it. The guard, controlled by black magic, punched with such force that Leonik flew several meters away and covered the floor with his blood. Leon realized that it was time to start acting more seriously and using maneuvers that would help deal with these dark forces. He began to look around to see how much his comrades had suffered. The guy noticed that the knight was using magical power and fighting off enemies. Karen has taken on the Count, so she fights to the limit of her strength. Even if he tried to come to her aid, he would not succeed. He was stuck fighting the elder knight Brand. They crossed swords and the guy couldn't even move, let alone step aside. But then Leon heard Elsid's voice, who said that now he needed to calm down. This was strange advice in this situation. The mentor recommended taking a close look at the movements of your enemies. He emphasized that even if the fighters had lost the ability to think sensibly, their fencing skills and large amount of experience would not go away. The spirit suggested that it might be more advantageous to deal with both opponents at the same time. Leon thought his teacher was crazy, but Elsid asked the guy to remember the battle in the forest, where they fought with goblins and other creatures. If the enemy has lost his mind and uses honed skills, acting out of habit, it will be easy to find a gap in the defense using the technique of vision and aura. If you fight one-on-one, then using such a technique will be dangerous. But if you are dealing with two at once, you can take advantage of their stun and carry out a successful attack. When Leon finally understood what Elsid meant, he smiled slyly at his mentor. Leon quickly jumped away from his current opponent and ran in the opposite direction to execute the plan Elsid had proposed. He ran to the place where Demian stood and knocked two guards down at once. Damien and Hansen stared at the guy in surprise. No wonder they didn't understand what he was up to. Leon yelled at the guards on the floor to get up and start fighting him. As if carrying out his order, the bewitched guards rushed to attack. This was exactly what the guy was looking for. Leon used the move Elsid had mentioned as soon as his enemies were close enough to strike at the right angle. When the guy looked around to see the result of the executed plan, he saw that the guards were defeated. This means that Elsid's advice was correct. Before he had time to rejoice, he heard Damien's cry, warning that there was a new danger behind him. Turning around, Leon saw the senior knight Brand, with whom he left the battle to attack two guards at once. The knight grabbed the guy by his cloak and lifted him up so that Leon's feet did not reach the floor. With his other hand, he held the boy's wrist tightly to prevent him from striking with his sword. Brand's eyes shone terribly, and the space next to him was also filled with a reddish light. Leon realized that now the same thing could happen to him. What happened to the eldest knight himself? The hall was filled with blood-red fire which was aimed directly at Leon. The guy disappeared from sight, and Damien's frightened scream was heard in the room. When Count Ruben saw that the main initiator of this campaign was engulfed in magical flames, he grinned joyfully, thinking that he had won. At first, Leon couldn't even move. The dark force held him back, but then he saw the glow of the holy sword and realized that he needed to act. Damien's holy power, which he put into the weapon, neutralized the black magic. Without her, the guy would have burned to the ground. But Brand was less lucky than the guy. Count Ruben used it to kill Leon. But as a result of the attack, the knight himself had to die. Ruben lacked anger. He was pissed off about this guy who was immune to self-destruct attacks. This is also an adventurous, because of whom he used the artifact. When Leon walked away after the attack, his gaze began to search for Karen. In the dim light of the moon, he saw that the Count was holding the girl immobilized. Karen was tied up with some strange bonds. She was covered in blood and did not move at all. The guy without any extra thoughts rushed to attack the Count. He didn't want to lose Karen, who was not only an ally but also a friend. The Count raised his hand and ordered him to stand. It was clear that he was gathering his energy to use his magical power. Suddenly, the bonds around Karen began to tighten, and she moaned softly. It seemed as if she was being held by some living organism. The Count said that in the current situation, he had a proposal. If Leon agrees, he won't even lay a finger on Karen. Leon frowned at Ruben and said that it seemed to him that he had already lost the opportunity to make any proposals. The Count laughed terribly and said that he liked the fact that the guy had a huge reserve of stubbornness. He looked Leon up and down and said that for his young age, he was very experienced. Also, he had more dignity than the mercenaries. The Count invited the guy to take his side and kill these mercenaries along with the church dog. Then he guarantees that Karen will continue to live in peace. If she refused, he threatened to kill the girl right now. Ruben said he expected a response immediately. Looking at the guy, Elcid said that he thought he would immediately say no. He urged Leon not to pretend that he couldn't decide how to answer. The spirit said that everything the guy thinks about is written on his face. He will not be able to falsely accept the offer and then deal with the Count with the help of Merrick. The mentor said that his mastery of this skill had not yet been sufficiently honed, so his intentions will be revealed in preparation for activating the technique. Also, Elcid did not think that the Count would easily fall for a lie. In front of them was a high-ranking dark magician, which meant that he would want to back up Leon's word with some kind of oath. Leon boiled, asking what he should do then. After all, Karen was in danger, and they didn't have time. So only one plan came to mind. Seeing the guy talking to the air next to him, Ruben was surprised. He got the impression that this adventurer had a split personality. Elcid told the guy to calm down. Leon didn't understand how he should do this, because they were in a hopeless situation. The spirit grinned slyly and said that the guy had forgotten something. These words made the guy think. Before Leon had time to understand what the spirit meant, the room shook, the ceiling vibrated, and small stones fell from it. There was an explosion. A blinding light filled the hall of the mansion. It seemed that the building could not withstand this force. Through a huge hole in the ceiling, Damien saw a girl quickly approaching them. With Elcid commenting that she had arrived just in time, Angelique landed right next to Leon. The guy was very happy to see the girl. Her arrival meant that she and Tepes had successfully completed their mission and were able to free the vampires from the dungeon. The girl locked eyes with Damien, and he said that he was glad that she joined them. Enchanted guards immediately began to attack Angelica. The girl stood and calmly assessed the situation in which she found herself. She called upon her power and activated her sacred fist. Feeling this power, the enemies retreated and were in no hurry to attack her. Looking at the girl, Ruben realized that she had serious power and would become a problem for him. He wanted to know who she was. Angelica met the Count's gaze and ran her thumb across his throat, hinting that the man was finished. She concentrated her power into her fist and struck at nearby enemies. Secunda and the enchanted knights were already lying motionless on the floor near her. While watching the girl, Leon heard Elcid say that he knew why Angelique volunteered to act alone. The spirit said that she was so strong it would be difficult for a partner to adapt to her rhythm of battle. He appreciated Angelique's idea of using a directed shockwave in the form of an aura through her own body. The mentor explained to Leon that if she had been mistaken even by a millimeter, the energy could have torn the girl's intestines apart. She had a very strong mentality. To make the guy understand how dangerous this technique was, he compared it to Merrick, which concentrated in the body and not in the sword. The aura was like gunpowder, and if you relaxed, Even for a second, you could simply explode from the explosion. Leon was amazed that Angelica was able to put this technique into practice without a shadow of a doubt. She was simply an incredibly strong person. The guy understood that he was also very strong, and he did not want to be left behind. At this time, Count Ruben once again became furious. He was infuriated by the arrogant behavior of Angelica, who seemed not at all afraid of him. The answer to the Count's angry cry was a new technique. The girl slammed her fists together, and the light sparkled around her. She jumped up and quickly ran to attack her irritated enemy. A moment later, Angelica had already flown up to the Count and swung her fist at him, preparing to attack. Andrei Rubin put his hand forward, summoning magic and activating a protective seal around him. The Count had already begun to laugh maliciously, saying that the girl would never be able to overcome his protective barrier. But then some nonsense began. Its reliable protection began to crack and fall apart right before our eyes. Angelica summoned even more power and finally managed to ensure that Rubin's magic shield split into small particles. The squad members watched in admiration as the girl successfully destroyed the Count's barrier. Angelica jumped away from the Count, who was hysterical and screaming angrily. Members of the detachment came closer to Andrei Rubin and ordered him to surrender because he was powerless against them. The magician didn't even have the evil comments that he so loved to make. Damien announced that the knights who were summoned using black magic were destroyed, and the barrier around the mansion was destroyed. Rubin said he wasn't going to raise the white flag. He reminded those present that he had another trump card, a valuable hostage, Karen. While the man smiled triumphantly, Karen wriggled out of her bonds and asked in a sweet voice if he was talking about her. Rubin jumped at this unexpected turn of events. He never expected to lose his last trump card. Coquettishly batting her eyelashes, the girl told the Count that it was time to end things with him. She flew up, and using her aura weapon, slammed deadly daggers straight into the man's back, releasing fountains of blood. Andrei Rubin screamed not so much from pain as from disappointment. He didn't understand how Karen was able to get out of the bonds, thereby depriving him of his advantage. The Count clearly remembered that he saw the girl hanging motionless and barely breathing. But when he turned his head, he saw that it was not Karen who was in the bonds, but her shadow essence. And Karen herself successfully attacked and bounced away from Count Rubin, who was blazing with red fire. Before she had time to catch her breath, Leon immediately ran up to her. The guy was interested in what happened to her. The girl said that she was being held hostage, but the Count was in no hurry to kill her, and she, taking the opportunity, swapped places with the shadow. Leon shouted that he did not need to retell what he himself had seen. He wondered if Karen had been hurt. Karen was surprised by such concern for her life. She couldn't even immediately answer that everything was fine. The girl was confused. She thought that Leon was angry with her. Karen did not recognize concern for her in his behavior. Leon was annoyed that Karen was on the verge of death. He clenched his fists and told the girl to stay away from now on. At this time, Andrei Rubin still could not admit his defeat. He crawled on the floor, and his magical energy splashed out of the wound. Leon slowly approached him. He pulled out his holy sword and pointed it at the Count, commanding him to stop kicking and surrender. Rubin laughed madly. The man called on the remnants of his strength and said that he still had an ace up his sleeve. Leon began to suspect that there was another artifact left in the Count's ring, which could become a problem. But when the Count raised his hand in the hope of receiving the help of the ring, he saw that the phalanx on which the artifact was missing on the ring finger. He looked in horror at Karen, who was holding his ring in her hands, and thanked him for the gift. She said that she could not leave this little thing to such a person as the Count. The defeated magician screamed desperately. It seemed that this girl's trick had completely driven him crazy. He shouted that his enemies would not get away with this. Suddenly, Prince Tepes and Roman appeared. The vampire said that it was time for Andrei to surrender, because the time had come to pay for his sins. Andrei Rubin instantly recognized who was standing in front of him, Prince of the Wallachian clan. The man used vampires from this clan for his black magic. Strength was already boiling in Tepes's hands. After everything he saw in the prison camp, he couldn't wait to deal with this bastard. This picture did not make Count Rubin cower in fear. He just laughed even harder and tried to get to his feet. Leon couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that the Count was living his last moments, but now he almost rose to his feet. Rubin took out a huge crystal and squeezed it in his hands. Leon recognized exactly the black crystal that the head of the guild had given him. Rubin opened his mouth and began to slowly devour this artifact. Leon and Elcid watched this picture in confusion and wondered what would happen next. The space around the Count began to burn. The energy was so powerful that it was simply impossible to stand nearby. Andrei Rubin began to lose his resemblance to a person. His teeth became sharper, his ears elongated, his eyes glowed, and the crystal turned red and was located inside the man's neck. The Count began to scream with an inhuman scream. This caused the members of the squad to start getting stuffy ears. Rubin slowly approached his enemies. It seemed that the damage Karen had caused had been completely repaired. Tepes said with horror that the sound control technique was only capable of one of the 3 aristocratic bloodlines of the Nosferatu. The prince felt the Count's strength and recognized in it the power of Elizabeth's family. The magician has completely transformed. The transformed Rubin said that ever since he began his search for the bloodlines of the Nosferatu, he has been turning the powers he received into his own. Only Tepes remained. The mercenaries did not understand what was happening. Their bodies were shaking, which they could not control. Leon realized that the presence of this monster, which he felt through his aura, was gradually growing and oppressing. Rubin said that he planned to complete all the preparations, but the squad forced him to hurry up. He declared that from now on, he would be the king of the night sky. The Count flapped his wings and declared that this feud was officially his territory, where he would suck the life out of all living things. He planned to become a vampire lord. The attention of those present was attracted by the huge moon, which turned blood red. Tepes explained that the blood moon creates barriers wherever its bloody light reaches and takes over under its influence. The prince also added that this power symbolized the vampire lord who rules over all the children of the night. Without thinking twice, Angelica entered the battle. She jumped straight towards the new lord. The girl struck her sacred fist directly at Count Rubin's head. The mercenaries rejoiced, thinking that the blow had crushed the enemy. After all, this fist smashed the barrier to smithereens. But there was not a scratch left on Andrei Rubin. He was safe and sound. The man said that Angelica's blow was just another little thing. The Count grabbed the girl by the head and squeezed her tightly in his clawed hands. He let go of her and Angelica, as if a rag doll had fallen to the floor and did not move again. Demian began to call the girl in a panic. He had never seen his partner in such a state. Rubin's eyes began to burn even brighter, and he said that it was time to deal with the rest of the enemies. Leon looked around and saw drops of blood begin to rise from the floor. It seemed as if they were being attracted by an unknown magical force. When Tepes realized what was happening, he shouted for his allies to avoid these drops and try to stay as far away from them as possible. These drops gathered over the mansion like bloody rain, but then they shone and began to gather into huge rays of light. When the destructive beam was formed, it shot straight into the hall where the squad and Count Rubin were located. Mercenaries, vampires, they all lay motionless. This beam had such destructive energy that only the smoke after the explosion was visible. When Karen came to her senses a little after the explosion, she began to clear her throat. She tried to understand what happened. All Karen could see was blood everywhere. The girl was making her way through the ruins, when suddenly the familiar voice of Leon was heard calling her. The bloody guy walked towards her, through the devastation that reigned around. He leaned over the girl, saying that he felt better when it was discovered that she was alive. Leon suddenly felt ill and sank to the floor. Karen grabbed him in fear, saying that if he got hurt, she didn't know what to do next. Leon touched the girl's shoulder and said that he had an important request. He wanted her to take Tepes and Roman and move them as far away from here as possible. Karen shouted irritably that she would not follow his delusional instructions. She wanted to know what he was going to do alone. When she looked at Leon's bloody face, she saw such determination in his eyes that she felt uneasy. She realized that nothing she could say could convince the guy to abandon his plan. The girl sighed and decided to trust her hero. She told Leon that if he dared to die, she would find him in the next world and kill him. These words made the guy smile. He was pleased to know that Karen cared whether he was alive or not. At this time, the transformed Count Rubin looked at himself and admired the fact that the transformation into a vampire with the help of a black crystal was crowned with success. He looked at his hands, at the red veins and long nails, and realized that the power of the life force that had been gathering for decades to reside inside him. The body that Rubin now possessed was the second incarnation of the Vampire King, who disappeared 300 years ago. The newly created vampire heard someone's steps. He was surprised that after what he had done, there were still those left who were able to move. Leon limped towards him. Holding his sword tightly in his hands, he challenged Count Ruben to a fight. The vampire smiled, saying that the guy could not do anything to him. But Len's tenacity was amazing. When the Count saw that behind the guy there was Karen, who had called on the remnants of her power, he realized what was happening. Karen disappeared, and Ruben said that Leon was just distracting him so that at least the girl could avoid death. The Count considered this action pointless. After all, Ruben's feud is the land that was for him like his own internal organs. No one will be able to hide on its territory. Suddenly, Leon felt a strong pain inside him. The guy realized that everything was completely wrong with him when he started coughing up blood. Watching this, Ruben laughed loudly. He wanted his enemy to suffer pain, so that he feels despair, so that he sheds tears. Leon raised his head irritably and said that after the address, the Count became even more talkative. The guy said that he listened to this chatter while he needed to stall for time. But his patience had already run out because there was no end to the flow of words. These words infuriated the Count. Leon's brash behavior made him grit his teeth in anger. The Count called upon his strength, saying that he would not allow anyone to test his patience. This dialogue brought Damien to his senses. He sensed the enormous power that Ruben possessed and realized that the sphere he had created could not be allowed to fall. Leon listened to his own feelings and realized that he did not feel Karen's energy. This means they were able to move a long distance. This was a sign that it was time to take action. Leon summoned the power of his aura and activated the Holy Sword. El Cid was angry that Ruben managed to use his trump card and turn into a vampire. The guy raised his sword and a sacred radiance filled the hall with pure energy. Leon shouted for Ruben to prepare for his demise. Andre Ruben could not believe that he felt such a powerful holy force. He didn't even have time to turn away when this light began to burn out all the black magic in him, causing his body to smolder. Under the rays of light, the wounded mercenaries began to rise. They began to examine themselves in bewilderment and discovered that their wounds were healing. Damien also rose to his knees. He understood that this was a real blessing and miracle of the goddess. The knight was amazed that the glow was coming from the sword in Leon's hands. Andre Ruben could no longer admire the beautiful light, because of it his body became only charred flesh. The Count's body began to convulse and another dark entity crawled out of it. Leon knew that this was pure evil. El Cid agreed, saying that the Count deserved this nickname because he had abandoned human nature. The spirit explained that the radiance of the Holy Sword is 3 times more deadly for this kind of evil spirit. El Cid said that for the Vampire Lord, it was not just a release of power, but experience accumulated over a long life. Leon noticed that Ruben had no more trump cards left. The spirit explained that due to the fact that the Count had recently become a vampire, he was unable to control the power that had manifested itself in him. But unexpectedly, a dark vampire entity in the form of a skeleton appeared right next to Leon. The guy didn't even have time to turn around to look his enemy in the eyes when the skeleton sank its sharp teeth into his shoulder, spraying fountains of blood. The red moon illuminated the entire feud of Ruben, casting an eerie light on the streets. Tied hand and foot, Prince Tepes and Roman demanded that Karen immediately untie them, because they wanted to end Andre's life with their own hands. The girl threw her hair over her shoulder and answered in a calm voice, "No." While her shadow essence held the vampires away, she said that when the vampires returned, they would only hinder Leon. Karen was ready to remove the bonds only if they sat quietly. The prince had no choice but to nod gloomily at the girl. The bonds around his hand dissipated. Tepes grumbled that their enemy was right in front of them, and they could do nothing. In response to this, Roman only frowned deeper. Suddenly, Tepes felt something strange. His vampire senses were sounding the alarm. Roman asked his prince in fear if this was really his power. The vampires noticed a door nearby and realized that the reason for the prince's reaction was behind it. Tepes said he heard someone behind that door calling him. Roman guessed that if his power reacted like that, it meant only one thing. Coming closer, the prince confirmed the vampire's guess. Their fellow tribesmen could actually be inside. Karen worriedly asked if a crowd of bloodsuckers would attack them when they entered. The vampire replied that in order to find out, you need to enter. They pushed back the heavy door and entered the dark space. The girl had already managed to be glad that the strange room was empty, when suddenly Tepes asked a question into the void, asking who called him. At the very moment when Karen's eyes adjusted to the semi-darkness, she realized that the room was not completely empty. Not far from the place where they stood, the girl noticed red glowing eyes. Coming closer, the grate and the creature sitting behind it became visible. Karen didn't know if it was a vampire or a damper. But one thing was clear. The creature was on the verge of death. When the prisoner saw that they were coming closer, he began to loosen the bars of his prison. The creature made sounds like crying and stretched out its hands to touch those who came to it. Seeing the hand that was so desperately reaching out to him, Tepesh jumped up and ran forward. He knelt next to the cell and gently touched the prisoner's hand. The prince's eyes lit up and he felt a connection with this imprisoned being. Suddenly, he saw a memory. The count smiled and led this vampire by the hand through the flowering garden. Then he found himself in a dark, cold place. It was raining heavily outside the window. Tepes felt an animal fear. The next vision showed Count Reuben standing over, then still a man, holding a syringe filled with vampire blood. He injected blood into a shackled and deceived man. The veins on my arm began to turn red and swell. The creepy grin of Andre Rubin sent chills down my spine. The prisoner's hands began to change. The claws lengthened, and the veins and veins began to pulsate and enlarge. At this time, Leon tried not to die during the attack of the dark forces. The creation of black magic was biting into the guy's shoulder more and more. But the guy was filled with sacred power, so the skeleton began to scream and spit, trying to move away from him and not get burned. Clutching his bloody shoulder, Leon realized that the dark forces had such a reaction to his sun attribute. Without wasting a second, the guy raised his sword over the enemy's head and rushed to the attack, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion. What was left of the vampire screamed, and a bright light began to burst from his body. The enemy growled, and the force of these vibrations threw Leon several meters back. The guy screamed. He felt the air leaving his lungs and he couldn't breathe. The skeleton still didn't want to die. He seemed to have become even more enraged and was now behaving like a hunted animal. Leon sat down and tried to catch his breath and move away from the sonic attack. As blood began to flow from his ears, he realized that he could not hear anything. The guy thought that if he had not managed to envelop his head and neck in an aura, he might already have been dead either from the bite or from the sound waves. Elcide said the guy did a great job. He asked if everything was okay. Leon replied that he was fine, but the same could not be said about their enemy. He made hoarse sounds and looked simply disgusting. The spirit said that the monster had a surge of power, and now he only had the instincts and abilities of a vampire. Perhaps he was even more dangerous. Seeing Leon grinning at the imminent execution of the enemy, Elcide told the guy not to underestimate the enemy. You need to be careful. The mentor said that this vampire had the power of 3 genera of Nosferatu. It contained the blood of the Wallachian clan and the sound of the Elizabeth clan. Also, Reuben, in the guise of a vampire, also had the shadow of the Strigoth clan. During the battle with Tepes, it turned out that the power of the Wallachian clan did not affect Leon. He was able to block the power of the Elizabeth clan with the help of an aura. It remains to check the reaction to the shadow of the Strigoth clan. Even though the Count had already become a doormat, Leon had also spent 80% of his aura. The battle could not be prolonged. Elcide said that during the last attack, the enemy realized that the next blow could be his last. Leon also realized that the vampire was unlikely to allow him to get closer. However, the guy had no choice but to go ahead and try to kill the enemy with one blow. The spirit chuckled. He agreed with Leon and was proud that his student was capable of making bold decisions. The vampire spawn attacked the guy with blood, but this force did not affect him, so he approached the enemy without stopping. The monster decided to use his last trick, Strigoth's shadows. Huge dark tentacles began to slowly crawl towards Leon. The shadows wounded Leon, and he realized that the enemy was able to materialize the shadow, and she did not react at all to the solar aura. The guy understood that without the technique of providence and rapid movement, his head would have already flown off his shoulders. It was necessary to strengthen the body and move forward. Leon's eyes lit up with sacred light, and he realized that this attack was his last chance to defeat the enemy. He struck powerfully with his sword and felt the steel cutting through the monster's flesh. The holy sword hit the vampire right in the ribs, causing him to scream in pain as his flesh burned with fire. Leon realized with horror that even after being wounded by the holy sword, this monster continued to live. Not only was he alive, but he also managed to use his power and use the blood of the Wallachian clan and the shadow of Strigoth. Leon rushed at the enemy in despair, hoping that he could finally kill him. The guy stopped looking at the moon. Shadows could be seen against its background, the tentacles of which diverged in different directions. The monster transformed again. It looked like a bloody cocoon with a human body inside. Leon never thought that a battle with a magician could be so difficult and dangerous. People gathered on the streets of Reuben's fief. They looked at the red moon from which the glow emanated and told each other that they heard an explosion from the direction of the castle. The sleepy townspeople didn't even notice that they were surrounded by bloodthirsty shadow monsters who wanted to feast on their flesh. The same shadow monsters now filled Reuben's estate. One of them sank its teeth into Damien's shoulder and began to suck his blood. The monsters also attacked the mercenaries. They sucked their blood, stole their shadows, and limited their movements. Damien realized that the monster was sucking the blood of all the inhabitants of the feud in an attempt to return to the body of the vampire lord. This ability was sealed by the progenitor of the vampires who realized its dangers. A defective vampire can show a strong backlash. Elcide said tensely that this technique was caused by survival instinct. If it spreads on such a scale, the inhabitants of the city will disappear without a trace. Leon realized that this power was similar to the city devourer. Shadow monsters began to approach him too. The guy managed to jump away from these creatures and not get caught in their tenacious teeth, but the guy could not repel their next attack. The monsters grabbed him from all sides, trying to drink his blood. Elcide screamed desperately, as if this could do anything to help Leon. At this time, Count Reuben's vampire body began to regenerate and regain its former appearance. Leon tried his best to prevent the vampire's body from recovering, but he could not move. The remaining aura protected his body, but he was bleeding heavily. From every corner of the streets of Reuben's feud, cries of pain and pleas for help were heard. When the guy heard them, he realized that he had to cope with the monster. After all, the reason he decided to become a hero is to save people from evil. At that time, the cocoon in which Reuben's body was located became increasingly dense and began to flicker. It was noticeable that he was gaining strength. Through him, Count Reuben, in the guise of a vampire lord, watched Leon's attempts to win. He realized that this guy was very persistent. This meant that Reuben had to focus all his efforts on Leon. He sent even more of his shadow monsters at him, so that the guy finally stopped rocking the boat and gave up. Leon remembered with a smile that Karen had said that she would scold him if he died. Therefore, he must win and return to the girl safe and sound. The guy finally decided to use a technique called the Ursa Major Sword. He directed all this aura energy straight to the center of the cocoon in which Reuben was located. The Count could only watch in fear what was happening. Leon began to chop away at this bloody shell, hoping that this time the vile evil would be ended once and for all. The guy hit again, this time using the Marek technique. The cocoon could not withstand such pressure and collapsed into two halves from which blood gushed with might and main. From there fell out, cut to the waist, the vampire body of Reuben. It seems that this dark magician is finally finished. Now Reuben was a vile dark wizard. But once this man was the loving father of a beautiful little girl whom she adored. The little girl was looking forward to her daddy returning and being able to play with her. The Count doted on his daughter. But one day, returning home, he saw his little Leah lying on the floor unconscious in a pool of her own blood. Andrei Rubin desperately wanted to fix everything and could not let his child die. The man began to puzzle over how to cure the disease that took the life of his wife, and now tried to take his daughter. He tried every existing method. The Count was ready to do anything to save Leah. At that moment, the idea of using dark magic came into his head. He sent his guards into the slums and ordered absolutely all the inhabitants to be taken away. People began to be actively taken away and sent to an unknown destination. The poor were needed to conduct Reuben's experiments. He tried different methods to find a cure that would help his daughter. One evening, the butler entered the Count's office and saw his smiling face. Reuben said that he found what he was looking for. The key to everything was the black crystal. He told the butler that with the help of the crystal, he would increase the strength of the vampire clan and be able to gain the coveted power of a vampire lord. Andrei Rubin completely forgot the true reason for his search. He remembered his sick daughter only when the butler reminded him of her. Reuben's body melted like candle wax. Some parts were charred and muscles were visible in some areas. The Count was clearly not a tenant. He looked up and saw Tepes in front of him, holding a teddy bear in his hands. The prince said that he was asked to convey this and say that the daughter was waiting for her father. It turns out that the prisoner in that cage was Reuben's daughter Leah. The little girl sat chained and waited for her daddy to take her from there. What was left of the Count remembered its original goal: saving his daughter. The image of a blue-eyed baby holding a teddy bear in her hands appeared before his eyes. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. He couldn't believe that he was so intoxicated with power that he forgot about his beloved child. The moon was shining over Reuben's fief. Now she was no longer blood red. The shadow monsters dissolved, leaving behind only red ash. The inhabitants of the feud looked at each other in bewilderment. Entities created with the help of dark magic also disappeared in the mansion of André Reuben. They left the mercenaries and the knight Demian alone. Count Reuben extended his charred stump of his hand, trying to reach his daughter's teddy bear that Tepes had brought. But he did not have time to touch him, because his body began to turn into ashes. Tepes said that originally vampires had no distinction between spirit and body. When you die, your soul is not separated. It disappears forever along with the body. Looking at the pile of ashes that remained from André Reuben, the vampire said that this was the punishment for those who violated the taboo. The mercenaries finally came to their senses, led by Commander Gustav, who stood and wondered if it was all finally over. The mercenaries attacked the commander with requests to stop such speeches. They reminded him that the ogre, whose head had been cut off, rose to his feet immediately after such words. Gustav's subordinates began to say that if he continued in the same spirit, then this monster would definitely rise from the dead again. The commander rolled his eyes and asked about what happened to Leon. Hamel pointed his finger at the guy and told the commander to check it himself. Demian and Angelica were already standing near the guy. He was unconscious, and the Knights of the Order, using sacred power, tried to help him. Slowly, Leon came to his senses. The blessed light of the goddess restored his body and brought him to his senses. When the guy felt better, he thanked his allies and said that he was fine, and now it was time to take care of the other wounded. Demian and Angelica did not move until they finished healing Leon. They said that even if they died, it didn't matter. The guy smiled at Elcide and said that it was useless to convince these guys. The spirit nodded, saying that this couple was ready to give their lives to save him. Demian said Leon was absolutely amazing. The knight wondered why Jazar asked for full cooperation, but only now realized the reason. The guy realized that they had guessed that he was a hero. Damien promised to keep his identity a secret if it was his will. The knight promised that he and Angelica would keep this secret until the end of their days. The guys promised Leon that they would deal with the consequences of this battle and minimize any friction with the kingdom. Out of nowhere, Karen appeared. She narrowed her eyes at the guy and asked him if he wasn't half dead now. The girl began to be indignant, saying that she thought her threat would somehow have an effect on him. But now she saw a barely alive guy in front of her. Karen said she was a fool to believe him. After all, her hero almost killed himself. The girl would have continued to read out this angry tirade, but she noticed that Leon felt worse. A second later, the guy fell right on top of her. All Karen's anger faded away. Now she could only hold her selfless hero in her arms. She held him closer to her and hoped that everything would be okay, and that he would not have any serious injuries. The next day, a message about the incident in the fief of Reuben was delivered to the royal palace. The count's family was among those who held power in the kingdom. Therefore, when one of the pillars of power died, the palace was in confusion. However, when testimony was received from representatives of the Wallachian clan and the survivors who were innocently imprisoned, everything fell into place. All evidence pointed to Count Reuben being a follower of satanic teachings. When the trial took place, Demian said that the count was found guilty of heresy and executed without trial. He told the jury that they were assisted by several mercenaries and adventurers, but their contribution was insignificant, so they should not be called as witnesses. The nobles were very concerned about this incident, and if not for the intervention of the church, no one would have left the caravan alone. Karen told Leon all this information as soon as he came to his senses in the carriage. The guy remembered that after the end of the battle, he fell asleep in Karen's arms, and, it turns out, spent 4 whole days passed out. Also, the girl said that the entire personnel of the Steel Claws mercenary detachment survived. Early Karen was almost drawn out. Vital organs are not affected. She had some bleeding but recovered quickly. After a short silence, the girl surprised the guy by saying that she would like to ask him for forgiveness. Leon looked up at the girl in confusion and asked her what she wanted to apologize for. She said that she was haunted by the fact that the guy was angry with her because she pretended to be captured by the count. Karen understood that due to the fact that she acted at her own discretion, she caused the guy's worries. She promised that she would continue to share her intentions. In response to this speech, Leon only grinned, which caused a new wave of irritation for Karen. The guy explained that he was angry not at her, but at himself. This was because he was unable to understand the girl's strategy. He promised that from now on, he would understand her without words. These words completely stunned Karen. No one treated her the way Leon did, and she didn't know what to say. Therefore, the girl decided to simply run away from her own emotions. She left the cart, saying that she would go and get some fresh air. Elsid said that Leon fully lives up to the title of hero. Karen's strength was her unique tactics and improvisation. If she shows him her cards, she won't be as effective. The guy agreed with this. He said that if his ignorance limited the strength of his allies, then he had no right to be called a hero. He grinned at the mentor and said that his student had risen one more step up. The next goal is the Titanium Mountains. Leon nodded affirmatively. He said that the legacy left by the Holy Emperor Rodrigo is in the land ruled by the Giant King. The guy asked the spirit if he had a plan on how to get inside and how to find Rodrigo's legacy in general. Elsid shouted that there was no plan. Leon waved his hand and said that somehow everything would work out again. He will simply believe in his sacred power, his comrade, and the holy sword. The guy understood that he still had a lot of work to do on himself, but if he didn't give up, he could become even stronger and conquer the Titanium Mountains. He got out of the caravan and looked around. The landscape of the vast desert reminded him that a long road and new adventures awaited him. Adventure was everywhere. The mountain town of Chinook was no exception. There was no lord, no law, no order in this city. It was widely known as a city of criminals and lawlessness. There was a fight again in some roadside tavern. Stories like this were consistent for this place. Some huge, pumped-up man threw his enemy back with such force that he demolished the door with his weight. The drunken man asked the one lying on the ground how he dared to attack him. Odin, who had a rank of A. After that, Odin went back to the tavern and told his comrades that today's drink would be paid for by that weakling. Only that man was lying on the ground and showed no signs of life at all. Near the entrance to the tavern, there were bandits who said that an innocent girl should not visit that place. They cornered a girl in a raincoat and began to force her to use their escort services. One of the bandits took the girl by the chin and said that she should stop talking because she could be sold and get some money. The rest of the robbers recoiled from him as if from a leper, asking if the man who touched the girl was okay. At first, the man did not understand what was going on, but then he looked at his hand and saw that it was turned in the opposite direction, in some magical way. The girl's hands in the cloak sparkled with power, and when she spoke, everyone around fell silent, as if by magic. The robbers looked at her in fascination, afraid to even open their mouths. St. Elahan stood before them. The girl asked if these sinners would like to atone for their sins. At this time, Leon and Karen had already arrived in the Titanium Mountains area. They stood and watched how huge creatures flew high in the skies. Karen explained that there were many dangerous wyverns in this place that were a threat to even a B rank. The danger was felt even in the air. Moreover, the demonic energy emanating from the forest was enormous. There were many rare spiritual plants growing in it, so most guilds did not accept requests for this place. Elsid said that a giant king ruled in this place. This was a land over which even dragons did not fly as they pleased. These mountains were not the world of people, but of giants and monsters. According to Elsid, there was simply no better place for training. The spirit chuckled and said that Leon would have to try to survive. The guy thought that he was dealing with a real demonic sword. The guy said that once he got here, he couldn't turn back and give up his idea. He will train hard and do anything to survive. On this note, Karen and Leon, with a determined look, went into the very depths of the Titanium Mountains to test their strength. At this time, in the mountain town of Chinook, a bloody massacre of robbers took place. Elahan decided that since these sinful people did not want to confess, she would deal with them differently. After all, she knew a variety of ways. The robbers who pestered her now lay mutilated by her mace. It wasn't the girl's fault that men forgot about manners, but Elahan did not notice that one man was following her. He saw this massacre with his own eyes and realized that the girl was unusually dangerous. She was able to take down a former ranger who was wanted for the murder of a superior, a high-ranking knight, and even a former A-rank adventurer. This man was none other than Khan Feng. When the girl's mace flew towards him, he began to run away in fear, because she alone dealt with the whole crowd. Elahan smiled sweetly and told Khan that he was the last person she planned to deal with. The former gang leader began to beg for mercy, saying that he was very annoyed because not even a day had passed since he visited here. But the girl was adamant. She said that in front of her was an arrogant and unscrupulous person whom she did not plan to pardon. Khan, in hysterics, began to say that he had received recognition from the Holy Church for the help he provided. Bishop Jazar could confirm his words. The girl stopped. She didn't touch the man, but the force of her swing caused the ground to crack. The mace was literally a centimeter from Khan's face. Blood poured out of his nose. Recognition flashed in the girl's eyes, and she asked if he was the same Khan who was the boss of the slums. The men asked in bewilderment how it happened that Elahan knew him. This strange girl did not have time to answer anything, because they were distracted by a scream nearby. The killed robbers began to come to life. Khan, shocked, asked what was happening and why this man was alive. He said the mace apparently broke his neck and shattered his spine, to which Elahan replied that she used the sacred technique of maximum recovery at the moment of impact. Whatever the injury, the person will regenerate and will not die. Looking at how the robbers were recovering, Khan thought that in addition to her enormous strength, the girl could also instantly heal her wounds. What was its essence? The man was familiar with the strength of the Knights of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle, but it was on a completely different level. There was only one being with such power. The girl asked Khan if he knew a respected adventurer named Leon who fought with him in the same battle. At the word respected, the man raised one eyebrow. He asked if she really meant that same brat Leon. Elahan was simply outraged by such disrespectful treatment of the hero, but she made Khan pay for those words. He repeated the fate of the other robbers whom the girl dealt with. When the girl taught Khan a good lesson, she said that she would now grant him forgiveness for the earlier slip. She wanted the man to find all traces of Leon and find out where he went and what path he chose. He must then share this information with her. Elohan clarified that there is no need to provide such details to the habits and preferences of the hero. Although she was curious, she felt it was tactless to ask for personal information. But first, the young saint wanted Khan to take her to the city of Blaine, to where the hero's journey began. The former gang leader was not at all happy about this turn of events. After all, it was not in vain that he fled from Blaine and did not want to return there at all. But Elohan didn't care much about that. She grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck and dragged him to where she wanted him. Khan didn't even dare to say anything against it. In the Titanium Mountains, everything was no less interesting. A couple of men tried to cut off the head of a small dragon. The dark-haired man asked his companion if he could fight. He replied that his ribs were broken and his left collarbone was damaged. The men stood near two corpses of dragons and realized that they had a difficult task to complete. After all, a huge dragon was approaching them. It seemed they had killed his children, and now the evil parent was ready to devour them alive. They had to confront Drake. Grabbing their weapons, the men screamed and rushed to attack the monster. It was a fight for life and death. The dragon, using its wings, began to drop stones on the heads of its enemies. Karen and Leon, who watched this battle, concluded that those giants were inhabitants of the Titanium Mountains, and they fought on a par with the Drake. But Drake was full of energy, so the advantage was on his side. He was just having fun with the giants. Leon had doubts that this was a real demonic monster. Elcid said that this attitude was completely consistent with the nature of demonic monsters. He is aware of his superiority, so he likes to play with other people's lives. Also, the spirit said that the dragon has a detection range of the enemy that can reach 3 kilometers. So he knew about their presence, and they would be the next target. Karen said that she had heard that the interior of the Titanium Mountains was a demonic land, but she never expected to see Drake on the first day. The girl added that these creatures can use all sorts of tricks, just like humans. She asked Leon how best to proceed. Looking at the guy's determined look, Karen realized that she was in vain asking this question, because he was already ready for battle. The giants continued their battle with the dragon. The dark-haired man threw his axe, aiming to cause as much damage as possible. A sharp blade wounded the animal in the paw, and blue blood flowed from it. The dragon growled and slightly weakened its attack on the men. When the dark-haired giant already thought that he had won, because he had hit the target, the Drake made his move. First, he threw his enemy into the air and then grabbed his tail to hit him on the ground. Afterwards, he knocked down the second enemy and also began to attack with his powerful tail. The blonde couldn't even move. Next, the dragon threw 2 men into the air at once. They squirmed and screamed, realizing what would happen next. And then the dragon's powerful tail hit the ground with all its might. Under the men, the ground began to crack. They could not move. They only coughed up blood. Looking at how the drake towered over them, the men thought that perhaps now one would actually die. But then Leon intervened. He used the Marek technique of the Ursa Major technique and wounded the dragon directly in the neck. He roared and blood gushed out of him. Seeing that the attack was successful, the guy signaled to Karen to join the fight too. The girl summoned her aura weapon and began to fly towards the dragon, aiming her deadly daggers. She hit the poisoned blades right where Leon had previously wounded the drake. The girl deepened the wound, making it even more dangerous for the monster's life. Karen smiled, appreciating her work. She thought that fighting the dragon was not as difficult as she thought. But after a couple of seconds, the girl saw how the thick skin of the dragon simply repels her daggers without causing almost any damage. Karen realized that now they were definitely dead. Leon said that he foresaw this as soon as he saw the winged monster. They came closer to the giants, and they watched in surprise as these little people talked about what a difficult opponent the drake was. Leon threw the potion to the giants and said that although there was only a small amount of it, it contained a high concentration of ingredients, so the effect was guaranteed. The men were at a loss. They wondered what this little thing even wanted from them. Seeing the men's doubts, Leon said that they would talk about everything later. Now it was necessary to deal with this huge lizard. The dark-haired giant smiled and said that he was ready to join the battle right now. After drinking the potion and feeling a surge of strength, the giants jumped to their feet and shouted that they did not need to be asked to fight. They are always ready. Leon and Karen walked ahead, 2 giant men in the back. With this company, they were going to fight to the last. As if anticipating a new wave of attacks, the dragon stood on its hind legs and roared deafeningly loudly, shaking the space around. The newly formed team took this roar as a call to action and went on the attack. Leon decided to use the precognition technique to predict the drake's next move and be prepared for anything. But when Leon looked at the world around him in a new way, he was very surprised. After all, it seemed that the colors had left the world. Elcid urged the guy not to get lost. He said that this happens when the consciousness does not keep up with the speed of the body's reaction. This is a temporary phenomenon. Now, when Leon looked around, it seemed to him that time had slowed down. If he had given up training, he would not have seen anything at the moment. Leon looked up and decided it was time to decide where best to hit his winged opponent. The guy realized that the enemy's defense was too high. Neither his attacks nor Karen's will be able to inflict mortal wounds. It was necessary to find a weak point. Leon determined that one of the places with the highest probability of causing damage was the wing membranes. Another reliable option was to aim directly at the center of the eyeballs. But first, they all had to avoid being hit by the powerful tail of this huge lizard. The team members managed to jump away and avoid the deadly blow. The giant said that if not for Leon's warning, they would hardly have been able to continue this battle. Karen noticed that the dragon's attack speed was incredibly fast, so much so that even she couldn't anticipate the attack. It was clear how irritated the winged creature was. His eyes were burning, and a plan of revenge was already brewing in them. Leon realized that the atmosphere of this fight had completely changed. She went from fun to murderous intent. Turning around and looking at Karen, the guy realized that her energy had also changed. Without saying anything, the girl suddenly shot up and headed straight towards the angry dragon. She used the power of her aura and began throwing daggers at the drake with incredible speed. Part of the directed force hit the creature's eyeball directly. The dragon roared so loudly that the ground shook under his feet. Both the giants and Leon were surprised by the girl's enormous strength. Karen never ceased to amaze with her tricks. The drake's eye was smoking and seemed to be leaking. But then he opened the eyelid, and it turned out that the eye was almost unharmed. Karen seethed with anger. Even for an S-rank creature, this winged monster went too far. Assessing Karen's temperament, the giants said that Leon would have to work hard because she was a hot thing. But now it became clear where to aim. The giants said they would cover Karen and Leon. The giants attacked and aimed their weapons directly at the drake's clawed paws. Feeling the burning pain, the winged monster squealed and became even more angry. At this time, Leon summoned his aura weapon and activated the sacred sword to attack the demonic creature with it. The dragon realized that something was wrong. There was an energy that he didn't like at all. The demonic creature realized that it needed to act, so it also used its power. A magical sphere burst out of her mouth. The dragon directed this sphere directly at Leon, and it grew, creating a dome over the guy. Leon realized that he had fallen into a magical trap. On top of everything else, he couldn't see anything at all. The guy walked in this gloomy dark void and called either Elcida or Karen or even giants. But I didn't receive any response. He realized that the dragon had the attribute of darkness. This meant that he now had another headache. Leon did not see Elcid, but heard his voice in his head, which said that the guy could create light that would open the way. Leon used the Great Chariot technique and used a technique called the Third Sacrament. The dark sphere began to fill with a bright sacred radiance that threatened to burst out from within. The dragon realized that his technique could not harm the enemy, and now he will receive a rebuff. And so it happened. The sphere exploded, and beams of light shot straight into the dragon's head, burning out his eyeballs. Leon discovered the opportunity to use another technique called Alcade. This was the last thing the guy remembered. When he opened his eyes, a bright light shone on him, and he looked around. He saw a completely unfamiliar place with high ceilings. Leon tried to remember where he was, but he was distracted from these thoughts by the quiet snoring next to him. Trying not to wake the man lying next to him, the guy carefully turned his head. Karen slept peacefully next to him. Her face was relaxed, and her body was so close that Leon literally felt its warmth. Such closeness seriously frightened the guy. He was afraid to even think about how long they had lain like that together. Looking around carefully, Leon realized that they were lying on a huge double bed. All the furniture was much larger than his usual size. Feeling the guy tossing and turning, Karen woke up and opened her eyes. Leon stood up abruptly and said that they should not be on the same bed. Karen objected to him, saying that everything should be exactly as it is. In a languid voice after sleep, the girl asked if he really didn't remember anything about the events of yesterday. She seemed a little upset. Karen smiled shyly and said that Leon was very hot yesterday, at Karen in confusion. He asked about what he did yesterday. Seeing the guy's frightened look, Karen laughed out loud. She asked what he was thinking about. The guy listened with relief to the girl's story, that yesterday his temperature exceeded 40, and she looked after him all night. Karen stood up from the bed and began to complain that this Drake was a tough nut to crack. Leon could only look at the girl's bare shoulders. Ignoring this, the blonde said that after Leon's attack, the dragon activated its self-preservation instinct and rushed from side to side like crazy. Karen hugged Leon and said that their winged enemy ended up tucking his tail between his legs and running away. The girl asked how long Leon intended to fall unconscious after using his technique. Suddenly, memories of the moments of the battle with the dragon surfaced in the guy's head. He remembered that Karen recklessly ran after him straight into the fire released by the Drake. She was the only person who was willing to sacrifice herself to save his life. Leon turned to the girl and smiled warmly. He was truly grateful to her. Karen didn't understand why the guy was suddenly thanking her. In her opinion, she did what she should have done. Their conversation was interrupted by the giants, who entered the room and saw that their guests were awake. The men found the guys in a very delicate position. They sat too close to each other and almost hugged. Realizing that they were superfluous here, the giants left. Karen and Leon realized what the men were thinking and tried to stop them. When the men returned, Karen said that yesterday they had made friends with the giants. The blonde one's name was Urga. The dark-haired man's name was Julu. Now he smiled welcomingly and extended his hand. Leon shook hands with first one and then the second giant. He introduced himself and said that he was very glad to make a new acquaintance. Karen said those two were very strong guys. While they got to their home, she did not see a single demonic creature on her way. The newly made acquaintances moved to the floor and, sitting on the plush carpet, talked about how Leon was looking for the Giant King. Urga thought about it and said that in order to find out something about the Giant King, the guy should see the head of the village. The men asked if he was ready to go right away. Jula recommended the guy to rest a little more. Leon said he was ready to go right now. He didn't understand why the giants were trying to make him afraid. Leaving the house of Urga Jula, Karen and Leon looked around the village of giants with curiosity. All the buildings were simply impressive in size, but the largest was the fortress of the head of the settlement. The guys looked around enthusiastically and looked at the giants coming up to say hello in surprise. Walking deeper into the village, Leon noticed a terrible wolf and a wyvern lying down. The corpses were put on public display. There were even trolls among them. Monsters capable of destroying a small area, even if they showed up alone, lay dead in the middle of the square. Elcid said that these titans were very strong. Leon didn't even expect it to be this much. The spirit said that they all had martial arts and intelligence. The entire race are warriors and hunters. They could kill almost any monster. Urga and Jula led Karen and Leon to the burning skull of a huge animal and said that they had come to the training ground for Titan's Hell Parade ground. Julu announced that the village chief was waiting. Leon was a little reluctant to go there when he heard a sound like a scream. Before they had time to go inside, Titans began to fly out of the training area, screaming. Leon tried to understand whether they were going to an enemy or a person who could give them valuable information about the giant king. A giant began to emerge from the fire of the training ground, asking where the village guests were.